This video shows you the invisible patterns of music so you can use them to write your own songs and compositions. The lessons are straight from this book that has hit #1 bestseller in its category on Amazon and has helped my gamer clients write and release their own music at a professional level. A link to part 1 of this series is in the video description below this video. I invite you to click that link and start by watching that video first. That's part 1 if you have not already watched it. To be clear, this is part 2. Welcome to eighth notes. Now, eighth notes are a new type of, rhythmic value. They are twice as fast as quarter notes. So when the quarter note gets the beat, the eighth note actually divides the beat. We're going to explore what all that means. So there are 2 eighth notes in every quarter note. The count is written as 1 and, so we have a new way of counting. We're going to say the word and, but you can see here we're actually using an and % sign here. Sometimes you can actually see that written as a plus, but I like to use an and % because it means and, whereas plus means plus. So just in case you're out in the world and you see eighth notes written as 1 plus 2 plus, that's why. There's 2 ways of writing it. When we speak it aloud, we say 1 and. We don't say and %, we just say and. And then we count all the eighth notes. So let's look at something like this as 1 and, 2 and, 3 and, 4 and. So the first eighth note lands on count 1, 2, 3, or 4 along with the quarter note. So what that looks like is the first eighth note lines up with the quarter note. First eighth note lines up with quarter note. First eighth note lines up with quarter note. First eighth note lines up with quarter note. Any note that lands on a 1, 2, 3, or 4 is called a downbeat. A downbeat. So anytime an eighth note or a quarter note or even a whole note or a half note or a dotted half note lands on a 1, 2, 3, or 4, it's landing on a downbeat. The second eighth note lands in the middle of the empty space between counts 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 4, and then 4 when 4 goes back to 1, because we count 1, 2, 3, 4, and we don't just stop there. If we have a couple measures, we're going to start counting 1 again. So between 4 and 1, the eighth note also lands. This is the and of 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. The second note is called the upbeat. We're going to explore all that a little bit more in depth later. Let's look at this. So we have between beat 1 and beat 2, we have all this space, right? And we can see that exactly halfway between this space, we have the second eighth note. And the same applies for all the beats. Beat 2 to beat 3, second eighth note evenly divides the space in half. Beat 3 to beat 4, second eighth note evenly divides the space in half. Beat 4 back to beat 1, eighth note evenly divides the space in half. So I'm going to count what that actually is going to sound like. You can also listen to your example for more. I just want to give you right here in this video a quick overview of what this sounds like. So the click is the quarter note. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the eighth notes 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So you have that and, it's evenly dividing the space, that empty silence between clicks 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I'll do 2 measures just so you can see 4 back to 1. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1, like that. So that's going to be all for lesson 1 on eighth notes. I'll see you in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to unpack the idea of beat divisions and also upbeat and downbeat a little bit more. So looking at beat divisions, they're an equal division of time that it takes for the beat to happen. Eighth notes divide the beat into 2 equal parts. The beat is the time that it takes to perform a quarter note or a quarter rest. We will call eighth notes the division and quarter notes the beat. So quarter notes are the beat. The division is going to be eighth notes. And yes, even when eighth notes land on the downbeat, we're still going to call them the division because they are essentially dividing the beat into two equal parts, even if we use one of them. So eighth notes take up the time of 1/2 of a count. So like with the metronome, 1, 2, 3, 4, and. The time of half of a count. And if I say 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and it's taking up half of the time of just the count of 1, 2, 3, 4. So when musicians talk about different divisions of the measures, they will first say the beat that the division divides. Let's unpack that. So for the example, the eighth note that lands on the and after beat 1, before beat 2, we're talking about this one right here. We're going to call that the and of 1. This one right here is the and of 2. This one right here is the and of 3. This one right here is the and of 4. This is how we keep track, because if we just said on the and, well, there's 4 ands. How do we know? We can tell the difference between 1, 2, 3, and 4 because they're each their own number, right? So we can say 1, 2, 3, 4. But to tell which and we're talking about, we're going to reference which beat that and is dividing. So whenever you're talking about eighth notes, beat divisions, we can talk about the eighth note that lands on beat 1, beat 2, beat 3, or beat 4, or the eighth note that is the and of 1, the and of 2, the and of 3, or the and of 4. Now let's break down the idea of downbeat and upbeat. So every quarter note, beat or count of 1, 2, 3, 4, those are 3 different ways of saying the same thing, the downbeat. So every quarter note is a downbeat. Every count is going to be a downbeat, 1, 2, 3, 4. And by the way, when you think about counting, we really are going to think about numbers, right? Because sure, we could kind of say we're counting ands, kind of. We're not going to consider that to be a count. Just the numbers, the 1, 2, 3, 4, that's going to be the count. And the very fact that we're counting, that is also going to be downbeat. So there are 3 different ways of saying the same thing, the downbeat. And the and between each downbeat is going to be called the upbeat. So downbeat, upbeat, downbeat, upbeat, downbeat, upbeat, downbeat, upbeat. Sometimes people will say onbeat and offbeat to describe this same thing instead of downbeat or upbeat. It all means the same thing. Onbeat, offbeat's a little rare. I really haven't heard that too much throughout my career. Downbeat, upbeat is very typical. So really what we're looking at is there's 2 different ways of expressing eighth notes. So we could look at, let's use beat 2 as an example. All right, so beat 2. We could say that the eighth note here, let's change our colors. So this eighth note here, the eighth note on the and of 2. We could say that that is the eighth note on the and of 2, or we could say it is the upbeat of 2. So a lot of times in rehearsals and things like that, if we were starting on an and of a measure, let's say we were in 4/4 and we were starting on the eighth note, the and of 4, sometimes the person running the rehearsal would say, okay, we're going to start on the upbeat before measure 1, which means we're going to start on the and before measure 1. So it's really 2 ways of saying the same thing, just so you understand. The advantage here is, in addition to having 2 different ways of saying it, you have 2 different ways of understanding it. It essentially is the same thing, but 2 different perspectives on the same idea. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to review notes and actually learn about some new notes in different parts of notes themselves. So, as you may remember from level 1, we have things called note heads and stems. We have 2 types of note heads, open note heads and closed note heads. And sure enough, we can see open note head and a stem, closed note head and a stem. Now we have one new part of notes we're going to learn about today, and that is called a beam. And you can see here that this beam connects 2 stems together. So we have closed note heads, we have stems, and then a beam. And the beam is this horizontal line right here.
That's the beam. So you can see we have, well, note head, stem, note head, stem, but then we have two note heads, two stems, and connecting them is a beam. So now let's take a look at the hierarchy of note values here. We sure enough have a whole note, which is taking up 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Again, we're going to use those eighth notes for counting now. Two half notes, first half note taking up 1 and 2 and, the second half note taking up 3 and 4 and then we have four quarter notes taking up 1 and, 2 and, 3 and 4 and then four eighth notes. And you'll see these eighth notes, sure enough, are note heads, stems, and then beams connecting all the stems together. 1 and 2 and, 3 and 4 and. So sure enough, in every whole note, there are eight eighth notes. In every half note, there are 4 eighth notes. And in every quarter note, there are 2 eighth notes. Let's do a quick review of things like lines and spaces. So we have 5 lines in the staff. We go line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from bottom to top. And then we have space 1, 2, 3, and 4 between all of the lines. To write closed note heads, you write a little oval, you color them in. To write open note heads, you write an open oval. If you're going to write a whole note, you don't tilt the oval, you just leave it flat. Quick review for stems. Your note should always look like the letter P or the letter D. If your notes start looking like the letter Q or the letter B like boy, something's wrong. So whenever you have a stem down note, it should always look like a letter P. Note with a stem up should always look like a letter D. For stem direction, you're always going to have stem down notes starting from line 3 to line 5 and above if we go to ledger lines. And for stem up is always going to be from space 2 down to below the staff, again if we're using those ledger lines. So speaking of ledger lines extend to either side of the note head, as you can see here. And there's also the equal amount of space between the ledger line and the staff as there is between the staff lines. So you can see here we have this much space, and you can see we have that same amount of space again between the actual line 4 and line 5. That space here is the same amount of space up to the first ledger line. Then you'd repeat that again if there's a second ledger line, or indeed a third ledger line. And you can see this same example played out for closed note heads, open note heads, half note style, and open note heads, whole note style as well. One more thing to point out about ledger lines is that you don't actually want to connect the ledger lines of notes together. So you see this space here. We always want space between ledger lines. So your ledger lines are not actually going to be connected because they're not a full line of staff. So each note gets its own individual ledger lines, and you can see as well below the staff here that there indeed is space between those ledger lines. Now, any note head that lands on or closer to the staff than one ledger line, which means you can see here we have note heads on the first ledger line, or they could go closer to the staff. Closer to the staff would be this way or this way. So any note that it's on one ledger line, above or below the staff, or closer to the staff, we're still going to keep the stem as being 4 staff lines long. Once we get above one ledger line, you can see here we're at 2 ledger lines above the staff, above or below one ledger line below the staff, 2 ledger lines below the staff. We're going to extend the stem all the way to meet line 3. It doesn't matter what pitch class the note is. As soon as it passes that first ledger line, either above or below the staff, we extend the stem up to line 3. Now that you've learned how to write eighth notes, let's talk a little bit how to count and clap eighth notes. So the eighth note count is going to be 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Now the most common beginner mistake that I see with counting eighth notes sounds like this: 1 and 2 and 3, and 4, and. Make sure you keep the ands in even division. It should sound like a clock. It should sound even, like a machine. 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and. You see right there how I was rushing a little bit? That's because I should have given myself a count in, and I didn't. So let that be a lesson. So to get yourself to count the eighth notes, start off by counting quarter notes. That's going to sound like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Eighth notes. 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and. So from now on, whenever you do count-ins and whenever you count for yourself, you should always count the eighth notes. It's going to take a little extra work to get there, but it's going to be worth it. You always want to count the smallest division possible that you know, because that way you're going to feel all the music much more accurately and also be able to play, perform, and understand everything a lot more accurately as well. I will see you in the next lesson where we talk about count-ins using eighth notes. I'll see you there. In this lesson, I'm going to walk you through how to count and do count-ins using eighth notes. So first thing you're going to do, just like count-ins with quarter notes, you're going to listen to the click until you can anticipate when the next click is going to happen. Then you're going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, aloud with each number as you speak at the same time as the click, just like this. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Once that's comfortable, add in the ands. It's going to sound like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Eighth notes. 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and. Now the goal is to actually skip steps 1 and 2 and go straight to step 3. That sounds like this. 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and. So you don't need to like warm up giving yourself the 1, 2, 3, 4. You can go straight in and say 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and. That's the idea. Now the same thing applies for doing count-ins in 3. It goes something like this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that was step 2. Once I'm comfortable counting 1, 2, 3, now I'm going to add in the ands. Here we go. 1, and 2, and 3, and 1, and 2, and 3, and. Now the idea is we cut out step 2 altogether and we just start by counting eighth notes. So it sounds like this. 1, and 2, and 3, and 1, and 2, and 3, and. There you go. So practice doing your count-ins, practice with eighth notes. It's normal if it's confusing. It's also normal if it's pretty difficult at first. Make sure you use the example you just heard here. Make sure you use your book examples as well to make sure you don't start doing 1, and 2, and 3, and 4. You want to keep it even and counting along with me here in this example, counting along with me in the count-in examples. That's example 3 and 4. That's also going to help you a lot. So use that as your template. Use that as your foundation until you can comfortably count in and also continue counting in 4 and in 3 using eighth notes. I will see you in the next lesson. Let's break down some actual measures of 3 and 4 before we go clap and count measures of 3 and 4 with the metronome. So let's take a look at eighth notes in a measure of 3. So sure enough, we can see the measure math is all going to work out. You don't really need to worry about the measure math yet. You can use these as examples of the measure math. So we can see that we have beat 1 has 2 eighth notes. Beat 2 has 2 eighth notes. Beat 3, 2 eighth notes. Now, even though in the next measure we have quarter notes, we're still going to keep the eighth note count going, and here's why. You don't want to change the count between quarter notes and eighth notes. Once you start on eighth notes, stay on eighth notes because eighth notes are going to come up again later. So why would you want the extra stress and the extra task of switching how you count? Always just count your eighth notes the whole way through. It doesn't matter what rhythmic value the notes are. Always count the eighth notes. That way you're ready for eighth notes whenever they show up. You can see even here in measure 3, where we have a half note to a quarter note, we're still going to count 1 and 2 and 3 and. Here in measure 4, thank goodness we were counting the 1 and 2 and 3 and, because we sure enough have eighth notes again. Looking in a measure of 4, it's the same idea. You can see we have eighth notes here, we have eighth notes here. We want to keep the count of 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and going, even when we're hitting half notes, even when we're with whole notes. Whatever's going on, we're always going to keep that count of the division. I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to start clapping and counting some eighth notes. In this lesson, we're going to clap and count, starting with example 5. So, you start your metronome. We're going to start it at 60. As you can see, our tempo mark over here shows us, yep, where we want to be in 60. Make sure your metronome is set to 60 BPM, or beats per minute. Now, once you can anticipate the clicks, the timing of the clicks when the next click is going to be, you're going to give yourself a count in using eighth notes and then start. So I'm going to give myself one measure of count in. 1 and 2 and 3 and 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 repeat. 1, 2, 3, 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and 2 and 3 and. There you go. Now notice I'm snapping instead of clapping, and that's also because I'm actually marking where I am in the example at all times with my other hand. So multitasking to the max. You can clap. I'm snapping because I only have the one hand to do it with. All right, let's look at example 6. Same idea, but this time we're going to be counting to 4, both for our count-in and during the example. So here's example 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 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 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to do even more clapping and counting with eighth notes. I'll see you there. In this lesson, we're going to clap and count through examples 7, 8, and 9. We're going to save example 10 for the next lesson. Here we go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 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 1 and 2 and 3 and. There we go. All right, clap and count 2. This is example 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 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 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. There we go. Example 9. Here we go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 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 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. There you go. I will see you in the next lesson where we clap through the monstrosity that is clap and count 4. I'll see you there. In this lesson, we're going to be clapping and counting through clap and count 4, also known as example 10. Let's do this thing. So just like with reading 2 lines at a time, we now have 4 lines. When we get to the end of line 1, we go to line 2. When we get to the end of line 2, we go to line 3. When we get to the end of line 3, we go to line 4, all the way up to that final bar line at the end of line 4. Here we go. 1 and 2, then 3, then 4, and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 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 and. There you go. Good luck. Practice this one, and I will see you in the next lesson. Let's talk a little bit about measure math now that we're adding eighth notes into the mix. Now we're going to write groups of 4 and 2 eighth notes. We'll explore a little bit of single eighth notes a little later in this book, and you'll see why, because single eighth notes is a whole bunch of things we need to learn around that too. So groups of 4 and groups of 2. Let's take a look at our possibilities here. So to take up 4 beats worth of time, we have the whole note. To take up 3 beats worth of time, we have the dotted half note. To take up 2 beats worth of time would be a half note. And here's the thing, to take up 2 beats worth of time, you could also have a group of 4 eighth notes. That will also take up 2 beats worth of time. To take up 1 beat worth of time, we either have a quarter note or 2 eighth notes. So let's take a look at some measure math examples. Sure enough, we can see here in our first measure we have a whole note. And this whole note is taking up 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 4 beats. 2 half notes taking up 2 beats each, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and then quarter notes taking up 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and then we can see these groups of 4 eighth notes here, each taking up 2 beats. Okay, let's explore some measure math examples. So in 4/4, because the top number is 4, we always need 4 beats, or 4 counts worth of notes or rests, but we're just going to worry about notes for now, in every single measure. So we have 1 and 2 and, that's no good, that's 2 beats, we need 4. Here. No good. 1 and 2 and, so we have 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. Way too many. Way too many. All right, so that's too much. Here we have 1 beat, that's 1 and. 3 beats, 1 and 2 and 3. No, we need 4 beats in each measure when the top number of the time signature is a 4. So here we can see this is 2 beats, 2 beats. 2 plus 2 is 4. A group of 1 beat. 1, 1, 1. That equals 4. 1 plus 2 plus 1 equals 4. Who knew you were going to get some free math classes here in music theory? Okay. Measure math in 3, it's the same idea. Because the top number of the time signature is a 3, every single measure must add up to 3 beats worth of notes or rests. But for now, we're just going to worry about the notes. You can never have a whole note in 3/4 because a whole note takes up 4 beats of 4 counts, and each measure of 3/4 can only hold 3 beats or 3 counts worth of notes. You also cannot have 5. That's no good. No. 2 beats. No. Now what we can do, sure enough, is have 1 and 2 and 3 and. So here's 2 plus 1. 1 plus 1 plus 1. It's all good. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. They all equal 3. So the measure math that you learned in level 1 stays exactly the same here. You just now have the option to use eighth notes in what you're doing. So all the rules stay exactly the same. If the top number is 3, 3 beats per measure. If the top number is 4, 4 beats per measure. And I will see you in the next lesson. In level 1, you may recall we talked about the invisible divide between beats 2 and 3, that only a whole rest, a whole note, a half note, or a dotted half note can cross. Everything else needs to break, like you can't write a rest between beats 2 and 3 in 4/4. Now, this invisible divide is also going to make changes once we bring eighth notes with beams into the picture. So eighth notes with beams cannot cross between beats 2 and 3 and 4/4. This is the same reason that half rests cannot cross the divide between beats 2 and 3 and 4/4. The invisible divide, only a whole note, whole rest, dotted half, and half notes can cross. So every measure must add up to 4. Yes, we've got that. Measure math. Notes and beams cannot cross measure lines. Okay, which means you cannot beam. Like here, we can't beam. See, I'm writing that in green. I'm down here. You cannot beam from beat 4 of one measure to beat 1 of the next measure. You're always going to stop the beam where the measure is. Whenever possible, you're going to beam groups of 4 eighth notes together in 4/4. Groups of 2 or double eighth notes can be written on beats 1, 2, 3, and 4. But groups of 4 or quadruple eighth notes are only written on beats 1 and 3. And that's because, here's our incorrect example. So everything on the top line here is wrong. Incorrect. So, whenever possible, we should beam groups of 4 together. Okay, so that should be beamed together. That should be beamed together. A beam cannot cross the divide between beats 2 and 3. So that's no. We should actually break that into 2 double eighth notes instead of a quadruple eighth note. Here we should be joining, whenever possible, join groups of 4 eighth notes together. And here we can see that sure enough we have a beam crossing that invisible divide between beats 2 and 3. So these should be connected. Then we should have a space here and then have the next 2. So here's the same exact measures, but written with the correct beaming around that invisible divide between beats 2 and 3 in 4/4. So you can see, sure enough, we have that divide. Oh, let's change to green because this is correct. We have that divide, very good. We have the divide, very good. We have the divide, these are joined together. These are joined together. These are joined together. We have the divide, these are joined together. So really all you're trying to do with the beams is make it very clear that there's that invisible divide between beats 2 and 3, but only in 4/4. You don't need to worry about this in 3/4. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to go over the tips and tricks and sort of the summary of how to write whole notes, half notes, quarter notes, and eighth notes in measures. And again, we're not going to think about rests right now. Let's just think about notes, understand those, understand how to use them. Then we'll throw rests into the mix. So in 4/4, every measure must add up to 4. Notes and beams cannot cross measure lines. Whole notes can only be written on beat 1. Half notes can be written on beats 2 and 3 and 1. Quarter notes can be written on beats 1, 2, 3, and 4. And groups of 2 or double eighth notes can be written on beats 1, 2, 3, and 4. But groups of 4 or quadruple eighth notes can only be written on beats 1 and 3. And that's because we need to have that divide between beats 2 and 3. Groups of 4 or quadruple eighth notes can only be written on beats 1 and 3, and that's because we need that invisible divide between beats 2 and 3 and 4/4. All you have to do is set up a line of music for yourself with a time signature in 4/4, percussion clef, and then write 4 beats worth of notes in each measure. It's that easy. Just start writing music. Now to write music in 3/4, every measure must add up to 3. Notes and beams cannot cross measure lines again. A whole note cannot be written in 3/4. This is because the whole note gets 4 beats, and each measure of 3/4 can only hold 3 beats total. Half notes can be written on beats 1 and 2. Quarter notes can be written on beats 1, 2, and 3. Groups of double eighth notes can be written on 1, 2, and 3, but here's the thing. In 3/4, you cannot use groups of 4/8 notes. And the reason why is because you want to show the 3 individual beats, and because in 3/4 there isn't this idea of sort of splitting the measure into 2, that invisible divide between beats 2 and 3 like you have in 4/4. And so in 4/4 you want to show very clearly the 2 halves of the measure, and that's why you can have those groups of 4/8 notes. But in 3/4, because there's no invisible divide, we want to clearly see each one of the 3 beats, and so to clearly show each one of the 3 beats, you're just going to use double eighth notes, because then you can see, oh, double eighth note, that's a beat. Double eighth note, that's a beat. Double eighth note, that's a beat. So set up a line of music for yourself, and then just write 3 beats worth of notes in each measure. And just a quick reference for you of all the different types of note values you can use and how much each one is worth in terms of beats or counts. I will see you in the next lesson. Even if you have dreams to write symphonies or write songs, to write whatever it is in your heart to write, and even if you don't have the dream of writing music, you should still write rhythmic compositions, just focusing on the rhythm. And this is because once you have a solid foundation of the rhythm, adding the notes on top is so much easier than if you're having to worry about the rhythm and the notes at the same time. So taking a little time just to write rhythmic compositions, and that's why we have you do a lot of rhythmic composition writing in level 1 and level 2. So to write a composition, you pick a line or space of the staff, and then you write a composition in 4/4 or 3/4. So when I say pick a line or space of the staff, what I mean is you're going to write all the notes on one line or space, not vary them, because we're just worried about rhythm here. We're just worried about, is a light switch on, is there sound, or is a light switch off, is there silence? We're not worried about pitch. So check your note heads, check your stem lengths, check your beams if you're using eighth notes, check your measure math, make sure it's correct, add clapping arrows if you need them, add the counts of the beats if you need it. So like you could take a composition like this, and if you need to, you go on underneath and do 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and you can add that in for yourself if you need it. And then you can also add clapping arrows of where you're going to clap. So you can go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Those are pretty ugly arrows, but you get the idea. And then just clap and count your compositions with the metronome and try and find cool combinations. Try and find things that sound interesting and fun to you just using rhythm. A lot of what makes songs catchy, a lot of what makes songs memorable and popular and famous even, is the rhythm of the melody and the rhythm of the instruments too. If you were to take away all the pitch, it would still have a groove to it. It would still be fun to listen to just from a rhythmic perspective. So this is another reason why it's really important to just focus on rhythm for a little bit and just understand it and really dig deep into it and get all parts of it together, and then start thinking about adding pitch into the mix. I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to talk about note spacing. A quick review. Note spacing. The reason why note spacing is important is because it's sort of like the map. It's making the map of the music very clear to read. And you also show the math, both the map and the math of the music, with how you space the notes out. So, for example, sure, we could look at this group of 4/8 notes here and say, yeah, 1 and 2 and. But the way it's spaced out doesn't quite make sense. Visually speaking, it's difficult to read. But when we have notes spaced out like this, you can see that the measure is evenly divided into 8 parts. And because the measure is evenly divided into 8 parts, it makes it a lot easier to read, a lot easier to count, and a lot easier to see what's actually going on. Another example would be measure 3 in our incorrect spacing, where we can see we have beat 1, then beat 2 might be here, beat 3 is here, beat 4 is here. It's not an even spacing of the measure, whereas we can see the same exact notes written below. So this is the same exact notes, but with clear spacing, where we can see the 8th notes dividing the quarter note worth of time. So we can see that this is worth this amount of time. We see that same amount of time here, same amount of time. We're showing the time visually. We're showing how evenly the time is distributed and how all the notes fit into the time. So we're saying that yes, time keeps on slipping, but seriously, time moves into the future, and what we're doing is we're just making sure we evenly divide the time and show the division of the time, the rhythm, for ourselves and whoever else might be reading the music. What we don't want is to mess with that. You could still read that. You could still play that. It still works. It's not like wrong musically. It's just more difficult to read and it's not as clear. So with your note spacing, make sure it's clear, space everything out. And if you're using a computer, it's going to do this for you automatically. But if you're writing by hand, and you should do some writing by hand, even if you have phenomenal software like Sibelius or Noteflight, Finale, or anything like that, you should still practice writing by hand, because there's something about actually doing it where you learn it and you connect with it on a much deeper level than using the computer. I'm not saying don't use the computer. I'm saying at the beginning, do both. And then if you prefer writing by hand, go write by hand. You prefer writing with the computer, go write with the computer. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about strong and weak beats, getting a little deeper into the ideas of strong and weak beats, but this time introducing 8th notes into the mix. So as a quick review, some beats are strong and weak. It's because our music culture has evolved this way. If you look at other music cultures, like the music culture of India or Bali or some of the Polynesian islands, you will find that the idea of having strongest, strong, weak, weakest beats isn't really a thing, or the order of the strong and weak beats, even when there's 4 beats in a measure, is completely changed. So for example, in reggae music, the strongest beats are 2 and 4 instead of 1 and 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So right there, that's an example of another music culture where there's still 4 beats in the measure, but which beats are strongest, which beats get the most emphasis, does change. So here are strong and weak beat colors. If you happen to be colorblind, I'll give you some clues along the way to help you out. So strongest is green, strong is yellow, weak is going to be orange, weakest is going to be red, division is going to be blue. Now the order of the strongest and weakest beats, and again, I'm just going to mention this again, if you happen to be colorblind, this is going to be the order, and this is going to be how you can tell. So number 1, you can tell because we actually have the strongest, the weak, the strong, the weak, and then division. We have the letter up at the top. But also if you remember the order, that's really the most important thing. So in 4/4, we have strongest, weak, strong, weakest. And in 3/4, we have strongest, weak, weakest. And what we're adding in here with level 2 is we're actually going to talk about the division. So the division is weaker than the weakest beat. No division is stronger than another division. So for example, we can see here in 3/4, we have the strongest beat on beat 1, we have a weak beat on beat 2. Each beat has a division. So we have the and of 1 right here, and we have the and of 2 here. So just because the and of 1 is attached to the strongest beat, that does not make that division any more powerful than the division that is attached to 2, or even the division that's attached to the weakest beat. So all 3 divisions they're all the same. They all equal weaker than the weakest. So it doesn't matter that this division happens to have the green color. We're just showing that it belongs to the strongest beat. We're breaking the strongest beat down and adding this division in here. But really, all the divisions are equal in how weak they are. I will see you in the next lesson. We're going to explore the idea of strong, weak, and beat divisions again by using the drums, because what an amazing instrument to clearly see strong, weak, and divisions, and then also be able to apply this over into popular music and actually be able to hear the time signatures of songs for a little bonus ear training here in this music theory course. So we have 3 parts of the drum set we're going to be paying attention to today. The first is the snare. It's this silver drum right here. And the reason why it's called a snare is because there's actual metal wires underneath the drum that when you tighten them up and you hit the drum, it makes a sound. The next is the kick drum right here. It's got that hole in it. That's to let air out. You can also put mics near that hole. But yeah, you can also put mics in the bass drum itself. That's also just to let air out of the instrument. And then the next part is the hi-hat, this contraption right here. Now, the hi-hat, without getting too technical, you can see it kind of has a pedal down here. There's a pedal down here. When you press on it, that closes these 2 cymbals together, and when you release the pedal, those 2 cymbals open. The sound we're going to be exploring today, and that creates 2 different sounds, and you can actually modulate how close that hi-hat is, and that changes the sound. What we're going to be exploring today is when the hi-hat is firmly closed, so the drummer is pressing down on the pedal and then striking these 2 closed cymbals together with a drumstick. So let's go through and listen to each one of these parts of the drums by themselves, then put them all together. So here we go. This is going to be the snare. Check it out. Okay, so that's our snare drum. Now let's listen to the kick drum. The next part of the drums for us to listen to is the hi-hat. The hi-hat's going to be playing on all beats as well as the beat divisions. Now let's put the kick, the snare, and the hi-hat together. So the kick is going to be playing on the strongest and strong beats. The snare is going to be playing on the weak and weakest beats. And the hi-hat is going to be playing on all beat and beat divisions. Let's check it out. Okay. DJ, bring that back. We're going to listen to it one more time. Strong, weak, strong, weak. Strongest, weak, strong, weakest. Strongest, weak, strong, weakest. And that's how we hear drum patterns in 4/4, and that's how we can hear the difference between the strongest, the strong, the weak, the weakest beats, and then also the beat divisions with that hi-hat. Let's check out what this sounds like in 3/4. So just like in 4/4, the kick is going to be playing on the strongest beats, and then the snare is going to be playing on the weak beats. The hi-hat is going to be playing on all beats and beat divisions. Now, obviously, the difference between 4/4 and 3/4 is that 3/4 is only 3 beats, and then, of course, the strong and weak beats changes. So we have strongest, weak, weakest. So we're going to have 2 snare hits, but 1 kick every measure. Let's check this out. Let's listen to that one more time. This time I'll call out the strong and the weak beats. Here we go. Strongest, weak, weakest, strongest, weak, weakest, strongest, weak, weakest. And again, you can hear that hi-hat hitting all the beats and the beat divisions. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn all about a brand new time signature, and that's the time signature of 2/4. So just like 4/4 and 3/4, the top number is going to show the number of beats or counts in every measure. And just like 4/4 and 3/4, the bottom number shows the denominator of the fraction that corresponds to the name of the rhythmic value of the note that gets a beat. And just like 4/4 and 3/4, we're going to break that down because that's quite a mouthful and quite a complicated sentence. So the bottom number is 4. If we make that 4 into a fraction and put a 1 over it, that's 1/4. The name of that fraction is a quarter, so the note value that gets the beat or the count is the quarter note. So when a note gets the beat, it lines up with the count or the number, and every other note is compared to that note value that gets the beat. Just like eighth notes, we're thinking of those as beat divisions. It's because we're comparing them to the quarter note that gets the beat. So in 2/4, the top number is 2. So how many beats in the measure? 2. 2 beats per measure. Which type of note gets the beat? Bottom number, 4. The quarter note gets the beat. So you can see that in measures of 2, we could have 2 quarter notes in every measure. Now the way the strong and weak beats work in 2/4 is we just have a strongest and weakest. Let's explore the difference between 2/4 and 4/4, because already you might be thinking to yourself, well, hang on a second. If we stuck 2 measures of 2/4 together, wouldn't that make a measure of 4/4? Not quite, and you will see why in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to explore something called rhythmic tension. Now we're going to see a couple different types of tension throughout level 2, and you're going to understand how to use them and why they're so important. Let's start here with rhythmic tension. So why 2/4 and not 4/4? Why would we write in 2/4 when 4/4 is basically 2 measures of 2/4 stuck together, right? Let's look at this. 2/4 is strongest, weakest, sure, but 4/4 is strongest, weak, strong, weakest. Basically going strong, weak, right? And 2/4 is also fundamentally just going strong, weak. And if we do 2 measures of 2/4, it's strong, weak, strong, weak. Here's the difference. We write music in 2/4 when we want to take advantage of the fact that there are only strongest and weakest beats. The drum pattern for 2/4 looks like half a measure or 2/4 or 4/4, but it sounds very different, especially when other instruments play as well. So we can understand the difference between 2/4 and 4/4 more with the idea of tension and resolution. For example, in 4/4 we have strong beats on 1 and 3. The weakest beat, beats 4, creates more tension than beat 2, which pushes us or moves us in our anticipation for beat 1. So if you think about it, the different strengths of the beats in 4/4 gives us 2 levels of tension and resolution. Whereas in 2/4, there's only one type of rhythmic tension and resolution. We're going strongest, weakest, strongest, weakest, strongest, weakest, strongest, weakest. Whereas in 4/4, it's a little bit more nuanced. There's more going on. It's strongest, weak, strong, weakest, strongest, weak, strong, weakest. And because of that difference, that creates a fundamental change and a fundamental shift in how the music sounds. So we're going to use some not super technical terms here of light tension and heavy tension, and then R for resolution. So in 4/4 we have light tension from beat 2 that resolves, if there's a resolution, into beat 3. So beat 2 pushes us into beat 3. There's heavy tension from beat 4 that resolves or pushes us back to beat 1. Contrast that with 2/4, and there's heavy tension from beat 2 that resolves into beat 1. It just goes back and forth, and that's why 2/4 is used for marches, because the music shows everyone very clearly when to take the next step. It's tension, resolution, tension, resolution, tension, resolution, tension, resolution. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So when would you use 2/4? So there's no clear rule for when to use 2/4, but we can look at some different types of music that traditionally use 2/4 to understand where you might want to use it. Now, an interesting note is that all the genres that use 2/4 are older genres. 2/4 really is not in fashion anymore. It's uncommon to find modern popular music in 2/4. Maybe you're going to be the artist, the composer, the songwriter to bring it back in style. Who knows? So traditional country, and when I say traditional country, I mean sort of the Johnny Cash, John Denver, that sort of 50s, 60s type of country before modern country came around. Folk music from many different European and Slavic cultures, and some traditional marches and military songs. You're going to hear 2/4, and I highly encourage you to play around with 2/4 in your compositions. But what we're going to do in the next video is we're going to jump in to some examples of 4/4 and 2/4, and I'm going to point out the feeling difference between the two. I will see you there. Let's talk about meter.
Meter is the pattern of strong and weak pulses, or the strong and weak beats, that comes from a particular music culture. The word meter is used for expressing and measuring how many beats there are in a measure, how strong and weak each beat is, and how those beats are then divided. So meter is the grouping of strong and weaker beats, the repetition of those groupings. Meter is also sometimes called time. So people will say 4/4 time instead of just 4/4. They'll say 3/4 time instead of 3/4. So simple meters always have a 2, 3, or 4 as the top number of the time signature. They always have a 4 as the bottom of the time signature. There's other numbers, but for now we're just going to worry about the 4. And they always have, here's the key, 2 equal divisions of the beat unit. So that eighth note that divides the quarter note in half when the quarter note gets the beat, that eighth note is showing us the fact that there's 2 eighth notes dividing each quarter note. That shows us we're in a simple meter. There is such a thing as compound meters, where each note is divided into 3 equal divisions, but that is for another day, another time, and level 3. So simple duple meters, duple meaning double, 2, like a duo. Simple duple meters have 2 beat units that are both divided into 2 equal parts in each measure. So simple duple would be 2/4. We have the beat unit, which is the quarter note, and then the beat division, which is the eighth note. In simple triple meter, we're going to have 3 beat units in each measure, and each beat unit is divided by 2 equal beat divisions. That's our 3/4. 2 eighth notes inside of each quarter note, 3 beat units in each measure. Simple quadruple meters have 4 beat units that are all divided into 2 equal parts. The difference between 2/4 and 3/4 and 2/4 is that we have the ability to write these quadruple, or these group of 4 eighth notes in 4/4 that we cannot write anywhere else. So our common simple meters, simple duple meter would be 2/4. Simple triple meter would be 3/4. Simple quadruple meter would be 4/4. In each case, the quarter note gets the beat. The eighth note is the beat division. Yes, there are other time signatures where we can put an 8 or a 2 or a 1 or a 16 on the bottom, but we're not going to worry about those because they are much, much less common. 95% of the time, you're going to be dealing with 4/4. 4% of the time, you're going to be dealing with 3/4. 1% of the time, you're going to be dealing with 2/4. And every once in a while, there's going to be a compound time signature here and there, even in modern pop music. I will see you in the next lesson, where we're going to do a review of everything we learned in Rhythm 6. In this lesson, you're going to learn all about single eighth notes. So single eighth notes have a new little part of a note that we're going to learn about, and that is called a flag. So we have a closed note head up top. Sure, we've seen those before. We've seen those in quarter notes. We've also seen those in double and quadruple eighth notes. Stem, yes, we've seen those in half notes, quarter notes, double eighth notes, quadruple eighth notes. But here's something new. It's called the flag. You see that right there? This part of the note is called a flag, and it's sort of like, imagine we had an eighth note with a beam, and we kind of chopped this other eighth note off, and then we took this beam and then we wrapped it up. So you can think about, it's like taking the extra beam between notes and then just kind of bending it back in to make it stick within 1/8 notes worth of space. Now there's some interesting things to know about single eighth notes. Like, even though there are 2 eighth notes in every quarter note, you're never going to see 2 single eighth notes in the same beat. We'll look at some beaming examples in a little bit. You're still going to count the eighth notes as 1N, 2N, 3N, 4N, or 1N, 2N, 3N if you're in 3, or 1N, 2N if you're in 2/4. And again, any eighth note that lands on 1, 2, 3, or 4 is going to be the downbeat. Any single eighth note that lands on an and is going to be an upbeat. All the same rules from the double and quadruple eighth notes apply here, except for how to write it, because writing this looks a little bit different because of the flag.
So let's talk a little bit about how to write single eighth notes. So the flags are also called tails, and flags are 3 staff spaces long, and they really show the difference between single and double and quadruple eighth notes, as well as showing the difference between a quarter note and an eighth note. The stem length rules remain exactly the same. 4 staff lines long on the staff and reaching line 3 of the staff above or below the first ledger line, above or below the staff. So all you're going to do to write eighth notes is write a closed note head and a stem, and then write a flag that is 3 staff spaces long. The flag should end just before the note head, and the flag for ledger line notes reaches as far as the first ledger line. So let's look at this. Normally, the flag is 3 staff spaces long. So we can see that, sure enough, the stem being 4 staff lines long, and then the flag being 3 staff spaces. There you go. So stem down, stem up, stem down reaching below the staff, bringing it up a little bit. Now, here's where you got to watch out, and that is for ledger line notes. And indeed, as we discussed in rule number 3, the flag is only ever going to reach to the first ledger line. So you would think that perhaps this flag would go all the way up to kind of meet the note in the same way. This flag is almost touching this note here, but no, we're actually going to leave plenty of space and stop the flag at the first ledger line. Same thing for stem up for notes below the staff. You can see this flag is stopping before the first ledger line. So in summary, to write single eighth notes, you can write closed note heads, you write a stem, and then you write a flag. And there's plenty of practice for this in your workbook. And I will see you in the next lesson.
If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses like this in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create music, to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, or you just want to make music for fun, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator Guild now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner and you do not need to buy any extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the video description and apply for the Gamer Music Creator Guild now.
In this lesson, you're going to learn all about eighth rests. So just like we take a quarter note and we can get 2 eighth notes within the same space as a quarter note, we can get 2 eighth rests within the same space as a quarter rest. So eighth rests are twice as fast, or half the rhythmic value, of a quarter rest. The count for eighth rests is written and spoken the same as eighth notes with the and the and. So 1 and, 2 and, 3 and, 4 and. So now let's take a look at our hierarchy here of notes and rests. So one whole rest takes up 4 beats, 4 counts. Half rest takes up 2 beats or 2 counts. A quarter note takes up 1 beat or 1 count. And here are the new guys, the new kids on the block, the eighth rests, which take up half a beat or half of a count. Now, let's take a look at how to actually write these eighth rests. It's actually pretty simple. What you're going to do is you're going to write a small circle above line 3 of the staff, and then write a lowercase y attached to that circle that extends down to line 2. And I'm going to give you a quick demo right here. So all you got to do is write a little dot in space 3, and then just letter y that goes down to line 2. That's it. And you're done. Much easier than writing out those quarter rests, huh? So there you go. That's eighth rests. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn how to do a count-in for 2/4, because you did learn all about that new time signature. You even learned about the strong and weak beats. But the one thing we did not yet cover is how to actually count and clap in 2/4. So just like in 4/4, or in 3/4, well, in 4/4 we counted a 4. In 3/4 we counted a 3. In 2/4 we're going to count to 2. So I'm going to break this down, adding in one extra step. I know the steps you have here, for example, 16, have you going straight into the eighth notes. But just to give you a little practice, this is all you're going to do. Just count 1, 2 with the metronome. So listen. Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go. Now as the second step, after that 1, 2 is comfortable, then add the ands in. Just like this. 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and. There you go. So I'm going to count just a couple times through that so you can actually count along with me for practice. I'm going to go through a couple times. Please go ahead, count along with me. If you happen to be in a public place, just kind of whisper it under your breath so people don't think you're crazy. Here we go. And here we go. 1 and 2 and 1 and 2. Count with me. 1 and 2 and 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 there we go. That's 2/4 and 2/4 indeed. The count is 1 and 2 and. I'll see you in the next lesson. We're actually going to go through these clapping examples. I'll see you there. In this lesson, we're going to go through 17 through 20, examples 17 through 20. As before, I'm not actually going to be clapping, I'm going to be snapping because I'm also going to be showing you with my other hand where I am as indeed I clap and count. Feel free to clap and count, tap your fingers together, snap, jump up and down, whatever makes you happy, just to make sure you understand what's going on with these eighth notes and get a feeling for it. So here we go. 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and. There we go. All right, let's do example 18. So this is going to be in 3. 1 and 2 and 3 and 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 1 and 2 and 3 and. All right, clap and count 7, also known as example 19. Let's do this thing. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 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 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Now for this next example, example 20, we don't actually have a count below the staff. This is taken from a real live piece of music, not just something I created as an example. This is from Les Vêpres Siciliennes. This is a bass drum part. This is from an opera by Giuseppe Verdi. Here we go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 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 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to do a deep dive into measure math, now including single eighth notes and eighth rests. So for 4 beats, we have a whole note or a whole rest. For 3 beats, we have a dotted half note. For 2 beats, we have half note, a group of 4 eighth notes, or a half rest. For 1 beat, we have a quarter note, a group of 2 eighth notes, or a quarter rest. And for half a beat, we have a single eighth note or an eighth rest. Now keep in mind that now the measure math, we're dealing with half a beat because of the eighth notes and the eighth rests. You just got to watch out for that because now you need to really make sure your entire measure has the correct number of beats in it, including making up for any half beats that you decide to use. So let's take a look at some incorrect and then some correct examples. So incorrect measure math. So we have a quarter rest, we have an eighth note, and an eighth rest. That equals 2 beats because we have 1 plus 1/2 plus 1/2 equals 2. Over here we do indeed have 6 beats. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you see how this single eighth note, eighth rest, that is equal to a beat because each one is worth half. 1 beat, I mean, come on. You just give the time signature is 4/4 is 1 beat. So that's incorrect. And then here we have 3 beats. Here's beat number 1, here's beat number 2, and here's beat number 3. Now let's look at the correct example. So here we start with half a beat, and we have 1, and then we have another half. You can do that. That's okay, because these two together make up 1. So that's 2. Here's 3. Here's 4. Here's 1, 2. Here's 3. Here's 4. Here's 1. Here's 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 beats in each measure. Let's take a peek at measure math with 3, 4. So here we have 1 beat. Here we have 1 beat, 1 beat, 1 beat, 1 beat. That's 4 beats. It's too many. Top number of the time signature is 3, which means we can only possibly have 3 beats in every measure. Okay, here's beat 1, beat 2, beat 3, 4, beat 5. Well, that's not right. Oh, gosh. All right, here's beat 1. Here's beat 2, and we have a tie connecting the 2 eighth notes together. That's a mess. All right. So here we have correct measure math for 3, 4. Yes, you can use a whole rest in any time signature, that's 4, 4, 3, 4, and 2, 4, to show a complete measure of silence. Here's 3 beats. Beat 1, beat 2, beat 3. Very good. Beat 1, beat 2, beat 3. Okay, and again here's half. Here's half. These together equal 1. Then we have 2, and then 3. And it is okay, this rhythmic figure right here, it is okay to do eighth rest, quarter note, eighth rest. You're allowed to break the halves up within your measures. That's fine to do. You just need to make sure you come out the other end with 3 full beats if you're in 3, 4, 4 full beats if you're in 4, 4, 2 full beats if you are in 2, 4. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to break down when it's the right time to use single eighth notes versus when it's the right time to use double and quadruple eighth notes. So you can, C-A-N, can use single eighth notes in all time signatures. But here's the thing. Only one single eighth note can be used in a beat. If there are 2 single eighth notes in the same beat, you got to connect them with the beam. Single eighth notes can be written on all beat divisions, which means in 4/4 you could write an eighth note on 1, 2, 3, 4, or the end of 1, the end of 2, the end of 3, the end of 4. In 3/4 you could write a single eighth note on 1, 2, or 3, or the end of 1, the end of 2, the end of 3. In 2/4 you could write a single eighth note on 1 or 2, and the end of 1 and the end of 2. So let's explore some incorrect and correct examples in 4/4, 3/4, and in 2/4 for writing single eighth notes. Okay, so this is incorrect because this is beat 1 right here. Whenever we have a beat where there's 2 single eighth notes, they should actually be connected with a beam, as you can see down here. Everything else for that measure is correct. Next measure, measure 2, is correct. And again, you can see here 2 single-eighth notes within a beat. They should really be double. 2 single-eighth notes within a beat should be a double. 2 single-eighth notes within a beat should be a double. So just watch out for whenever you have a beat, because this is beat 2 right here. This is beat 1. This is beat 3. That within the one and of the beat, whenever you have 2/8 notes within a beat, you're always connecting them with a beam. All right, let's check out the example in 3/4. Sure enough, on beat 1, this right here is a beat. These should be connected as they are in the correct example. Beat 3, these should be connected as they are in the correct example. 4/8 notes in a row. Remember, the only time we're ever going to use quadruple eighth notes is in the time signature of 4/4. The time signature in here is 3/4, which means we're going to group these into 2 doubles. Then here, double, double. There you go. Just like the correct example. And here, yes, we have 3/8 notes in a row. So how do we know out of these 3 which we're going to connect? We're going to connect the ones that are within the beat. So if you think about it, we have 1 and 2 and the 1 and this is the beat. And that's why those 2 get connected. And we leave this one as a single eighth note. Let's look at this next example in 2/4. All right. So the first measure is correct. Second measure, things start to get interesting. So this right here is beat 2. So really these should be beamed together, just like that. And then here, in the next measure, this is beat 1. 1 and. So they should be beamed together as they are in the correct example. And then here in the final measure, we have again 4 single eighth notes in a row. Now, should we make this a quadruple eighth note or 2 double? We should make it 2 double. Why? Because the time signature is 2/4, and the only time signature, my iPad almost just fell over. The only time signature that we use quadruple eighth notes in is in the time signature of 4/4. So because it's 2/4, we're going to have this divide between beats 1 and beats 2. Okay, I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to do a complete wrap-up and review of how to write music, including eighth notes, eighth rests, in 4/4, 3/4, and 2/4. I'll see you there. Here is a summary of everything you have learned so far and how to use it to write original rhythmic compositions. So every measure in 4/4 must add up to 4. Notes and beams cannot cross the measure lines. That's what ties are for. Whole notes can only be written on beat 1. Half notes can be written on beats 1, 2, and 3. Quarter notes can be written on beats 1, 2, 3, and 4. Single eighth notes can be written on all beats and beat divisions. That's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Groups of 2 or double eighth notes can be written on beats 1, 2, 3, and 4. Groups of 4 or quadruple eighth notes can be written on beats 1 and 3. You set up a line of music for yourself with a time signature in 4/4, and then you write 4 beats worth of notes in every measure, including rests. In 3/4, every measure must add up to 3. Notes and beams cannot cross measure lines. That's what ties are for. A whole note cannot be written in 3/4 because a whole note gets 4 beats, 4 counts, and 3/4 can only hold 3 beats or 3 counts. Half notes can be written on beats 1 and 2. Quarter notes can be written on beats 1, 2, and 3. Single eighth notes can be written on all beats and all beat divisions. That's 1 and 2 and 3 and. Groups of 2 or double eighth notes can be written on beats 1, 2, and 3. Groups of 4/8 notes or quadruple eighth notes cannot be written in 3/4. So you set up a line of music for yourself in 3/4. Make sure you have 3 beats worth of notes or rests. We'll talk about rests a little bit more in the next lesson in every measure. And in 2/4, every measure must add up to 2 beats. Notes and beams cannot cross measure lines. A whole note cannot be written in 2/4 because a whole note gets 4 beats or 4 counts, and each measure of 2/4 can only hold 2 beats or 2 counts worth of rhythmic content. A dotted half note cannot be written in 2/4. This is because the dotted half note gets 3 beats, and each measure of 2/4 can only hold 2 beats in total. Half notes can be written on beat 1. Quarter notes can be written on beats 1 and 2, and single eighth notes can be written on all beats in beat division, that's 1 and 2 and. Groups of 2 or double eighth notes can be written on beats 1 and 2, and you cannot write groups of 4/8 notes. That is only for 4/4. So you set up a line for music self with a time signature in 2/4, and you go ahead and write your original rhythmic composition. And then just for review, we have this down at the bottom of the page so you can review and just double check everything you have. So 4 beats, 4 counts, 3 beats, 3 counts, 2 beats, 2 counts, 1 beat, 1 count, half a beat, half a count. And I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to do a deep dive into rests and how to incorporate those into your rhythmic compositions. I'll see you there. So it's fun to write rhythmic compositions with notes, especially when you have the addition of eighth notes into the mix. But here's the thing. It's a lot more fun when you can use rests, because the number of combinations and permutations and possibilities that open up to you once you bring eighth notes and eighth rests into the picture is like huge, 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 huge. So here's some rest rules. A rest starting on a strong beat can last into a weak beat. A rest starting on a weak beat cannot last into a strong beat. Use separate rests. Whenever possible, you're going to combine smaller rests into larger rests, as long as this does not break rules 1 or rule 2. A whole rest shows a measure of silence in all time signatures, and you're going to write a whole rest at the beginning of the measure over beat 1 and 4/4, but in 4/4, but in the time signatures of 2/4 and 3/4, where the whole rest is not taking up 4 beats or 4 counts. It's really just showing us that we're taking up an entire measure of silence. You're actually going to write the whole rest in the middle of the measure. Now, if you happen to be colorblind, I'm going to be breaking down some things along the way for you as well. For everyone else who can see colors clearly, we're going to rock and roll. So you're going to memorize the colors of which type of beats and different notations can be written on. So we have strongest, strong, weak, weakest, and division. Now, to use this system, if you happen to be colorblind, is everything is always going to be in the same place. So the strongest beats are always going to be first. So this here, this here, this here, this here, this, 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 this. Whenever you have that first dot, means it's always going to be the strongest beat. If you have a second dot, it always means it's going to be the strong beat. Third dot means it's going to be weak. Fourth dot means it's going to be weakest. Fifth dot means it's going to be beat division. And that's going to apply to everything. Oh, with the exception of the half note here, but we'll fix that. So really this half note circle here should be over by 1. Because the dotted half note can go on the strongest or the weak beat. Not the strongest and the strong. So what you have here is like a cheat code for using notes in the correct places. Some things to update you on from level 1 is notice for the quarter note can actually be written on beat divisions. We saw that playing out a couple pages ago, where we have 1 and 2 and. So you can see that the quarter note can actually start on the and of 1. It can also start on the and of 3 if we're in 4/4, as it does right here. So we have 3 and 4 and. So you can kind of chop the measure up a little bit and add the quarter note onto the ands of either 1 or 3. The reason why you can't put it on the end of 4 is because that would last into the next measure. The reason you can't put it on the end of 2 is because that would break the invisible divide between beats 2 and 3 in 4/4. As we've talked about, the 8th note and the 8th rest can go on any beat or beat division. In the next lesson, we're going to do a deeper dive into some correct and incorrect examples using all of these new rules and these new notes. I will see you there. In this lesson, we're going to look at some incorrect and correct examples using notes and rests. So let's get started. Let's look at our incorrect example first. Okay, so 1 and, that looks good. 2 looks good. Ooh, and 3. Okay, so here's our problem, is that we have this invisible divide between beats 2 and 3. And right now, this quarter rest, which is worth 1 and, starting on an and, is actually going all the way through to here. Now we cannot cross the invisible divide between beats 2 and 3. It is a-okay to have this quarter note starting on an and it's a-okay to have this here. This is good. This is good. So that's our one problem here. So to fix that, what you can do is you're going to break the quarter rest up into 2/8 rests so we keep our divide between beats 2 and 3. Next thing for us to look at. Again, this is in 4/4. And what we can see just starting off, okay, this is no good. 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is the only problem here. And this is a problem because whenever we have two rests next to each other, we should always combine them whenever possible. So instead of having 2/8 rests next to each other, there's no good reason to have those 2/8 rests next to each other, because really all we're saying is we want 1 and to be silent, right? We want that to be shh. So instead, let's just write a quarter rest. That's all you got to do. So what happens a lot of times is you learn a new thing about how to write music, like 8th rests, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I should use 8th rests everywhere. It's like, yeah, no, not quite. You learned a lot in level 1, and you can use that a lot of the time. All right, let's look at the next incorrect to correct example. Okay. And 4. Okay. So right here, this is fine. Beat 1 is fine. The and of 1 is also fine. Here's the problem. The problem is, on the and of 2, we have a quarter note. Now this quarter note wants to last all the way into beat 3. But because we're in 4/4, there's an invisible divide between beats 2 and 3 that only the whole note, the whole rest, half note, dotted half note can cross. So what you need to do in this case is break the quarter note up into 2/8 notes and tie them together. Yes, you can tie 8th notes, and in the same way you could tie a quarter note to a half note or a quarter note to a whole note. You add the 8th note to the 8th note, which increases the amount of time the 8th note sounds. So basically what you have here is you have the same duration as a quarter note. An 8th note tied to an 8th note, that's 2/8 notes. And we know there's 2/8 notes in every quarter note, right? So if we tie 2/8 notes together, that gets you the same duration as a quarter note. Everything else is fine. It's a-okay to have quarter notes starting on divisions as long as they don't cross the divide. Let's look at this example in 2/4. A quarter note can, C-A-N, can, cross the divide between beats 1 and 2 in 2/4. So if you think about it, between beats 2 and 3 and 4/4, we sort of have this magical, mysterious divide. We don't really have the same thing in 2/4. Because it's a much shorter measure, we don't need to break it up into two parts. So, yes, writing essentially what we want here, right, is we want sound that lasts to here, and then more sound. That's basically what we're trying to have happen. Now the correct way of expressing this would be sound that lasts through here, sound. And that's because you can, C-A-N, can, write quarter notes on the ands. You can write the quarter notes on the upbeats. You can write quarter notes on the offbeats, however you would like to express it. So now let's check out this example in 3/4. Ooh, this is going to be fun and interesting. Okay, so this is a problem, this is a problem, and this is also a problem. Let me explain to you why. So we talked about how whenever you have a single 8th note or two single 8th notes that are within the same beat, you're going to beam them together. We also talked about how you're not going to beam between beats. So if you start on an and, you're not going to beam to the next beat. You're always going to keep your beams within beats, or if you're in 4/4, within 2 beats, but that's only ever if you have 4/8 notes starting on 1, going through the and of 2, or starting on beat 3, going through the and of 4. So really, let's break this down and see what we want. So what we want is silence, sound, 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 sound. Okay, so we want silence, sound, 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 sound. We want 5 sounds in a row with 1/8 note worth of silence in the front. So the correct way of beaming this is to keep the beams within the beats. So we have silence, sound, 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 but here's the thing, these are beamed together. Take a moment and look over that incorrect and correct example. I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to look at some more composition ideas, now using 8th notes and 8th rests. I'll see you there. In this lesson, we're going to explore some composition ideas. Now, the reason why we call these composition ideas is because once you get a feel for how to think in this way, you can come up with a lot more combinations than you might otherwise. And the whole thing about making compositions is you want to do something original. You want to do something that not everyone else has done. You want to do something for you that you want to create. And even if you can, just within rhythm, create something that's original, that's an amazing start. Then all you do is you add some notes to that. And if you have a good rhythm, that's the best foundation for a phenomenal composition. A lot of times people get caught up in the idea of notes and the idea of melody, and that is so important, don't get me wrong. But if you listen to some of the best songwriters of all time and the most catchy songs, and you take the notes away, you just listen to the rhythm, oh my gosh, the rhythm's amazing. So let's look at these. These are basically different combinations of rhythms. So what we've done here in this first line is taken all 8th notes, so basically put a measure full of 8th notes, and then what we're doing is we're moving the placement of one single 8th rest to create 8 different measures. So look at this. We have an 8th rest on 1, an 8th rest on the and of 1, 8th rest on 2, and of 2, 3, and of 3, 4, and of 4. Now once you start thinking this way, because again, this is just one page of examples, and the number of combinations you can come up with are like infinite. But once you start thinking this way of, okay, I have all these tools. What happens when I just change one piece? What happens when I just change out one thing from all of this? That's when you're going to start to come up with so many more combinations, and that's creativity. A lot of people think creativity has to be this inspiration thing. No. People who are professional creatives will use tricks like this to come up with all the different possibilities and combinations, and then you pick from those combinations the things that sound good, and this is actually a hack to get yourself inspired even when you are not feeling inspired. So let's take a look at another combination. So one quarter note being moved around with 8th notes. So we have a quarter note on 1, quarter note on the and of 1, quarter note on 2, not on the and of 2, because that would break the divide between beats 2 and 3 and 4, 4. You could, as always, tie an 8th note from the and of 2 to 3 to get a quarter note's worth of time of sound. We have a quarter note on 3, quarter note on the and of 3, quarter note on 4, and obviously not on the and of 4 because that would last into the next measure. Let's take a look at a couple more combinations here. So how about one beat worth of rest and 8th notes in 3, 4? So we have 1 and, here is silent. And 2 is silent. 2 and is 3. The and of 2 to 3 is silent. 3 is silent. 1/8 rest and 8th notes in 2, 4. So 1/8 rest on 1, on the and of 1, on 2, on the and of 2. 1 beat of rest and 8th notes in 2, 4. So 1 and is silent. The and of 1 and 2 is silent. 2 and is silent. Let's look at one more. 1 beat of note, so like 1 beat of sound, and then rests in 4, 4. So we have 1 beat of sound, so that's 1 and. We have a beat of sound on the and of 1 to 2. We have 1 beat of sound on 2 and. We have 1 beat worth of sound on the and of 2 to 3. We have 1 beat worth of sound on 3. 1 beat worth of sound on the and of 3 to 4. 1 beat worth of sound on 4 to and. So what this page and what this lesson is really teaching you, it's how to think creatively. Because creatively is not just, oh, I'm inspired and I've got this message from the universe and I'm going to put it down. Because you don't get those every day. So sometimes to be creative means you write out all the different combinations of something and you're going to come up with something you wouldn't have thought of otherwise. Take that idea, run with it, create some really cool rhythmic compositions, and I'd love it if you tag me on social media anywhere, at Best Music Coach, at Music Expert Dan Spencer. Tag me, because I want to see the really cool and fun, awesome sounding rhythms that you come up with using these ideas. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk all about the dotted quarter note. So dotted notes, as you may recall from level 1, are worth 1.5 times the rhythmic value of the written note. So let's break that down. So the written note is a quarter note. We put a dot in front of it. That means it's worth half the value of a quarter note added to the quarter note. So a quarter note is worth 1 beat. So half of 1 beat would be, well, half a beat. So we add half a beat to 1 beat, we get 1.5 beats. So to write dotted quarter notes, all you got to do is write a quarter note and then write a dot. And here's the really cool thing about writing dotted notes is once you know how to write one dotted note, the dot rules apply to all the other notes. So you can take the same dot rules as for writing a dotted half note and apply them here, but we're going to review them just in case. So you're going to write the note, either stem up or stem down. Number 2 is you're going to write a small dot next to the note head. If the note head is in a space, you're going to write the dot in the same space as the note head. Right here. See that? Note head is in space 4, dot in space 4. If the note head is on a line, you're going to write the dot in the space above the line. Same thing for ledger lines. You're going to sort of pretend there are spaces and lines there, right, with those ledger lines. So you can see here that, sure enough, we have an A note, essentially, on the first ledger line up here, and that this dot is basically in what would be the space. And this dot right here is in the space between line 1 of the staff and the first ledger line. And then if we have a ledger line note that's in a space, and again, this doesn't look like it's in a space, right? But if we imagine the next ledger line here and here, these notes really are in spaces. So you just write the dot next to the note head. So the only time you really need to think about it is when you're on a line. Otherwise, whenever you're on a space, just write the dot next to the note head. Let's talk about how to use a dotted quarter note in measures. So dotted quarter notes cannot cross the division between beats 2 and 3 and 4, 4. Now, just like quarter notes, dotted quarter notes can start on a beat division. They can start on an and, they can start on an upbeat, they can start on an offbeat, however you would like to say it, as long as it does not break rule number 1. And sure enough, you can see here that dotted quarter notes can go on strongest, strong, weak, and divisions. The reason why they cannot go on weakest beats is because the weakest beats are always at the end of the measure, and weakest beats are only worth 1 beat, and the dotted quarter note is worth 1.5 beats, which means it would extend into the next measure. So if you want to have a quarter note that sounds 1/2 of a beat into the next measure, you should tie a quarter note to an 1/8 note. Let's look at some examples. Okay, so right here, this is incorrect because we have this dotted quarter note here that's trying to last all the way through beat 3. Really the correct way of doing this, because look, what do we want here essentially? We want 1 and 2. We want 3 halves of a beat or 1.5 beats worth of sound. That's what we're looking to have here. So the correct way to get 1.5 beats worth of sound is to actually tie the quarter note over to an 1/8 note so we can clearly see that divide between beats 2 and 3 when we are in 4/4 And in 3/4 and 2/4, you really don't need to worry about showing that divide between beats. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be clapping or tawing. Examples 21 and 22, I'm going to be tawing. Please feel free to taw or clap. Here we go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and ta 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 ta. Okay, now let's check out the next one. It's example 22. This one's going to be in 3. 1 and 2 and 3 and ta 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 ta. There we go. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to explore your very first, wait for it, double dotted note. So, as we know, dotted notes is you take the written note value and you add half the written note value to that note. Now, what happens when we have 2 dots? The first dot, sure enough, is half the written note value. The second dot is adding 1/4 of the written note value to the note. So, a double dotted note is worth 1 3/4 as long as the written note's value. So, in this example right here, we have a half note. So a half note is worth 2 beats. Now that first dot there, that's going to be half of 2, which is 1. So 2 plus 1 equals 3. Now this second dot here, that's going to be worth half of 1 or 1/4 of 2, which is a half. So we have 2 beats for the half note. We have 1 beat for the first dot, and then we have half a beat for the second dot. That gets us a total of 3.5 beats. So what that means is that this double dotted half note is going to last all the way from 1 through 4, but it's going to end before the end of 4. So it almost gets you a full measure, but not quite. It leaves 1/8 note's worth of time at the end of the measure. So there are times in history where double dotted notes were more popular than others. There's also something for you to consider, and that is the level of the musicians reading your music. So do they know how double dots work? Because not all musicians do. Think about it. You're at level 2. How many people make it to level 2 who never pick up a music theory book? Like, what if someone never picked up a music theory book and they don't understand how music works, but they understand how to read like level 1 stuff? This is how you could kind of get them to understand a double dotted half note without having it be double dotted, right? Because we have the 3 beats of the dotted half note over to the 1/2 of a beat here on 4 tied. So technically this is incorrect. But if you're really working with someone whose reading level is not very high, or they don't understand a lot about music theory, you might need to write music like this for them. But again, that's only if you're writing music for someone else, because now you understand how double dotted notes work, specifically double dotted half notes. So double dotted half note rules, you're really only ever going to write them in 4/4 for now, because if you think about it, in 3/4, there's 3 beats in the measure, and this is worth 3.5 beats, which means 3/4 cannot hold it. It cannot contain the double dotted half note. Double dotted half note really can only be used in 4/4. And just like how the half note can cross the divide between beats 2 and 3 and 4/4. The double dotted half note is the same. So really, there's only one place you can write a double dotted half note in 4/4, and that's going to be on beat 1, on the strongest beat. That being said, we're going to end this lesson here and come back in the next lesson for tying the double dotted half notes. I will see you there. In this lesson, we're going to be tying example 23 with double dotted half notes. Just a quick reminder, the quick hack to think about double dotted half notes is that there's just 1/8 note left over at the end of the measure. So it's either going to be an 1/8 note or an 1/8 rest. Let's do this thing. Time signature is 4/4. Give it a count in. Here we go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and ta 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 ta. There you go. Now you can use double dotted half notes in your compositions, and let's hope anyone you're writing your composition for knows how double dotted half notes work. Otherwise you'll have a little explaining to do, but now you understand how it all works, so you can explain it to them. I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to explore our first dotted rest. I'll see you there. In this lesson, you're going to learn all about your first dotted rest, a dotted quarter rest. So dotted quarter rests work just like dotted quarter notes. And the dots for rests work just like the dots for notes. So a dot means you take half of the written value of whatever's there and you add it to itself. So in this case, it's going to be worth 1.5 times a quarter rest. So a quarter rest equals 1 beat worth of time equals 1. Half of 1 is 1/2, so the dot is going to equal 1/2, which means the dotted quarter rest is worth 1 and 1/2 beats, just like the dotted quarter note. Now to write a dotted quarter rest, first you write a quarter rest, and then you add a dot in space 3. I won't walk you through how to write quarter rests because we did all of that in level 1. Now, to write dotted quarter rests in measures is pretty interesting because dotted quarter rests can only start on a downbeat. They cannot start on an and. So in the same way that in our rest rules, a rest cannot start on a weak beat and then continue on into a strong beat, a rest cannot start on a beat division and then carry on to a downbeat. Dotted quarter rests cannot cross the divide between beats 2 and 3 and 4/4, and you cannot use dotted quarter rests in the time signature of 2/4. So the way this shakes out is that a dotted quarter rest can be written on beat 1 in 4/4 and in 3/4. It can be written on beat 2 and 3/4 but not in 4/4, because if we write a dotted quarter rest on beat 2 in 4/4, that's going to cross our invisible divide between beats 2 and 3. It can also be written on beat 3 in 4/4. So if we think about this and we break this down, really this is what we're saying. We're saying beat 1 of 3/4 and 4/4. When we say strongest, what we mean is beat 3 of 4/4. And when we say weak, we mean beat 2 of 3/4. That's where you can use a dotted quarter rest. And when you use a dotted quarter rest, essentially what you're saying is you want 1.5 beats worth of silence all in a row. I will see you in the next lesson where we clap and ta through dotted quarter rests. I'll see you there. In this lesson, we're going to be tying example 24, clap or ta dotted quarter rest. Now, obviously, we're not going to actually clap or ta the dotted quarter rests, but I think you get the idea. We're going to be skipping dotted quarter rests in our tying or our clapping. I'm going to be tying. Here we go. 4/4, count in 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and ta, 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 ta. So from now on, you can use dotted quarter rests in your compositions. Now, an interesting little point is that dotted whole notes and dotted half notes, you're never going to see them in simple meters, which is interesting because a lot of times, and this is kind of out of fashion, but you may see this at some point in your musical journey. So I want to give you a heads up for this. You may see in the time signature of 3/4 that somebody will write a dotted half rest. And think about it. What are they trying to say? They're trying to say, well, a half rest gets 2 beats worth of silence. The dot means you add half of 2 to itself. Half of 2 is 1. So 2 plus 1 equals 3. So what they're doing here, it's interesting because it's technically correct in the sense that they're showing you that there's 3 beats of silence. But here's the thing. Whenever we're in 3/4, we're not going to use dotted half rests to show a measure of silence. We're going to use whole rests to show a full measure of silence in 3/4. So a quick little note there, just in case you spot that out in the wild along your music journey. There's a reason why someone's putting that there, and it's because they're just thinking in terms of literal beat units and saying, okay, we're in 3/4, it's going to put a dotted half. But no, we do not use dotted half rests in 3/4. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn about an anacrusis. 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 Anacrusis is more commonly called a pickup measure or a pickup bar or just a pickup. It's an incomplete measure at the beginning of a piece of music with fewer beats than the time signature indicates. Sometimes the remainder of the incomplete measure is found at the end of the piece of music or song. So what we're going to do, we're going to jump straight into tying so you can understand how these pickup measures work, how these anacrusis measures work. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to perform a count-in measure, perform a second count-in measure, and then in that second count-in measure, start clapping or tying. So that's going to sound like this. I'm going to ta. So I'm just going to go one at a time, and I'll do a little break in between each example. So I'm going to start up here. So here's my first count-in measure. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and second 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Ta-ta. So you see how I did 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and then I start on the and with a ta. So that's how this works. It's like we're starting early, but we're going to give ourselves a whole extra count-in measure to make sure we know exactly where we're starting and where everything is. Okay, so here we go. 4/4, 2 count-in measures. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and ta ta. All right, so I did 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and ta. Start on 4. So in the wild, out in the universe, you're not always going to have the count written below the measure. So you're just going to have to look at that count and think about, okay, what's the time signature? The time signature is 4/4. There's 1 quarter note. If we think about there being 4 beats in the measure, what beat would the last quarter note land on? It's beat 4. Okay, here's an interesting one. A dotted quarter note to a whole note. All right, so I'm doing this one now. One and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. Ta ta. There you go. So 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and for the count-in. 1 and 2 and 3. Ta. starting on the and of 3. Let's check out this next one. One and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and ta ta. There you go. So 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and ta, starting on 3. Okay, let's check out this next one. Goodness, this is starting to get even more complex. Here we go. We're right here. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 ta ta. So 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 ta. Let's check out this last one. Here we go, the last one. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and ta ta. So 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and ta. Anacrusis, pick up, measure. We're going to do a couple more tas examples in the next lesson, and then we're going to look at how to actually use these when you're writing by hand, and also talk a little bit about how to create these when you're writing with a computer. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to ta examples 26 and 27, but we're also going to learn an extra thing. There's a bonus lesson hidden in here. And that is, there's 2 ways of presenting an anacrusis. You can, number 1, have an anacrusis at the start of your piece of music, like we have right here, and then at the end you have a full measure with all the beats that the time signature shows. So the time signature here is 4/4. We have a full measure here, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So you can start with an anacrusis and have a complete measure at the end. The other way of doing an anacrusis is you have an incomplete measure at the beginning, and then you subtract however many beats you put in that first anacrusis measure from the last measure. So we can see here, the first measure, we have 3/8 notes. That's and, 4, and. And we can see in this last measure, we only have 1 and 2 and 3, and that's because the and, 4 and 4 and from here is actually all the way over here at the beginning. So neither way is right or wrong. They're just 2 different ways of presenting an anacrusis. I will say this way, where you have the incomplete measure at the end, is more common in classical music and older genres, and the full measure at the end is something you're going to spot a lot more in modern music. All that being said, let's get rocking and rolling with some tying. Here we go. 26. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 ta 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 ta. Okay. Now let's do additional aardvark anacrusis antics, actuating all accounts and alliterating, also known as example 27. Here we go. 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3. Ta 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 ta. That's it. You end on 3. There's no and for it. The piece ends on 3, and that's one of the delightfully delicious things about this second way of using an anacrusis. You actually get 2 incomplete measures, and it's all correct. It's all cool. You can do it. I will see you in the next lesson, where we're going to walk through how to actually write out music when you want to use an anacrusis. I'll see you there. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how to write an anacrusis. Now, an anacrusis can be used in any length of music composition or song let's talk about how to do anacrusis type 1. So in type 1, we are really going to have that complete measure at the end. So type 1 anacrusis, we have an incomplete measure at the start, but we have a complete measure at the end. Whereas type 2 is we're going to have an incomplete measure at the beginning and an incomplete measure at the end. So type 1. Basically what you need to do is you need to leave yourself a little bit of extra space. This is the one thing, and again, this is if you're writing by hand. You need to leave yourself a little extra space on your first line of staff, however many lines of staff you're using, so that you can add in your extra notes for your anacrusis. So on the top line of staff, you'll divide the staff in half with a single bar line. Boom, that's right here. But place the bar line a little to the right. As you can see, this one right here is evenly dividing the staff in half, but we're going to shift over to the right just a little bit. Then you're going to divide the first line of staff into quarters with 2 more bar lines. That would be this here and this here. Now you're going to leave a little extra space here because you need to write the clef, the time signature, key signature even, and then also the notes for the anacrusis. So we want to leave plenty of space on the first line where the first measure would be. We're going to give it about 1.5 measures worth of space. We're going to write an extra bar line in step 2. You can see here we're going to write an extra bar line. Here's the extra bar line. So notice we have 1, 2, 3, 4 bar lines, 5 because this is ending the measure, as opposed to the typical 1, 2, 3 that you would have dividing. Obviously, you're going to add your clef and your time signature. Add your clef to all lines of music, as always. Clef to both lines. And then your second line, third line, fourth line, however many lines you have after the first line, they can all be sort of regular lines of music. I don't want to make anacrusis lines sound like bad or less than, but these are sort of regular lines of music that you've been learning to write throughout level 1 and probably using in level 2 as well. Obviously, you're also going to add your final bar line at the end. Last thing to do is to write your composition. Now, when you're using anacrusis type 1, it doesn't matter how many notes or how much value you have in the anacrusis, in the pickup measure, because you're going to have a complete measure at the end. So you really don't need to worry about it, because you don't need to think about the math of how you're going to end your piece of music for that incomplete measure. So in this example here, sure, I have an 1/8 note. You can put a quarter note, half note, whatever you want, and you can refer back to our tying examples for ideas of how you can actually start a piece. Now, in the tying examples, all those examples were showing you different lengths and durations of notes, but just like additional aardvark, anacrusis, antics, actuating all accounts, and alliterating, you can have different notes start your anacrusis off. It doesn't have to just be one long note. You can put a bunch of different notes in there. And then obviously once you look at bringing pitch and you put a treble clef into the mix, you can make that part of your melody. So there you go. That's anacrusis type 1. For anacrusis type 2, you're going to follow the same exact steps as anacrusis type 1. You leave yourself extra space on the first line. You set up your second, third, fourth, however many lines afterwards, just as you would normally. The difference is you're going to take whatever the note duration is here in the first line and subtract it from your final measure. So here in the anacrusis, we have a note value of 1/8 note. So we're going to subtract 1/8 notes worth of value from the final measure, which conveniently is going to allow us to write a double dotted half note to end it out. Now, if you're writing an anacrusis with software, each software has a little bit of a different way of making it happen. So I do recommend, whatever your type of software is, Google how to make a pickup bar, or how to make an anacrusis, or how to make an incomplete measure with, and then put the name of your software, Sibelius, MuseScore, Finale, Noteflight, whatever it is you're using. And then you'll see how to do that incomplete measure. And then also, you're going to need to add an incomplete measure at the end if you are writing an anacrusis type 2, where you subtract the amount of notes or the note values from the anacrusis from that final measure. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to review ties. So to be clear, tied notes combine the rhythmic value of two or more notes together in the same measure. They can combine the rhythmic value of two or more notes in connecting measures. And they can combine the rhythmic value of two or more notes from one line of staff to another line of staff. You're only ever going to connect notes that are the same pitch class in the same octave register with ties. So you're going to write the notes on the same line or space of the staff, and then you connect them with the tie. If they're stemmed down, the tie is going to arch over. If they're stemmed up, the tie is going to arch under. Here's just some examples of tie math. This is just a quick review from level 1. So a chord note plus a chord note would equal 2 beats. A chord note tied to a half note would equal 3. For example, over here, a dotted half note tied to a chord note would equal 4 beats. A chord note tied to a whole note would equal 5 beats. Half note tied to a whole note would equal 6 beats, and so on. Now let's review tie rules, because we have a lot of new notes, which is why I really think it's important to review ties, is because the tie rules can get a little funky when you're looking at all the different types of eighth notes, double eighth notes, quadruple eighth notes, the single eighth notes, and then also bringing in things like the dotted quarter note and the double dotted half note. So you're going to use ties to connect notes only when the option of placing a regular note with a larger rhythmic value is impossible. This means if you can use a dotted note instead of a tied note, you should do it. Ties cannot skip over rests or other notes, and ties for note heads on or above the middle line arch over, and ties for note heads below the middle line arch under. All that being said, let's ta some ties. As an example, here we go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and ta, 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 ta. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn about a fun little thing called measure repeat signs. So measure repeat signs are used for measures that repeat immediately and are repetitive and simple. Now, measure repeat signs are not super common. I maybe throughout my entire career have seen them maybe 30, 40 times. When you think about how many pieces of music I've played and how many pieces of music I've looked at, it's not that many. So you'll know what these are. You can use them if you want, but this lesson really is more just so you understand what these symbols are, what these marks are, so that if you see them, you know what to do. But I would not plan on using these a whole bunch in your compositions. I would also not plan on seeing these a whole bunch in any music you're going to play for the rest of your music career. Now, I do recommend for sure checking out the book examples 29, 30, and then we're going to clap and ta 31 together. So this right here, it kind of looks like a percent sign. This is a one measure repeat. So it means repeat everything that happened in the measure before it. This includes, and is not limited to, chords, notes, rhythms, and rests. So we can see here that we have, sure, a half note getting 1 and 2, and then a half rest. And then we have this repeat sign here, which means we're going to do all of this again here. Same thing here. This right here means we're going to play all of this again here. There's one more way of expressing a measure repeat sign, and that is with a 2 measure repeat sign, in which case it looks a little less like a percentage sign, because we're actually going to add an extra line there that's tilted up and to the right. Now, when we have a 2 measure repeat sign, it means you're going to repeat everything from the last 2 measures, including but not limited to chords, notes, rhythms, and rests. So what this means is we're going to take all of this and just do it again. An oldie and a goodie. Blackjack by Steely Dan. Do it again. And that's it. Just going to do it again. Wheels turning, round and round. So, that's pretty much it for measure and 2 measure repeat signs. I'm going to show you an example with clapping or tying. I encourage you to clap and tie through this. Honestly, realistically, this, even here, what you're seeing up here in these examples, is generally more complex than what people will use measure repeat signs for. And this example down here, this is a lot more like what someone would use measure repeat signs. So it's like really simple. It's just 8th notes. Like there's really nothing complex going on in this measure. Just quarter notes. Nothing complex going on here. Yeah. 2 whole notes. Nothing very complex. Repeat it. But like I said, it's not terribly common. Let's ta through this measure repeat sign example here. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and ta 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 There you go. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about multiple repeat signs. In level 1, we learned that you can put a measure repeat sign at the end of a piece, in the middle of a piece, to get someone to repeat a part of the piece one time or more times. What we're going to explore today is how you can add even more repeat signs into the mix to get people to repeat even more parts of your music. So, what we have here is, let's zoom in and take a look at this, because it's probably the first time you've seen something like this. Look at that right there. It's like a mirrored repeat sign. There isn't just a repeat on one side, there's a repeat on the other. So how this works is that we'd go from here to here. Then we jump back, and then we do it again, because we're hitting this repeat sign. This repeat sign right here is bumping us. Boom, boom, boom. Then, because we have this other set of repeat signs, we're going to go boom, boom, boom. Again. So, basically what we're looking at here is that if you want to have more freedom with how you are making someone repeat your music, or how you're presenting your music with repeat signs, this is the way to do it. Let's break down one more example, because this one's a little crazy. Now, it's very rare to see something like 33 out in the wild, in the real world, with real music. I made this especially crazy for you, just to give you like a really, really wild example that's just absolutely nuts. But honestly, you will never see anything like 33 out in the real world. And if you do, please snap a photo and send it to me, because I would love that. We could turn it into a meme and it'll be hilarious, because all musicians everywhere will look at it and just go, that is ridiculous. So we start here and we go all the way through to our first repeat sign. This repeat sign bounces us back to right here, which then bounces us forward to our next repeat sign, which is going to be here. This repeat sign then bounces us back to measure 4. And so we do 4 again, we do 5 again, we go all the way through to the end of 7. This now bounces us back to here, and then we complete the piece of music. You will never see anything like this in real life. I just wanted to make this example super extra complicated, so that this is the most complicated repeat sign thing you ever see in your life, and everything from here is going to be so much easier now that you've had to deal with example 33. In the next lesson, we're going to break down how to write these multiple repeat signs. I'll see you there. In this lesson, we're going to break down how to write multiple repeat signs. So in level 1, we learned how to write just regular repeat signs. And so you're going to do it the same way. The one thing that changes is the back-to-back repeat signs. That's the one new thing we really need to take a look at. That's absolutely not in level 1 and is 100% level 2. So you're going to start by writing basically an end repeat sign. That's where the dots are to the left. Then what you're going to do is you're going to write a start repeat sign that shares that thick line with the end repeat sign. So if you think about it, look, we have 2 dots, thin line, thick line. Same thing, 2 dots, thin line, thick line. We don't need to write a second thick line. We write another thin line, another 2 dots. So that's the back-to-back repeat sign, which means someone goes from here, they repeat, then they go here, and then, there's going to be another repeat sign somewhere over here. So maybe it's here. That means they repeat this measure again too. So repeat signs replace bar lines and final bar lines. So you notice we're not actually writing a bar line here. Over the bar line, we're creating this entire back-to-back repeat sign. When a repeat starts at the beginning of a piece of music, do not place a start repeat sign. We talked about it a little bit in level 1. It is redundant to write a repeat sign here. You don't need it. You can leave this blank, because as soon as we hit this, we know we're going back to the beginning and then going forward. You can now experiment with multiple repeat signs in your compositions. Go have fun with it. Keep in mind, someone's going to have to read your music, so don't make your pieces of music look like 33. Again, 33 is just a really intense example to make it the most intense example you'll ever see, and everything else from 33 here on out is going to be a lot easier for like the rest of your life. So you can start using multiple repeat signs, play around, especially if you're using a notation software. Just experiment with how those repeat signs are going to bounce things around. Have fun with it. And I will see you in the next lesson, where we're going to talk about an even different way of making someone repeat content, but then change it right at the end. I'll see you there. In this lesson, you're going to learn all about first and second endings. First and second endings allow you to change what is written at the end of some music the second time it's performed after a repeat. So let's break this down. In this example here, in example 34, we start in measure 1. We go all the way through to where we hit this repeat sign. This repeat sign bounces us back to the beginning. Great. Then from the beginning, we're going to go all the way to measure 3. We're going to stop at measure 3 because we have this 1 right here. At this point, we're going to jump to the second repeat sign. So you skip everything that is underneath that first repeat sign. You skip it and you jump straight to the second ending. Let's look at the next example. So here we start in measure 1. Yep, we go through the entire first line. Second line, we go through the entire second line. Then we hit this repeat sign. This repeat sign bounces us back not to the beginning, but to our repeat sign here, our start repeat sign, which means we're going to go through measures 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But look out, because we have this first ending right here. We're going to stop right here, we're going to skip all this first ending. Everything that's under the first ending bracket, we're going to skip, and we jump straight to the second ending, at which point we complete our piece of music. So, in addition to using multiple repeat signs, you can now add in first and second endings if you want someone to play something, but do it slightly different the second time. This is a great way to end pieces of music because you could have something that doesn't feel quite finished the first time through with the repeat, but the second time through, you can sort of finish the idea and bring it back home. Like we talked about in level 1, it's very easy to end it on the chord that is the tonic of the key. So for example, if you had a chord progression you were using and you wanted to end it, but the last chord in the chord progression was not the chord that's built from the tonic of the key you're in, you could use a second ending. And in the second ending, you have that chord. So that's a way to bring things home. So here's an example of when you'd actually want to use a second ending to actually bring a song home. So let's look at this chord progression. We have A minor to G to F to G. No sharps, no flats in the key signature. We're in the key of A minor. So for Roman numerals, we have 1, flat 7, flat 6, flat 7. That's going to be our chord progression. We can see we repeat this. Now here's the thing. Because we're ending in measure 4 on this G, and we're never resolving, we're never going back home to this A minor, what we're going to do is in the second ending, we're going to take the same idea here of the F and the G from the first ending, we're going to cut them in half. So do half a measure of G, kind of half a measure of G, and then we resolve, we end on an A minor. So let's listen to this and see if you can hear what happens when we get to this A minor. It should feel like you're coming back home. You're arriving after a journey. Let's listen to it. Here we go. Okay, so that's why we'd want that second ending here. It's to really bring us home. Now, let's listen to what happens when we get rid of this. There's going to be no second ending. We're going to delete these measures. We're not going to have this first ending. Basically, what's going to happen now, this is just going to repeat, and then it's going to kind of just end on a G. See if you feel like this has a resolution, or if you feel like the story is finished on this. Ba 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 doesn't quite end in the same way as if we had that extra A minor at the very end. Now obviously you could also, you don't need to use a second ending, you could also just go ahead and after that repeat add in an A minor, and that would sound like this. That would still get you the same place, but you wouldn't be able to change what's happening before you get to that A minor. In the next lesson, we'll talk a little bit more about how to write first and second endings. I'll see you there. In this lesson, you're going to learn how to write first and second endings. So, first and second ending rules. You always skip the first ending measures after reading or performing it and go straight to the second ending. Rule number 2 is try to keep your ending brackets on the same line of music. You can see here, example 2, this first ending stretches all the way over here. It's okay, but it's not preferred. The first ending bracket is always closed. Closed bracket means it comes back down at the end of the second ending. Second ending brackets are placed above the first measure of the second ending only. So you see this second ending bracket right here, it doesn't continue on over the next measures. It ends after the first measure. The second ending bracket is always open if there are two or more measures. You can see we have measure 1 and measure 2 of the second ending, so we have an open bracket. See that? Open bracket means it doesn't come back down. And the second ending bracket is always closed if it's the final measure of the piece of music or the final measure of a section of music. That would look like this right there. See that closed second ending brackets? Because this right here, this is the end. So how to write first and second endings with closed brackets. You're going to pick a measure or the measures that will be your first ending. And then you set up your repeat signs. So your first ending is always going to end with a repeat sign. And then you write a closed bracket with a number 1 and a dot above the first ending measures. So see, we pick the repeat sign, and then we're going to have measures. We have measures 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we're going to have measures 2 and 3 be the measures for the first ending. So then above that, we write the bracket with the number 1 and the dot, closed bracket. And then the same idea, write a bracket above the second ending. Again, because it's the final measure, it's going to be closed with a number 2 and a dot. Just to be clear, that bracket, you're just doing this. Just like that. That's it. All you just write a 1 and a dot, or a 2 and a dot. Now for second endings with an open bracket, it all starts exactly the same. You set up your music. You figure out which measures you want for your first ending. You're going to put that repeat sign. You always need that repeat sign for your first ending. And then for your second ending, because there's going to be more than one measure, the bracket is going to be open. It's not going to come back down. And there you go. We have the end of our piece of music. Experiment with first and second endings. They're so much fun. Go write some music. Use your first and second ending. Do your workbook. And I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about other repeat marks. We have a whole bunch to learn. We're going to learn some Italian today. So get your, spaghetti ready, and we're going to rock and roll. So these repeat marks create even more options to repeat certain sections, measures, and create different endings in the music that you write, and then also that you understand and you read and you analyze. You can understand what's going on and how to actually follow the music. So we have a bunch of things here. We have signs. These are going to be what's actually written on the music. We have the words in Italian for the signs, and then the meaning of what on earth these words in Italian mean. So the sign of DC means da capo, which means repeat from the beginning. Capo, like cap, head. So repeat from the beginning or the head. The head of the piece of music is up at the top. The sign DS means dal segno, which means repeat back to the sign. Segno, like sign. We actually have segnos, and this is what a segno looks like. It's like an S with a slash and 2 dots. It's a funny looking thing, and that's a segno, which is the sign. Coda, C-O-D-A, coda. This is what a coda looks like. Kind of looks a little bit like crosshairs. Coda means you're going to skip to the ending. Coda is an ending. Fine, not fine. I know it's spelled F-I-N-E, which we normally say fine. We're going to say it differently in music. Again, because it's Italian, we're going to say fine. Fine is the end. Al means until. Al fine, until the end. Al coda, until the coda. Make sense? So we have DC, DS, segno, coda, fine, and al. Let's look at what on earth all these new signs in Italian words are going to do in the music. So, example 36, we have DC al fine, which means da capo al fine, or from the beginning to the end. So, we would read or clap the music through measure 5. Here's what's interesting. Even though there is a final bar line right here, because it's not at the end, we're going to ignore it the first time through. Seems kind of weird, huh? But it's true. So we're going to go from measure 1 all the way to the end. Now, at the end, you'll notice that there's a double bar line and we have writing below the staff that says D, C, Al fine. D, C means to the beginning. Al fine means to the end. So from the beginning to the end, which means we go back to the beginning of the piece of music and we go through to the end where the final bar line is. And importantly, the word fine is written. So whenever you see fine with a final bar line in the middle of a piece of music, you ignore it the first time because there's going to be something further on in that piece of music that's going to tell you, hey, you got to go back. And there's going to be a different way to end this piece of music. So that's D, C, Al fine. All right, let's talk about D, C, Al coda. Okay, first let's break down the name. D, C, da capo, the beginning. Al, to or until. Coda, the end, the coda. It's a different section. So we're going to go through, and the first time, just like we ignored that final bar line and the D, C, Al fine, we're going to ignore the first time where it says to coda. We're going to ignore it. So we're going to go all the way through to the double bar line, at which point we see the writing underneath the staff, and the writing underneath the staff says D, C, Al coda. D, C, to the beginning, Al coda, to the coda. So from the beginning to the coda. So D, C pops back to the beginning, and then we go to the coda. And you'll see here it says to coda, and it says it just before measure 3, which means we're going to stop at measure 3, and then we jump to this whole new measure of music that's out there by itself. This is called the coda. Now sometimes you will see the coda marked with that little crosshairs, or you will see it actually with the written word coda. So let's break that down one more time, because it's a little complex and it's a little weird, right? So we start at the beginning, we go through right here, and I see there's this empty space here. We're not going to go through the empty space. Now the writing says D, C, Al coda. D, C, to the beginning, Al coda. We go to the beginning, go to where it says to coda, then we jump to the coda, and that's the end of the piece of music. All right, we have two more. D, S, Al fine. Let's break down the name, and then let's break down the music. DS, dal segno. So from the sign, Al, to or until, fine, the end. So from the sign to the end. So what we do here is just like with the D, C, Al fine, we're going to ignore this final bar line here. So we go all the way through to the end. At the end, there's writing below the staff, and the writing below the staff says DS Al fine. So from the sign until the end. Let's look for where the sign is. Okay. So from the end, we're going to jump to the sign, not to the beginning, but to wherever the sign is in the piece of music, which happens to be measure 3. And then from the sign until the end, we go until it says fine, the final bar line. D, S, Al fine. Okay, D, S, Al coda. Let's break down the name, then let's break down the music. DS, from the sign, dal segno, Al coda, until or to the coda. So from the sign to the coda. We play through the music, or read through the music, or ta through the music, up to this double bar line here. And there's writing below the staff. What does the writing say? DS Al coda. So from the sign to the coda. We're going to jump to the sign, wherever the sign is in the music. In this case, the sign is over here. And then we read until it says, oh, to coda. So we're going to stop before measure 4. And then we jump all the way over to measure 5. Now, codas are a little complex. I'm going to break that down one more time. We start at the beginning. We go all the way to the double bar line here. We stop where there's this space. Now, sometimes the coda is going to be on a separate line of music or even a separate page of music. It says DS Al coda. So we find the sign. We go back to the sign. So instead of repeating back here, right? So it's sort of like we have a repeat sign here. Instead of a repeat sign, we jump back to where the sign is. And then we play until it says to coda, because remember down here, our mission was to go from the sign to the coda. So at this one it says to coda, so then we jump to the coda. I will see you in the next lesson where we talk about how to write all these awesome, fun repeat marks. See you there. In this lesson, we're going to talk all about how to write segnos, codas, and how to write these repeat marks actually in music. One thing to note is that sometimes in music, instead of saying to coda, you'll just have a coda sign. So sometimes you're just going to see this and then another coda sign here, and that means jump from the coda crosshair to the next coda crosshair. So to write a segno, you're going to write an S that is kind of tilted back. We write a line and 2 dots. To write a coda, you write the number 0 and then write a cross or a line or a crosshair, however you'd like to think about it. Now to actually write the DC, the DSL coda, the fine, all of these are always going to be written below the staff, directly below the measure. They apply to aligning with the end of the measure. And if you're using a computer, the computer's going to do all this automatically for you. The computer also can pop the writing above measures. I've seen computers do that as well. If that's the case, it's fine. Leave it alone. As long as the computer actually then, when you play back, follows the instructions of the DC, the DS, the alcoda, the fine, whatever's going on. In the measure where the DC or the DS takes place, you're always going to put a double bar line. So you can see DC al fine, it's aligned with the end of the measure. And at the end of the measure, there's a double bar line. DC al coda, aligned with the end of the measure, double bar line. DS al fine, aligned with the end of the measure, double bar line. DS al coda, aligned with the end of the measure, double bar line. The fine is going to use a final bar line that is not at the end of the music. See right here, fine. The final bar line for the fine is at the end of measure 2. And that's okay because we have the DC al fine. We know how this is going to work. And we stop here. The symbols for coda and segno are always written above the staff, directly above the bar line that they apply to. So if we want to repeat back to a segno, we're going to repeat back to this measure right here, right? Because it's saying we start here. If we're going to jump to a coda or start a coda, we're going to jump to a coda here before we get to this measure. And if we're starting a coda, what we're saying is that the coda starts here. The words to coda are treated like a symbol and are written above the staff, starting directly above the bar line for the measure to skip and jump to the coda. Sometimes the crosshair coda symbol is used instead of the words to coda. So let's look at that. So sometimes it says to coda, and that means we stop here and we jump to the coda. Or we can have the coda crosshairs, which means we stop here and then we jump to the coda. You can see these used interchangeably. Sometimes it'll say to coda, sometimes there's a crosshair here. Sometimes there's a crosshair here and it'll say coda. And whenever possible, you're going to put codas onto a new line of music or to a new page if it's easy for someone to read on a new page. If not, always try and keep your music on the same page. And you're going to put the coda on a whole new line of music. The reason why we don't have it on a new line of music here is because in a book, there's not space for absolutely everything, and I did not want this book to be 200 pages, and it's already getting close to there. Because then the book gets more expensive for you to buy, because it costs more to print, and I like to keep the costs at a good place. So, you can now use repeat marks in your compositions and songs. Have fun with these. They're a ton of fun to explore, and now whenever you come across these in the wild, you're going to know what to do with them. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk all about tempo marks. So these tempo marks are used in older styles of music. Oftentimes in modern music and in this book, you will just see the speed that the quarter note equals. That means that one click, one beat, one count per quarter note. So this is the modern way of doing things. You're going to see quarter note equals 100, which means, just like we've had throughout this book and previous books, if you've worked in any of the guitar, piano, any of our other books, we have this right here with this arrow and the 60, which means you set your metronome to 60. And you'll keep on seeing those. But what you're going to start seeing as well now, because you'll see them out in the real world as well, are tempo marks like this. So the quarter note equals 60, which means you set your metronome to 60, and that's the quarter note. And then you think of all other notes in relationship to that. Just like with time signatures, whatever the bottom note of the time signatures, we're going to compare all other notes to that. So what's really fun and interesting about tempo marks past just saying what the tempo is going to be, what the speed's going to be, is that tempo marks can actually show you how to play the music, like the emotional approach, like the idea, the intention behind the music. So for example, Marcia Moderato here, sure, it's between 83 to 85 BPM, but it means to play the music like a march. Things like vivace, right here. Vivace means lively. So sure, there is a speed component there, and when you play music fast, it does sound lively, but it's in addition to that. It's like for the person who's performing to actually try and add something to it, to add an inflection, a feeling into the performance. Now these can get very silly and also really fun too. So you'll notice perhaps on some of the lead sheets for level 2 from Best Music Coach where maybe there's a country song and it says, you know, quarter note equals 120, twang that thing, right? So you can have a lot of fun and make your own tempo mark. So you can say what speed the music should be, and after that you can write whatever you want. So for example, this phenomenal viola player, J.J. Johnson, he plays on a bunch of Broadway shows. He was on my podcast, and we were talking about his partner writes Broadway shows and wrote this amazing, fun sort of Christmas Broadway show where it was about Santa and his elves. And they got a bunch of, you know, the top Broadway singers to come play these parts. Like they got guys from Aladdin and everything, like top tier. And what was interesting is that one of the tempo marks, it was like quarter note equals 80, frantic like an elf running late, right? So that all the musicians would play the music and add a frantic feeling to it, in addition to all the notes and the rhythms and everything else that's a part of the music. So you can have a lot of fun with these and be as creative as you want. There's no right answer, there's no wrong answer for what direction to give the people playing your music or you playing your music or the intention of your music. Just have fun with these. Now, we're going to quickly read through these. So again, we have some Italian words. So we have larghissimo, which means very, very, very slow. 24 BPM and under. Very rare. You will most likely never see music at larghissimo in your life. Grave, or grave. Very slow, 25 to 45 BPM. You notice for these classical ones that we're reading out here in Italian, there's a range. There's no set speed. Largo, which means broadly. See? Broadly from 40 to 60, which is different from lento, 45 to 55. There is overlap between lento and largo, but largo means broadly. It means the musicians are going to play it broadly, whereas lento means the musicians are going to play it slowly, and the focus is slow. They want to emotionally translate slowly with the music as opposed to broadly with the music. Larghetto, somewhat broadly, 60 to 66 BPM. Adagio, at ease, 66 to 76. Adagietto, slower than andante, but slightly faster than adagio. So you will see these sometimes, and some of these are like, it's like, really, guys, do we really need adagietto? By the way, this is a shortened list. There's tons more of these that get even more like specific and nuanced. These are the main ones though. Andante, a walking pace. Now you see the tempo range for andante is 76 to 108 BPM. That's like over 30 beats per minute range. And 30 beats per minute, it's a big range. But andante is at a walking pace, and that's because, well, people walk at different speeds. So what are you going to do? Andantino, slightly faster than andante. But you can see that even here, the tempo range for andantino is very similar to andante. It just skews a little bit higher. Marcia moderato, moderately like a military march. Andante moderato between andante and moderato, which is going to be 92 to 98. By the way, I'm East Coast, so I say moderato, but it's moderato. Just to be clear, I'm doing that East Coast thing where we turn our T's into D's. So, moderato at a moderate speed, 98 to 112. Allegretto, or allegretto, moderately fast. Allegro moderato, close to but not quite allegro, really moderately allegro, 116 to 120. Allegro, fast and bright, 120 to 156. Vivace, lively, 156 to 176. Vivacissimo, very fast, very lively, 172 to 176. But you see, even there, vivacissimo is just taking the upper range of vivace, and it's specifying that you don't want the music to be closer to vivace, you want to be closer to the upper range of vivace. Allegrissimo or allegro vivace is very fast and very lively, 172 to 176. Again, it's basically saying the same thing as vivacissimo, which is why I did not put every single tempo mark in this book, because a lot of them become redundant and they're saying the same things. Presto, very, very fast, 168 to 200 beats per minute. And prestissimo, even faster than presto, like manic, like a little crazy, 200 beats per minute and above. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn all about a thing called dynamics. Now, dynamics are the way of describing variations in loudness. Loudness. Variation in loudness. Variations in loudness. The variations in loudness can take place over a large duration of time, like a piece of music, or a short duration of time from one note to the next. Musicians use dynamics to play louder and also more quiet. Another word to describe dynamics is volume. So when you say turn the volume up, what you really mean is crank those dynamics. So what we use to understand and see how loud music should be played are something called dynamic marks. Dynamic marks are terms and symbols used in music notation to show different levels of loudness. They show the transition from one level of loudness to the next. So we have 4 basic dynamic marks we're going to learn about here. There are more, but these are the core ones that are the most common, and we'll learn about more later on, level 3, level 4, things like that. All the dynamic mark terms we're going to use are going to be Italian words. Let's check out our first one. First is forte. Forte means loud. Forte, like playing piano, is my forte. Forte means you're good at it, you're strong at it. Strong, loud. Forte, loud. Mezzo forte. Now, mezzo is an interesting word. So in Italian, if you're doing so-so, like someone says, how are you doing today? And like you might be feeling a little under the weather, you could say mezzo, mezzo. Mezzo means sort of, like I'm okay. I'm so-so. And it's pretty much a direct translation. It's so-so. I'm doing so-so today. So when we use mezzo and forte, it means kinda forte, kinda loud, sorta loud. MF, mezzo forte, kinda loud. MP is mezzo piano, which means kinda quiet. Mezzo, sorta quiet. And piano is P, which means quiet. So we have piano, mezzo forte, forte. These are going to be our 4 levels of loudness. So there are 4 levels of loudness. You're always going to leave room to get louder. So even at forte, you want to leave room. Forte is not you just as loud as you possibly can. It's going to be loud, but you're still going to leave some room to get louder. Your piano is going to be quiet, but it's not going to be so quiet that's like the quietest thing you could possibly do. You're going to leave some room to get even quieter after piano. You're going to leave some room to get even louder after forte. And try to keep your interpretation of piano, mezzo forte, and forte consistent. So you don't want your forte to be here one day and then your forte to be here the next day. No. Your forte is always forte. One more note to talk about is the quiet dynamic is piano. And the instrument
is called piano. These have nothing to do with each other. Piano means like soft in Italian. And so here we are. We're going to be using the word piano to describe how loud we're playing, or clapping, or tying, and not actually the instrument. Let's do 41. 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and... Repeat sign. There you go. That's dynamics, piano to forte. Here is example 42. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn a little bit more about dynamic marks, their rules, how to use them, and see some examples of tying dynamic mark music. So, dynamic mark rules. Number 1 is that a dynamic mark affects all the notes that come after it. The only thing that can change a dynamic mark is another dynamic mark written after the first. So what that means is, if we have a piece of music like this right here, and we have piano, it means all notes that come after it are going to be piano until we get to the next dynamic mark right here, which is forte. And after that, all the notes after here are all going to be forte until we get to the next dynamic mark, which is piano, and so on. There's no limit to the number of dynamic marks that you can use in a piece of music. You can use however many dynamic marks you want. So with that being said, let's jump into 43 and ta some dynamic marks. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and ta 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 ta. There you go. Now let's look at ta dynamics 2. Now you can see we have quite a few more changes with quite a few dynamic marks. Now the only reason that the dynamic marks in clap or ta dynamics 2 are not directly below the first note they apply to is that there's counting numbers, clapping arrows, and tas. So instead of putting them all the way down here, I just stuck them up here a little off to the side. As you will see, the more complex the music gets, writing music out gets more and more imperfect as you make compromises between different things, because the goal really is for it to be clear. Okay, here we go. Notice we have our tempo mark as well, right here. We're going to be in 4/4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and ta 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 ta. There you go. I will see you in the next lesson where we wrap up dynamic marks with how to write dynamic marks. See you there. In the next lesson, we're going to explore some performance marks. These are not all the performance marks that exist, but these are just two of them. So these following performance marks will let you write and play music to get gradually louder and gradually more quiet between dynamic marks. So instead of there being like a shift in gears between one dynamic mark to the next, you'll be able to gradually get louder and gradually get more quiet. So let's look at our two performance marks. The first is called crescendo. This is when we get louder. The next one is called diminuendo. So crescendo, you gradually get louder, and diminuendo, you gradually get more quiet. You can kind of see, we're showing you quiet, loud, loud, quiet. The marks themselves kind of illustrate you getting quieter to louder and louder to quiet, because we start off with small space, get to a big space. Small space is quiet, big space is loud, big space is loud, small space is quiet. Now, these symbols are also called hairpins because they look like very old-fashioned hairpins. And yes, I had to Google to see what an old-fashioned hairpin looks like because I had no idea. So, how to pronounce these words, crescendo, diminuendo, again, with the Italian. Here we go. So crescendo is crescendo. Diminuendo is dim-in-u-n-do. Diminuendo. Diminuendo. Crescendo. It is technically correct to pronounce multiples of crescendo as crescendi and multiples of diminuendo as diminuendi. This is because in Italian, words that are plural usually end with an I, like spaghetto to spaghetti. Or if you have one person who wrote their name on a wall, it's graffito. If you have two people who wrote their name on the wall, it's graffiti. However, in common usage, you will hear people say crescendos and diminuendos instead of crescendi and diminuendi. While technically incorrect, crescendos and diminuendos, very common. You will most likely hear that, especially if you're outside of a music college. In the next lesson, we're going to talk about how to perform crescendi and diminuendi. I'll see you there. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how to write crescendi and diminuendi. So the hairpin lines are always going to be the same thickness as one staff line, which is convenient for you because it's just going to be one pen or one pencil length of thickness. The open end of the hairpins should not be more than 2 staff spaces wide. Look at that. So here's a common beginner mistake I see is when you want to show someone getting very loud, do something like this. Yeah, no. It doesn't matter how loud you get. What shows you how loud is going to be those dynamic marks. And then the crescendi and the diminuendi is just showing you that you are slowly modulating, you're slowly transitioning between those two levels of loudness. The dynamic marks on either end of the hairpin show how intense the change in volume should be. Do not make the hairpins wider or closer together to show volume change, as we just discussed. You're going to start a hairpin anytime after a dynamic mark and end the hairpin at the second dynamic mark. This means you can leave many measures of space before the hairpin starts. So when the hairpin starts, the performer will begin to modulate their volume according to the target dynamic mark, or the second dynamic mark. For example, from piano to forte, over 4 beats will get louder much faster than piano to forte over 8 beats of time to meet the loudness of the second dynamic mark. And you can see that here. So we have mezzo piano up to here. And then we start getting louder. So you don't have to start getting louder right away. You can put the hairpins wherever you want, just wherever you want the music to start getting louder or more quiet. Dynamic marks do not need hairpins. You're only going to use the hairpin, crescendi and diminuendo, when you want to hear a gradual change of volume between 2 dynamic marks. So step 1 is you write the first and second dynamic mark directly below the note heads that they apply to. And step number 2 is you're going to use a ruler or the edge of a second sheet of paper or a credit card, doesn't matter, something with a flat, straight edge, to write the crescendo or diminuendo hairpin between the dynamic marks. So here we can see we have piano, forte, mezzo, piano, mezzo, forte. And in step 2, we have the same exact dynamic marks, but adding in the hairpins where we want to have them. Now, one more note is how to actually write crescendi and diminuendi between staves. So you write, just like before, the first and second dynamic marks directly below the note heads they apply to, below the staff. Then you're going to use a ruler or the edge of a second sheet of paper, whatever, to draw a crescendo or diminuendo hairpin between the dynamic marks. Now, when you go between lines of staves, you're going to leave the diminuendi hairpins open on the first line and leave crescendi hairpins open on the next line. So look at this. We have this diminuendo here where we start from this forte and we're going to get quiet to meet this piano here. Now as we get quiet, we're going to leave this open. See how that's still open? The hairpins are not meeting. And then open again to closed at the target. And for this piano, and we're going to stay piano all the way up to here. Right here is where we start getting louder. And because it transitions to the next line of staff, we leave this open, and then we continue the crescendo as being open. Now, if you're using a computer, this will do it for you automatically. But if you're writing by hand, keep these rules in mind. And I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn all about an articulation mark called staccato. Now, just to back up a moment, an articulation mark is something we're going to add to a note to change the way the note is played or articulated. So if you think about it, I could say, the note is articulated. I could say, the note is articulated. Or I could say, the note is articulated. You see how I said the same words every single time, but I changed the articulation, I changed the way I said, the note is articulated. That's what articulation marks allow us to do with notes, is they actually change the feeling, the emphasis of different notes. So let's explore the first articulation mark called staccato. So staccato are small dots above note heads that tell performers to shorten the duration of a note. Just like that. So you might be wondering, why not just write a rest? You want the note to be shorter, right? You have a quarter note, you want the note to be shorter, put an eighth note. That makes sense, right? But here's the thing. Staccato does not just show that the note should be half as long in duration, even though computers will play it that way. And if you listen to example 48, that's what you're going to hear. Performers will play staccato notes differently from shorter notes with rests. Staccato has a short feeling. There's no precise math for how much shorter it should be. So just like we talked about with tempo marks a couple lessons ago, how you can ask a performer to give an emotional context
to a piece of music. It's the same thing here. Staccato can give an emotional context to a piece of music just by making things a little bit shorter. So instead of saying just by making things a little bit shorter, just by making things a little bit shorter, staccato. So let's talk about staccato rules. So staccato marks go directly above or below the note heads they apply to. Staccato is used on quarter notes and eighth notes. Half notes are too long of a note to try to shorten with staccato. You're going to write a dotted quarter or a quarter note for a shorter duration. You're really not going to try and get that short effect with a longer note duration. So to write staccato notes, you're going to pick a note that you want to shorten. Then you're going to write a small dot directly above the note head if it's stem down, or directly below the note head if it is stem up. You can write the dot in the next staff space above or below the note head, and that same amount of space for ledger line notes. So let's take a look. So see, we have some stem up notes, some stem down notes, and some ledger line notes. There you go. So you can see that every time we're writing staccato, it's in the next staff space down for stem up notes, and then the next staff space up for stem down notes. And you can see we keep just about the same amount of space also for the notes that are on ledger lines. In the next lesson, I'm going to give you some examples of tying staccato notes. You can actually hear the difference between rests and notes and staccato notes. I'll see you there. Example 49, ta staccato notes. Let's do this thing. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and ta 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 ta. There you go. Practice that one. You may want to actually break that down into one measure at a time to really try and get that difference between the staccato quarter note and the eighth note. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk all about slurs and legato. This is another type of articulation mark. Slurs are actually just what they sound like. It's when you start slurring all the notes together. So slurs are like ties for notes that are different pitch classes or octave registers. It kind of connects them all together so there's no space between any of the notes and they just flow together. So slurs connect notes of different pitch classes together so that the notes flow into each other like tied notes. Slurs make the notes sound similar to singing, each note connected to the next. Slurred music is called legato, another Italian word. Legato means linked, so it's like you're linking all the notes together. Each slurred note lasts right up until the moment the next notes replace it. Slurs are not always considered articulations, but we're going to think about them this way. Slur under, slur over. Now, just by looking at slur under and slur over, you might be getting a sinking feeling in your stomach going, Dan, those look a lot like ties. And you're right, they sure do look a lot like ties, but never fear, we're going to break down the difference between ties and slurs in a little bit. So the difference between slurred note and regular note is that regular notes have a small separation or a small amount of silence between them. Slurred notes have zero, no silence or separation between them. So here's 50. Ta, 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 ta. You hear the difference between the ta, 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 and ta, 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 ta. There's no separation. Each note links, legato, links into the next. Okay, so how do we know the difference between a slur and a tie? Because, well, gosh, they kind of look the same, don't they? Yeah, they really do. So
You can tell the difference between a slur and a tie by using this useful table here for your reference. So a slur is going to connect notes of different pitch classes and octave registers, whereas a tie is only ever going to connect notes of the same pitch class in the same octave register. Slurs are used to make notes sound smooth and connected, whereas ties are actually used to increase the rhythmic duration of a note. Slurs look, and here's where it gets a little tricky, it's a larger arch, it's not always symmetrical like ties, and it's always above or below note heads. So you can see here that, yeah, this is not symmetrical. Symmetrical means it looks exactly the same if we were to hold it up halfway through to a mirror. So symmetry would be that everything on this side of this line looks exactly the same as on this side of the line. But if you look very carefully, it's not quite the same. There's a little bit more of a curve here, a little less of a curve here. It's subtle, but it's there. Getting back to the look, larger arch, not always symmetrical, above or below note heads, whereas a tie has a slight symmetrical arch, leaves space for slurs above it, and connects note heads. So you can even see, like here, this slur is starting above a stem, whereas you would never see a tie starting above a stem. Ties are always going to connect note head to note head. So placement for slurs is going to be above ties from line 3 and below ties from space 2, whereas ties arch from note head to the next note head above or below line 3 of the staff. In the next lesson, we're going to look at some very clear examples to show you the difference between slurs and ties, how they look when they're written, so you can really start to tell the difference. I will see you there. In this lesson, you're going to learn all about how to write slurs. So you're going to write slurs above or below ties. Let's take a look at rule number 1. Slurs above or below ties. So you can clearly see the ties. So I'm going to put a little green highlight for the ties. And then we have the slurs above ties when we're on line 3 or above, or below ties for space 2 and down. Rule number 2. When the first and last note connected by a slur are on or in the same line or space of the staff, the slur is symmetrical. Rule number 3. When the first and last note connected by a slur are different pitch classes, you're going to tilt the slur slightly. Let's take a look at that. Yes, okay, so symmetrical. First half is about the same to the second half, whereas here, you can see there's more of a curve here than there is here. But I'm going to bring up again, we're not trying to be music engravers, so if your slurs are not perfectly not symmetrical, that's okay. People are going to understand and be able to read your music. You'll also be able to read your own music. Rule number 4. Longer slurs have less of an arch. So here's number 4. This is incorrect. You do not, I repeat, not want to have these big old arches like this. You want to have less of an arch and really connect from note to note. So this is correct. This is what you want larger and longer slurs to look like. Rule number 5. When all note stems are in the same direction, the slur goes on the sides of the note heads. You can see here, for our first slur, all note stems are down, so the slur goes on the side of the note heads. Whereas we have slurs under when we have the stems pointing up. Rule number 6. When note stems are in different directions, you're going to place the slur above the staff unless beams are in the way. So we can see here in this first measure, we have 2 notes with stem down, 2 notes with stem up. We're not going to try and get fancy with the slur and do things like this. No. You just keep it above the staff if you have a mix of stem down and stem up. The only time you're going to go below the staff is if beams, you can see that those beams are in the way. So even though
we have this note right here and this note right here that are stemmed down. The beams, we're going to think about the beams block the slurs. So you go underneath the beams for slurs. Number 7, slurs connect notes kind of like ties and cannot pass over rests. So you're never going to slur and have a rest in the middle of the slur. Start a slur, take a break where there's a rest, continue the slur on if you still want to have all your notes connected together. Rule number 8, one slur is used to connect chords. So you can see here we have a bunch of triads, but we're not going to add slurs for every group of notes. We're just going to add one slur above. There you can see we have a mix of single notes and triads connecting all of them with a slur. Rule number 9 is slurs can connect notes from one line of staff to the next. You can see, just like ties, you can carry on to the next line. So the slur starts here, and the slur ends here. Just continues on. That means everything is slurred together. We got 2 more slur rules. Slur number 10. Slurs can begin and end above staccato marks. You can kind of have a staccato mark within a slur. And rule number 11, slurs can connect 2 of the same note when the notes have different articulations. Ooh, that's pretty advanced, but let's check this out. So we have, for example, right here, 2 B notes on line 3 of the staff, one of which does not have staccato, the second one does. We can slur those 2 together. Rules number 10 and 11 are pretty advanced. You may honestly, throughout your entire life, never see a staccato note within a slur. So just keep in mind, this is one of those times where I'm going to show you something, I'm going to teach you something. It's pretty rare, kind of like those measure repeat signs, but I want you to know, I want you to understand that way. If you ever encounter it, you know it. But slurs 1 through 9, the rules are great rules to follow. I will see you in the next lesson. Whenever we clap or ta slurs, I'm going to show you that notes are connected together by adding this little dash between the tas. This just shows you that we're really going to be going ta, ta with no break as opposed to ta, ta. You know the difference? Now, this is not universal music notation. This is just for us here, level 2, tying to make it clear what you're going to do when you come to a slur. That being said, let's rock and roll with example 51. Here we go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and ta 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 ta. So a big difference between tied notes and the slurs. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn all about a new clef called the bass clef. So as a quick review, we have notes on the staff. So notes are placed on the lines and in the spaces to indicate different pitches, different notes. Higher sounding pitches are up towards the ceiling, lower sounding pitches are down towards the floor. So here's line notes from lowest to highest sounding. Here's line notes from highest to lowest sounding. Here are space notes from lowest to highest sounding. Here are space notes from highest to lowest sounding. Let's take a look at the bass clef. Now, just like the treble clef had a second name, the G clef, the bass clef also has a second name, which is the F clef. So the bass clef shows the position of the F note, which is why it's also known as the F clef, just like the treble clef showed the position of the G note, which is why it's also called the G clef. The bass clef shows the position of the musical alphabet on the staff based on the position of the F note. The two dots in the clef show the F line. It actually resembles an old-fashioned letter F. F's used to be written like this. So it's an old-fashioned F, just kind of like that G clef was kind of like an old-fashioned G. And it's used to show lower sounding notes than the treble clef does. So the treble clef notes, you can think of those as higher notes. Now with the bass clef, these are going to be lower sounding notes. So the notes on the staff, like the note on line 1, line 3, line 5, are going to have different names than on treble clef, but the order overall of the notes is going to stay the same. It's still going to be the full musical alphabet. We're just going to start and stop in a different place, and I will show you what I mean in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn all about how to read notes on the staff with bass clef. So just like with treble clef, we're going to have every note that lands on a certain line or space is going to have a name with the bass clef. So anytime a note lands on a line of the staff or in the space between any two lines on the staff, it will have the same name. So for example, when you see a bass clef, any note on the top staff line or line 5 will always be called an A note. Any note that is in the bottom space of the staff, space 1, is always also going to be called an A, and these A notes are the same pitch class but different octave registers. So let's explore this a little bit. For the bass clef, the notes on line 1 of the staff are always going to be G notes. The notes on line 2 are always going to be B notes. The notes on line 3 are always going to be D notes. The notes on line 4 are always going to be F notes. And the notes on line 5 are always going to be A notes. For the spaces, the notes in space 1 of the bass clef are always going to be A. The notes in space 2 are always going to be C. The notes in space 3 are always going to be E, and the notes in space 4 are always going to be G. And for all these notes, we can add sharps or flats to them to create whatever notes we want. So a note in space 4 would be a G. We add a sharp to it, it's going to be a G sharp. So we do have some shortcuts to remember these notes. You don't have to just try and memorize everything we just talked about. We have some mnemonics. So the mnemonics for the notes on the lines of the staff for bass clef are going to be grizzly bears don't fly airplanes. GBDFA, grizzly bears don't fly airplanes. That's from low to high. And from low to high, for notes in the spaces, we say all cows eat grass. Now, you currently have 4 mnemonics. You have every good beat drops finally, and you have face for treble clef. Now you have grizzly bears don't fly airplanes and all cows eat grass for bass clef. Once you get to 4 mnemonics, it's almost like you need a mnemonic to remember all the mnemonics. So what we're going to do here is make a very clear distinction that whenever we're talking about the tricks to remember the names of the notes and the order of the notes on bass clef, animals, 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 bass clef, animals. Grizzly bears don't fly airplanes. All cows eat grass. Whenever we're thinking of the bass clef, we're going to think animals, 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 animals. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to do a deep dive into ledger lines with the bass clef. Now, just like the treble clef, ledger lines work the same way, that as we go up above the staff, we're going to continue counting up the musical alphabet. And as we go down below the staff, we're going to count down the musical alphabet. So you can see, if we think about the line notes, we say grizzly bears don't fly airplanes. A is going to be on line 5. So we just continue on. Continue the basic musical alphabet. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Going up. And below ledger lines, grizzly bears don't fly airplanes. G, grizzly, is line 1. We just count backwards down the musical alphabet from there. G, F, E, D, C, B, A, G, and F. And here's the full picture of many notes on the bass clef. In the next lesson, we're going to talk all about which instruments use the bass clef. I'll see you there. In this lesson, we're going to explore which instruments actually use the bass clef. Now, something you're going to notice here is that these are lower sounding instruments, and the reason why these lower sounding instruments use the bass clef is because the bass clef gives us lower notes than the treble clef. These are not all the instruments in the entire world, but this is a good list and a great place to start. Baritone saxophone, baritone voices. So you hear how my voice is kind of low? It's not all the way up here. It's down here. I have a baritone voice. So when I read music for my voice, a lot of times I'm reading on bass clef. The bassoon, bass clarinet, bass voices. If you've ever heard a man who talks like this, that man probably has a bass voice. Cello, contrabassoon, double bass or an upright bass, electric bass, euphonium, that's kind of like a mini tuba, a harpsichord. The left hand of the harpsichord is always going to be playing these lower notes. Just like the piano, all these lower notes, all those lower notes. Those are all going to be written on the bass clef. Organ, same thing. Because the organ, the harpsichord, the piano, they're all keyboard instruments. They all kind of use the same keyboard. They all just sound different. Trombone uses bass clef, and tuba also uses the bass clef. The bass clef is going to be used for these low sounding notes here. Low notes, low sounding notes. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the shortcuts, tips, and tricks to help you quickly figure out the names of notes on the bass clef from your already existing knowledge of the treble clef. So once you know the bass clef well, you actually won't need these tricks anymore. You can also use the mnemonics that you learned a couple lessons ago. So if you're not really worried about the octave register, how the note sounds, and you just want to know the name of the note, this is the tip for you. If a note name was on line 4 of the staff in bass clef, it will be on line 5 of the staff in treble clef. If there was a note name in space 1 of the staff in bass clef, it will be on space 2 of the staff in treble clef. You can use this trick to think of the names of a note in bass clef by thinking what the name of the note would be up 1 space or line in treble clef. So to think up 1 in terms of lines. So you know where the G note is on treble clef, it's on line 2. So you see the note on line 1 of the bass clef, you think, okay, what's the note on line 2 of treble clef? It's G. All right, that's a G note. You see a note on line 2 of the staff for bass clef. You think, okay, what's the note on line 3 for treble clef? It's a B. There you go, B. So you're always going to think up 1 line, and that's kind of an easy way to have a connection between treble clef and bass clef. The same thing applies for the spaces. If you see a note that's in space 1 of the staff for bass clef, think to yourself, okay, what's the name of the note in space 2 of treble clef? It's A. There you go. It's an A note, space 1. So armed with your mnemonics of grizzly bears don't fly airplanes and all cows eat grass, along with this tip, trick, and hack right here, you should be good to go to rock and roll with bass clef, and I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to do a quick review of level 1 theory just to show you that bass clef works for everything you have learned so far. So, the full musical alphabet still remains the same. Pitch class still remains the same. Octave register, accidental, half and whole step, scales, chromatic scales, scale degrees, all of these work exactly the same with treble clef and bass clef. Scales work exactly the same. Here's the same scale, different octave register, but same scale. Written out as a C major scale with treble clef, C major scale with bass clef. It works exactly the same way. Whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. The same idea. Scale degrees, step formula, everything's the same. Here's a G major scale with treble clef, G major scale with bass clef. Everything works exactly the same. The scale degree names for major scales work exactly the same for treble clef as they do for bass clef. You're still going to have tonic, supertonic, mediant, subdominant, dominant, submediant, leading tone. Every time. Natural minor scales work exactly the same. An A natural minor scale, treble clef, A natural minor scale, bass clef, different octave registers, works exactly the same. Whole, half, whole, whole, half, whole, whole. E natural minor scale for treble clef works exactly the same as the E natural minor scale for bass clef. Whole, half, whole, half, whole, starting on an E note. Tetrachords work exactly the same. We can break scales down in the same way in bass clef. Key signatures work exactly the same. Now, the one thing that changes is because if you think about it, we have that one line difference, right? So we talked about that clef connection in the last lesson, where the note for treble clef is always going to be one line higher or one space higher than it is for bass clef. Well, you can see that sure enough, with our key signature, for example, this is a key signature for the key of G major or E minor. The F sharp goes on line 5 for treble clef, but because this line right here is not an F line, this line right here is A, and this line right here is F, we're going to put the sharp for the key signature on line 4 in bass clef. Keeping it going, relative keys work the same way. C major is a relative major of A minor is a relative minor of C major. Pentachords work exactly the same. Intervals work exactly the same. Triads work exactly the same. Triad quality formula is, let me hear you say it, exactly the same. Major, minor, minor, major, major, minor. You can harmonize any scale in bass clef as well, and you can have a bunch of fun review to do some of this in your workbook. So to review, words you should know are bass clef and F clef. You should know how to read notes on the staff. When you have a bass clef, you have your mnemonics. Grizzly bears don't fly airplanes. All cows eat grass. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk all about the grand staff. What is a grand staff, you wonder? Here we go. You're about to find out. Grand staff is a treble clef line of staff and a bass clef line of staff joined by a brace. This is the brace right here, this squiggly wiggly thing right here. That's a brace. Now, what's cool about this is, unlike what we've done before, music can happen on both staves at the same time. The grand staff, it's like one line of music. Even though there's two staves, that's one line. You read both staves together at the same time. Now, to give you a feeling of the overlap between the bass clef staff and the treble clef staff, here's basic musical alphabet with octave register numbers going through now. You can see that C4 meets in the middle. We'll talk a little bit more about that C4 connection later. But you can see how the basic musical alphabet goes all the way up. And what this allows us to do is this allows us to not only read, analyze, but also write music where you have high notes from the treble clef and you have low notes from the bass clef at the same time. So it's like you have more colors that you can paint with. It's like getting a big box of crayons instead of like a 3-pack of crayons where you just have yellow, green, and blue, maybe red. A 4-pack of crayons, right? You have that big box of crayons with like 5 different blues, 5 different purples, 5 different reds, oranges, yellows, greens, blues, magentas, everything. So you have a lot more colors that you can use. So let's talk about how to write a grand staff. Step 1 is you're going to write a line to the left of 2 staff lines, connecting them at the beginning, just like this. So 2 lines of staff on your staff paper, boom, connect them together. Step number 2 is you write a brace. Step number 3, you are also going to need a final bar line at the end of your piece of music. Obviously, you could have more measures. This is just a quick example here, but you could have, 2 measures, 3 measures with bar lines as well. And then you write a treble clef on the top and a bass clef on the bottom. To wrap up our lesson here on the grand staff, let's check out the middle C connection. Middle C is C4. And the quick way to think of the connection between treble and bass clef staves on the grand staff is because middle C is on the first ledger line below the staff for treble clef and on the first ledger line above the staff for bass clef. See that? C4, C4. These are the same notes. Same pitch class, same octave register. They sound exactly the same. And you can see that right here, right in the middle, right in between, sure enough, we have C4. Instruments that use the grand staff are instruments like accordion, the harp, harpsichord, piano keyboard. That would include organ, any type of keyboard instrument. We'll use both at the same time. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to learn about some new accidental notes that we're going to be using in scales, compositions, chords, things like that. Now, you already know the full musical alphabet, which means you know all the possible notes, but we just haven't used them yet to help you really focus and understand and get very good at using smaller groups of notes, because that way the larger groups of notes, they're not nearly as scary, and you actually know how to use them based off the principles you use with smaller groups of notes. So you already know about an F sharp because you used that in level 1. I have 3 new notes to introduce you today that we're going to be using. The first is C sharp. So just like F sharps, you just write a C note and then you add a sharp accidental in front of it, and that's going to transform it from a C to a C sharp. The next note is a flat note. This is your first flat note, and that's a B flat. So to write a B flat, all you got to do is you write a B note and then you add a flat accidental in front of it, and that creates a B flat. So instead of a B, down a half step to B flat. The last accidental note for you to meet today is E flat. Just like all the other notes, all you need to do is write an E note and then add a flat in front of that note, and that'll transform it from an E to an E flat, down 1/2 step. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to discover and start to use some new key signatures, which means using new keys with music. So the first thing for us to do is to use a tip, a hack, to remember the order of the accidentals for key signatures, because up until now, you've only had to deal with 1 sharp for the key of G major or the key of E minor. But starting today, you're going to have more than 1 accidental in some of your key signatures. So the sharps and flats, as you're going to see in a moment, in key signatures follow a particular order. We don't just think of all the notes that would be sharp and write them down in any order. There is a particular order that sharps and flats go in. And the order for sharps is F, C, G, D, A, E, B. And the order for flats is the reverse. It's B, E, A, D, G, C, F. So to remember the order of the sharps, we say Father Charles goes down and eats breakfast. To remember the order of the flats, we reverse it and we say breakfast ends and down goes Charles's father because he gets sleepy after he has a big breakfast. So this right here, this is your shortcut. Father Charles goes down and eat breakfast. Sharps, go this way. Flats, go this way. Breakfast ends and down goes Charles's father. Now let's look at what this actually looks like when we put this into key signatures. So we have some new sharp key signatures. The new sharp key signatures we have is the key of D major and the key of B minor. D, E, F, G, A, B. B being some kind of sixth above D. That's actually going to be the relative minor for D major. D major being the relative major of B minor. That's going to be that connection there. So here's some tips and tricks you can use to be able to figure out what key you're looking at when you just have the key signature. So to identify major keys that have sharps in it, we're always going to think about scale degree 7. So the sharp that is furthest from the clef, all the way to the right, is on the line or space for the note that is scale degree 7 of the tonic of the key. So for example, in the key of G major, there's only one sharp. F sharp is scale degree 7 of the G major scale. So we know that when we only have one sharp, the key is G. If we look at D major, the sharp that is all the way to the right, see we have two sharps. We have sharp 1, sharp 2. The sharp that is all the way to the right is a C sharp. C sharp, if we just think about D, E, F, G, A, B, C, C is some kind of seventh, C sharp being the major seventh of D, so we know that C is 7, which means for major keys, the key can only be D major. This works for all key signatures, by the way, anytime you see a sharp. Now, to identify minor keys, we're always going to be thinking about the sharp as being scale degree 2. So the sharp that is furthest away from the clef, all the way to the right, is on the line or space for the note that is scale degree 2 of the minor scale for the key of the music. So in the key of E minor, for example, there's only one sharp, and that's going to be F. And F sharp, sure enough, is scale degree 2 of E. So whenever you see that F, you can think, okay, we're either thinking, because remember, with every key signature, there's always a major and a minor that it could possibly be. So as soon as you see that key signature, say to yourself, okay, what's the major, what's the minor? There's one sharp there, that's going to be F. F sharp is scale degree 7 of what scale? G. Okay, so it's either going to be G major, or F sharp is scale degree 2 of what minor scale, natural minor scale? E, F. F sharp, okay, or E. So there you go. That's how you can figure it out. Let's do that same process again here with D major and B minor. Okay, so we see two sharps in the key signature. We think, all right, for major, we're looking for the 7th. For the minor key, we're looking for the 2nd. And because every key signature has both a major and a minor key associated with it, we're always going to figure out both. So we see two sharps. Think, okay, the sharp all the way to the right is C sharp. Scale degree 7 for major keys. C sharp, D. Okay, so D major would be the major key. And then C sharp is going to be the 2 of what? So let's just go down the musical alphabet. Some kind of C down to some kind of B. B minor. Now let's talk about flat key signatures and how we can figure those out. To identify major flat key signatures, you're going to think about scale degree 4. So the flat furthest from the right, from the clef, is on the line or space for the note that is scale degree 4 of the major scale and the major key. I'm going to count down from 4 to 1 to find the name of the major key. For example, B flat is scale degree 4 for the key of F major. So we count 4, 3, 2, 1.
So one flat in a key signature is going to be F major or D minor. Two flats in a key signature is going to be B flat major or G minor. And again, every key signature has a major and a minor key associated with it, and those major minor keys, they are relative major and minor of each other. So let's prove this trick, this hack that we just learned about counting down from 4 for B flat major. Okay, so we see the key of B flat major. There's two flats. We have a flat on B flat and a flat on E flat. So the flat all the way to the right is the one we're going to pay attention to. We're not going to pay attention to the B flat. All the way to the right is E flat. So we're going to say E flat is scale degree 4 of what? Do some kind of E, count down, some kind of D, count down, some kind of C, count down, some kind of B, and then we see there's a B flat, so it must be a B flat major. For minor, the flat is going to be on scale degree flat 6 of the natural minor scale for the key. So you're going to count up from 6 to 1 to find the name of the minor scale. So B flat, for example, is flat 6 of a D natural minor scale. Let's prove this idea out. Okay, so one flat in the key signature is going to be F major or D minor. For D minor, the flat is on the B line. So we say B flat, okay, some kind of B, and we're thinking 6, right? So 6 is going to be B, some kind of B. 7 is going to be some kind of C, and then 1, the tonic, 8, 1, is going to be D. So that's how we find D minor. We can repeat the same process for G minor. We can see the flat that's all the way to the right. All the way to the right. We're going to ignore the first flat, go all the way to the right, is E flat. So, okay, E flat's going to be 6. Let's count up. F is going to be some kind of 7. G is going to be our tonic. There you go. So that is how you can figure out any key using sharps and flats. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to do a review of simple intervals. So we have 6 different interval qualities. We have major, minor, perfect, unison, augmented, and diminished. We have 3 different interval directions. We have ascending, descending, and harmonic. And we have the interval distance of a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. And then not really counting unison because, well, there's really no distance there. It's the same note twice. As a quick review, we have perfect unisons, ascending minor 2nd, major 2nd, minor 3rd, major 3rd, perfect 4th, augmented 4th, diminished 5th, also known as the tritone, perfect 5th, minor 6th, major 6th, minor 7th, major 7th, and perfect octave. As another quick review, seconds, thirds, sixths, and 7ths are either going to be major or minor. Unisons, 4ths, 5ths, and octaves are going to be perfect. They can be augmented and then also diminished. With that being said, we're going to head on in to the next lesson. I'll see you there. In this lesson, we're going to discuss an interval distance shortcut for when you're actually looking at notation intervals. So each line and space of the staff gets a count. Not a count like a beat count, but like a number count. So minor 3rd, major 3rd, diminished 5th, perfect 5th, minor 7th, major 7th have both notes on lines or spaces. Minor 2nds, major 2nds, perfect 4ths, augmented 4ths, minor 6th, major 6th, and perfect octaves have one note on a line and one note on a space. Just think about that. We have one group where we're always going to have both notes on lines or spaces, and another group where we're going to have one note on a line, one note on a space. Let's do a little bit of a deeper dive to actually see what this means. So perfect unisons are always written on the same line or space. That's pretty easy because it's going to be the same note, right? Perfect unison. So here's example 1, perfect unison, same space, same line. A minor 2nd or a major 2nd are always a line and a space next to each other. You're going to count up or count down by 1. So here we have harmonic and melodic. So we have ascending here. So we have space to line, space to line,
Then we have space, line, space, line. Space, line, line, space, space, line, line, space. So whenever you see a note where you have two notes next to each other, either harmonic or melodic, that's going to be some kind of second, and then you can figure out the quality of that second by counting the whole and the half steps. Well, in this case, you'd probably be counting the half steps, just in case it's a minor second, because if you count a whole step, you'd overshoot. Minor thirds and major thirds are always on a neighboring line or space. Now, you may recall this from when we were building triads, because we would build a snowman. It's the same idea here. Space, 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 space. They're always going to be either both on lines or both on spaces, and that's how you know it's going to be some kind of third. Perfect and augmented fourths are always on a space and then a line. You're going to count up or down by 3. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3. There we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So we're always going to know if you're counting up 3. So we're counting line, space, line, that's 3. Or space, line, space, that's 3. You're looking at some kind of fourth. Diminished fifths and perfect fifths, you're going to skip one line or space, count up or down by 4. So you can see this is some kind of fifth here because we're skipping a space. Skipping a space. Skip the space, skip the space, skip the space, skip the space. The easiest way to think about it is skip the space. You can count, sure, but it's a little bit more work. Because then you're going 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that works. But because you have that easy identifier of skipping a space, my suggestion is to just think about fifths as being one space or one line apart. Minor sixth and major sixth are always a line and a space apart. You're going to count up or down by 5. So as soon as you see this, you might not know instantly that it's some kind of sixth, but you can think, okay, a fifth would be one space or one line. And this is up one more from that, so it's going to be some kind of sixth. You can also count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. Counting down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. Harmonic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like that. Lastly, but most certainly not leastly, minor sevenths and major sevenths, you're going to skip 2 lines or spaces. Again, I wouldn't bother with the counting for things like fifths and sevenths because you just think, skip a space, skip 2 spaces. It's a lot easier than sitting there and actually counting. So you can see here, skip space, skip space. Skip space, skip space. If we were on a line, we do something like this. Skip line, skip line. Right there. So skip space, skip space, skip line, skip line. Skip space, skip space. Skip space, skip space. And same thing if we're looking at a seventh, some kind of seventh on a line. You do an E to a D, skip line, skip line. So you're always going to be skipping 2 lines or 2 spaces for sevenths. So that's it for this shortcut. Hopefully it's helpful. If this shortcut is not helpful, you do not need to use it. If you have another way of thinking about intervals that makes sense for you, use that. This is just another way that some people do find helpful. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk all about augmented seconds. So in the Best Music Theory book for Beginners 1, or perhaps the course, Level 1, you learned about the interval of an augmented fourth.
To understand really cool things like harmonic minor and other fun sounding scales in the coming chapters, you will need to understand the interval of an augmented second. So an augmented second is 3 half steps. And just to do a quick reminder, an augmented interval is either a perfect interval raised by 1/2 step, or, as you are now learning, a major interval raised by 1/2 step is also augmented. So there's 2 different ways we can come across an augmented interval, either raising a perfect or a major interval up by 1/2 step. So let's take a look at this. Here we have B flat to C, which would be a major second. B to C, some kind of 2, it's a whole step, major second. From B flat to C sharp, B to C, some kind of second, but there's 3 half steps in there because we go B flat, B, that's 1/2 step, to C, that's 2 half steps, to C sharp, that's 3 half steps of space. Here's one more example. E flat to F. From E to F is some kind of second. E flat to F is a whole step, it's a major second. From E flat to F sharp, we go from E flat to E, that's 1/2 step, to F, that's a 2nd half step, to F sharp, that's 3 half steps. E flat to F sharp, and yes, we are now mixing sharps and flats together. So what's the difference between an augmented second and a minor third? Because they're both 3 half steps. So augmented seconds are enharmonic. Enharmonic means they sound the same, just like enharmonic equivalents. It was 2 different names for the same note. Like, for example, E flat and D sharp. Sound exactly the same. Here's an E flat. Here's a D sharp. They sound the same, but it's 2 different names. So augmented seconds are enharmonic to the interval of a minor third. The difference comes down to how the intervals are spelled. The difference is there's some kind of second versus some kind of third. Let's jump in and take a look at that. So B flat to C sharp is an augmented second. B flat to D flat is a minor third. Why is that? That's because from B to C, BC, that's some kind of second. Which means, because we have a B and then a C, we're not going to think of it as being a third. We're only going to think of it as a third from B flat to D flat, because B, C, D, some kind of third. Let's take a look over here. E flat to F sharp is an augmented second. E flat to G flat, F sharp and G flat sound the same. They're enharmonic equivalents, but because we're calling the note, we're writing the note as F sharp, that's going to be an augmented second. Here's the E flat, here's the F sharp, here's the E flat, here's the G flat. Enharmonic equivalents. So how to calculate and write an augmented second is exactly the process we just walked through. Think about the some kind of interval, and then make sure you have accidentals to create those 3 half steps. So ascending intervals, you're going to count up the basic musical alphabet. B flat to C sharp is some kind of second, because B is 1 and C is 2. Add accidentals. Descending intervals, count down the basic musical alphabet. F sharp to E flat descending is some kind of second. F is 1, E is 2. Add in accidentals. Harmonic intervals, B flat to C sharp is some kind of second, because B is 1 and C is 2. Add accidentals. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about interval inversions. An inversion can be made in 2 ways. Number 1, you take the lower note of an interval to its same pitch at a higher octave register above the original note of the interval, or you can take the higher note of the interval and move it to its same pitch class 1 octave register lower below the original lower note of the interval. Let's explore this a little further. So to invert an interval, you reverse the order of the notes in 2 ways. You either
write the lower note of the interval above the higher note of the interval, and we're going to change the lower note of an interval to 1 octave register higher. You can see the same idea here. So we're moving a C here. This is a C4. And we're moving it up to a C5. Same idea here. We're taking this D4, moving it up to D5. So we're still keeping the same notes, the same note names, the same pitch classes in the interval, but we're changing the octave register of the lowest note and popping it above the higher note. The second way of creating an inverted interval is to write the higher pitch below the lower pitch and the same pitch class 1 octave register below. So you can see here we have a C5 that we're then popping down below. So this G, it's the same note. We're popping the C5 down below the G to a C4. Same thing here. G remains the same. We're going to take this D here, the D5, and pop it down below to a D4. So you can invert intervals in 2 ways. You can take the lower note, make it higher, 1 octave higher, or you can take the higher note, drop it down 1 octave lower. I will see you in the next lesson. When we invert intervals, there's some really interesting rules that start to take place, and these rules are also connections. So any inverted perfect interval remains perfect. Let's prove that out. So here we have C to G. That's going to be a perfect 5. P5, perfect 5th. Then we have G to C. Because we're taking the C, we're popping it up 1 octave register. Now all of a sudden we have a perfect 4th. So it remains perfect. Anytime we invert intervals that are perfect, they remain perfect. Rule number 2. Anytime we invert a minor interval, it's going to become a major interval. So here we have a minor 3rd. Inverted becomes a major 6th. And then if we undo that, it goes back to being a minor 3rd. Again, that inversion, we're just taking the lowest note, popping it up above the highest note to then become the new highest note. Any major interval, whenever we invert it, it becomes a minor interval. Every time, always. Here's a major 3rd. We're going to take this C, bump it up 1 octave register. That creates a minor 6th from the E to the C. Anytime we invert an augmented interval, it becomes diminished every single time. So here we have an augmented 4th from F to B. Then we're going to pop that F up. Now we have B to F. That creates a diminished 5th. And perhaps you're spotting a pattern. Anytime we take a diminished interval and we invert it, it becomes augmented. Here's a diminished 5th of F sharp to C. We pop that around, we get C to F sharp, which is going to be an augmented 4th. I will see you in the next lesson. As you are learning to invert intervals, there's a quick check that you can run to make sure you've done the inversion the right way. An inverted interval's distance adds up to 9. What does that mean? Let's explore. For example, if you invert a perfect 4th to a perfect 5th, let's just look at the numbers. That's 4 to 5. 4 plus 5 equals 9. Okay, so let's go back and look at this. Perfect 4th to perfect 5th. Let's just look at the numbers. 4 and 5, that equals 9. If we take a minor 3rd, we invert it, it becomes a major 6th. What's 3 plus 6? That equals 9. Take a major 3rd, we invert it, becomes a minor 6th. 3 plus 6 equals 9. Augmented 4th plus diminished 5th. 4 plus 5 equals 9. Diminished 5th plus augmented fourth. 5 plus 4 equals 9. So here's a table for you where you can look at all the intervals with the exception of the augmented second that we've learned so far and what happens when we invert them. So if you take a minor second, you invert it, becomes a major seventh. 2 plus 7 equals 9. Take a major second, invert it, it becomes a minor seventh. 2 plus 7 equals 9. Take a minor third, we invert it, it becomes a major sixth. 3 plus 6 equals 9. Major third to minor sixth. Perfect fourth, perfect fifth, augmented fourth, diminished fifth, augmented fourth, and so on. So the two rules to keep in mind is that whenever you invert perfect intervals, they stay perfect, and then they're going to add up to 9. Anytime you invert a minor interval, it becomes major, they're going to add up to 9. Anytime you invert a major interval, it becomes minor, they're going to add up to 9. Anytime you invert a diminished interval, it's going to become augmented, and it's going to add up to 9. Anytime you invert an augmented interval, it's going to become diminished, and it's going to add up to 9. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about consonance and dissonance. Another way of thinking about consonance and dissonance is resolution and tension. Dissonance is going to be tension. Consonance is going to be resolution. Now, as a quick reminder, what we're going to be talking about here is traditional consonance and dissonance. The information that follows is based on old European Western traditions that still have value and show up in modern music, just not all the time. We will call this traditional consonance and dissonance. So a perfect consonance. This is the most pleasing and stable of all the intervals. Now, the reason why I'm doing air quotes, and I actually have the words in quotes in the book, is because these terms are subjective. These were decided by European composers hundreds of years ago, and they hold some truth to them in physics. There is some correlation between physics and what we see here in terms of the actual sound waves, but just keep in mind these are subjective terms. Dissonance and tension resolve to these intervals. So a perfect unison, perfect fifth, perfect octave, and sometimes a perfect fourth are all going to be perfect consonances. So perfect unison, perfect fifth, perfect octave, and sometimes perfect fourth. Kind of have this hollow, open sound to them. An imperfect consonance is pleasing and somewhat stable, though not as much as the perfect consonances. Dissonance and tension also resolve to these intervals. Things like a minor third, a major third, a minor sixth, and a major sixth. Now you can hear there's a definite difference between the perfect and the imperfect consonants. I'll play a couple perfect consonants, I'll play some imperfect consonants. So here's perfect, 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 imperfect, imperfect. And the difference is not just in the notes. Because sure, you could say, well, yeah, no duh, Dan, those were all different. You play different notes for every one of them, and you'd be right. But there's something past that. It's like when we talked about the feeling of staccato notes. We talked about the feeling of slurred notes. It's like there's a feeling, there's a vibe, there's an energy from the perfect consonances and the imperfect consonances that's different. There's something about this that it's like it's warmer, it's closer together than this. This is open, hollow. It sounds like a big hall with like no one in it. Or if you've ever been into a cathedral, it's like an empty cathedral. Whereas this, it's like you're inside someone's home. Like there's a difference in the feeling of the intervals. Now let's talk about dissonance. These intervals create tension and are used to push us back to resolve to both imperfect and imperfect consonances. These would be a minor second, major second, augmented second for sure, augmented fourth, diminished fifth, minor seventh, and major 7th. That's what these sound like. Here's a minor 2nd, major 2nd, augmented 2nd, augmented 4th, diminished 5th and harmonic, minor 7th, major 7th. I highly encourage you to listen to example 56, because in addition to hearing all the intervals I just played, you're also going to hear going back and forth between tension and resolution. I'm also going to give you some examples now. So let's look at the tension of an augmented 4th resolving to a perfect 5th. Augmented 4th, perfect 5th. It's like a story. It's like a journey fraught with danger, and you arrive back home. Try an augmented 2nd to essentially a perfect unison. Augmented 2nd, oh, danger. Trials and tribulations, arrive back home. We do something as well as a major 2nd to a major 3rd. So a major 2nd, this is going to be a dissonance, resolving to an imperfect consonance. Danger, danger, danger. A journey. Perils. Safe back home. Here's a major 7th. Danger, danger, danger. Oh gosh. The trials and tribulations. And then we arrive back home with a perfect octave. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn all about one more type of interval, and that's going to be an augmented 5th. We've had augmented 2nds, augmented 4ths. Now we're going to talk about augmented 5ths. So an augmented 5th is 8 half steps or 4 whole steps spelled as a 5th. So an augmented 5th versus a minor 6th. Let's take a look at this. So B flat to F sharp. B, C, D, E, F. Some kind of 5th. Add in the accidentals. B flat, F sharp. Whereas B flat to G flat, B, C, D, E, F, G, that's going to be some kind of 6th. Let's take a look at one more. F sharp to B flat. Sure. So we have F down to E, down to D, down to C, down to B. Some kind of 5th. Whereas F sharp descending down to A sharp, F down to E, down to D, down to C, down to B, down to A, is some kind of 6th. So it, again, just like the augmented 2nds, it all comes down to how you spell, how you literally write the notes with the accidentals to make sure that it is, in fact, an augmented 5th. So just as I walked you through in that example, to calculate or write an augmented 5th, B flat to F sharp ascending is some kind of 5th because B is 1 and F is 5. Add in the accidentals. Descending intervals, F sharp to B flat descending is some kind of 5th. If we call F1, B is going to be 5. Harmonic, same idea. So what you can think about is you can just take a perfect 5th and then raise that 5th by 1/2 step. So for example, C to G is a perfect 5th. C to G sharp is an augmented 5th. Let's take one more example. G to D is a perfect 5th. G to D sharp is an augmented 5th, but G to E flat is a minor 6th. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn all about a couple new major and minor scales that we can create because we just added in those new accidentals a couple of lessons ago, as well as those new key signatures. Now, because we have new accidentals and new key signatures, that's going to allow us to create even more major and natural minor scales. As a quick review, when we're looking at our formula, our step formula symbols for any key and any scale, we're going to have these sort of little house tops, these little roofs that are 1/2 step, and then these little smiley faces that are 1 whole steps. So our new major scales, and just to quickly review major scale rules, all major scales can be understood, written, and performed with the formula of whole and half steps. That's being whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. Begins and ends on the same pitch class, 1 octave apart. Major scales can start on any note of the full musical alphabet. And one of each letter is always used in the scale. So there'll be one A, one B, one C, one D, one E, one F, and one G. Before the pitch class of the scale started on repeats. That means there's some kind of. So you're never going to see an F and an F sharp in a major scale together. Now in major scales, either sharps or flats are used. A major scale will never have both sharps and flats. And the major step formula stays the same for all major scales. Does not matter what note you start on. You go whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. You're going to write a major scale starting on any note. And as a quick reminder, the first whole step lies between scale degree 1 and scale degree 2, because a lot of times start on scale degree 1 and go whole, and then they write a half step between scale degree 1 and scale degree 2. No, the whole step lies between scale degree 1 to scale degree 2. That's where the whole step is, right here. That's our whole. So the new keys we have to look at today are D major, B flat major, and F major. And what we're going to do here quickly is we're just going to prove out these notes with the whole and half steps for the major step formula. So let's start with D major. From D to E, D, D sharp or E flat, E. Okay, that's a whole step. From E to F sharp, E, F, F sharp. There we go, whole step. From F sharp to G, F sharp, G. There we go. Now what I'm doing is I'm referencing the full musical alphabet. G to A, G, G sharp or A flat, A, whole step. From A to B, A sharp or B flat, B, whole step. From B to C sharp, because remember there's only a half step between E and F and B and C. So from B to C sharp, that's also a whole step. Then from C sharp, bringing it on home to D. Very good. Okay, so we have proven that this D major scale is correct by counting the whole and the half steps. We're going to also do that with B flat major. Here we go. From B flat to C. So we have B flat to B natural to C. Okay, so that's a whole step. From C to D, C, C sharp or D flat to D. That is also a whole step. From D to E flat, D, D sharp or E flat. Okay, that's a half step. From E flat to F, E flat to E to F. That gets us a whole step. From F to G, F, F sharp or G flat to G. That's a whole step. G, G sharp or A flat to A. That is a whole step. Then A back to B flat. That is indeed a half step. So there you go. So far so good. Now let's double check our F major. F to G, F, F sharp or G flat to G. That's a whole step. G, G sharp or A flat to A. That's another whole step. A to B flat. That's a half step. B flat, skip B, go to C. That's a whole step. C, skip C sharp or D flat, go to D. Whole step. D, skip D sharp or E flat, go straight to E. And then from E to F. That's a half step. So whole, whole, half, whole, 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 half. Now for all major scales, the scale degree names remain exactly the same. Tonic, supertonic, mediant, subdominant, dominant, submediate, leading tone, and then tonic, bringing us back home. And this is the same for all keys. So we can look at any one here. All of these are tonic. All of these are supertonic. All of these are mediant. All of these are subdominant, dominant, submediant, leading tone, tonic. All of them. I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to dive into our new natural minor scales. I'll see you there. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the new natural minor scales we can create, because every key signature can create both a major and a minor key, which means we can use all the notes from the major scale, start on scale degree 6, to create a relative minor. So what we're going to see here are the relative minors of all the major scales we just went over in the last lesson. A quick review of natural minor scale rules. All natural minor scales can be understood, written, and performed with a minor step formula of whole and half steps. That goes whole, half, whole, half, whole, whole. Natural minor scales always begin and end on the same pitch class 1 octave apart, and natural minor scales can start on any note of the full musical alphabet, just like major scales, because remember we're using all the notes from the major scales. One of each letter can be used in every natural minor scale, 1 A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Just like major scales, and again this is because we're using the same notes as the major scale, either sharps or flats are used in a natural minor scale. You're never going to have both. The minor step formula stays the same for all natural minor scales, and the first whole step lies between scale degree 1 and scale degree 2. And now what we're going to do is we're going to talk about which scale is the relative minor of which major scale, and then we'll go through and prove out each new scale with whole and half step formula for our minor step formula. So A natural minor is going to be the relative minor of a C major scale. We've actually already covered that in level 1, so we're not going to do that today. An E natural minor scale is going to be the relative minor of a G major scale, also covered in level 1. So we're going to jump straight into the B natural minor scale. And the B natural minor scale is the relative minor of a D major scale, because scale degree 6 of D is B. And so if we use all the same notes as a D major scale starting on a B, we're going to get a B natural minor scale. Let's prove it out. B, skip C, go to C sharp. That's a whole step. C, sharp, straight to D. That's a half step. D, skip D sharp or E flat, go straight to E. That's a whole step. E, skip F, go to F sharp. Whole step. F sharp, go straight to G. That's a half step. From G, skip G sharp or A flat, go straight to A. That is a whole step. And then from A, we skip A sharp or B flat, and we go to B. That is a whole step. Whole half, whole half, whole. The next scale we have is a G natural minor. Now the G natural minor is the relative minor of a B flat major scale. Because if we count up a B flat major scale, scale degree 6 is going to be G. So starting on G, we're using all the same notes as a B flat major scale, just starting on a G note, starting on the 6th scale degree. From G to A, we're skipping G sharp or A flat. From A to B flat, no skips. B flat, skip B, go to C, whole step. C, skip C sharp or D flat, go to D, whole step. D, goes straight to E flat, half step. E flat, skip E, go to F, that's a whole step. F, skip F sharp or G flat, go to G, that's a whole step. Whole half, whole half, whole. The last natural minor scale for us to look at today is a D natural minor scale. And indeed, when we look at an F major scale, the 6th scale degree is D. Which means if we start on a D and we use all the same notes as an F major scale, we're going to get a D natural minor scale. Let's prove it out. D, we skip D sharp or E flat, we go to E, whole step. E, we go straight to F, half step, because remember there's a half step between E and F and B and C. F, we skip F sharp or G flat, we go to G. G, we skip G sharp or A flat, we go to A. A, we go straight to B flat. B flat, we skip B, we go to C. C, we skip C sharp or D flat, and we go to D. Whole half, whole. There we go. Now, all natural minor scales have the same names for the scale degrees as major scales with one change, and that's scale degree 7. So, for scale degree 1 is the tonic, scale degree 2 is the supertonic, scale degree 3 is the mediant, scale degree 4 is the subdominant, scale degree 5 is the dominant, scale degree flat 6 is the submediant. Here's where it changes. Scale degree 7 is the subtonic. And that's also going to be very important a little later on when we get into harmonic tension. Okay, this was a review, recap, and then also checking out some new natural minor scales. I will see you in the next lesson where you're going to learn a whole new kind of scale. Up until now, you've been working with 12-note scales in the case of the chromatic scale, and heptatonic, hepta meaning 7 in Greek, heptatonic scales with the major and the natural minor scales. Now what you're going to do is you're going to see your first pentatonic scale. So pentatonic scales have 5 pitch classes. Penta comes from the Greek word for 5 and can be found in other words like pentagon. The pentagon is a 5-sided building. There are many geographically and historically diverse pentatonic scales around the world from such cultures as indigenous American music, European folk music, Indian music, and from many more musical cultures of Southeast Asia and the Pacific Islands. Which is really wild if you think about it, that all these cultures that were separated from each other, ostensibly for thousands or tens of thousands of years, all figured out, or all took with them, perhaps if we all indeed came out of Africa, took with them this idea of a pentatonic scale. So there's something really deep and sort of ingrained in us as human beings for 5-note scales. So we're going to be focusing on only 2 pentatonic scales, and these are the most commonly used in modern music. The first pentatonic scale we're going to be focusing on is the major pentatonic scale. Major pentatonic scale is a 5-note scale. It has a formula of whole steps and minor thirds. Interesting. So no half steps here, only whole steps and minor thirds between the notes. Just like major and natural minor scales, it begins and ends on the same pitch class 1 octave apart, and it can begin on any note of the musical alphabet. You can think about a major pentatonic scale as being a major scale, just skipping scale degree 4 and skipping scale degree 7. You will find the major pentatonic scale in so many modern genres. So we're going to add one little new symbol into the mix here. This bracket right here is going to show that we are making a skip of a minor third between 2 notes in a scale. So let's check this out. So this is a C major pentatonic scale, which means it's going to be all the same notes as a C major scale, skipping scale degree 4 and skipping scale degree 7. So we're actually going to look at it and think about the major pentatonic scale in the context of a major scale. So you can see that, sure, from scale degree 1 to scale degree 2, everything's looking okay. C to D, whole. Now from D to E, whole. Now here's where it gets interesting. We skip scale degree 4, we skip that half step, and we go straight to 5, which means that's the distance of a whole plus a half step. A whole plus a half step, 3 half steps, is the distance of a minor third. So you can see we're going to show that here with this bracket. Then from 5 to 6 is a whole step. Then we skip scale degree 7 and go straight to scale degree 1, which again means we're skipping both a whole and a half steps worth of distance, which is going to equal a minor third. Something to point out to you as well here is this is the first scale you've seen written on the grand staff. So what we have here is we have, sure enough, the major pentatonic scale written here. And then we have it written the same pitch classes, different octave register down here on the bass clef. You will see exercises to write scales on the grand staff. Whenever you write scales on the grand staff, you're always going to start with the first pitch class. This one's always going to be at a higher octave register, but they're always the same. These are both C. These are both D. These are both E. These are both G. These are both A. These are both C. So when you write it, it's essentially like you're writing the scale 2 times, but you're writing it both in treble clef and in bass clef when they're joined together in the grand staff. In the next lesson, we're going to break down all the major keys we learned about 2 lessons ago and see how we can turn all of those into major pentatonic scales. I'll see you there. So what is interesting to think about with major pentatonic scales is there's really 2 ways of looking at them. Okay? You could look at these scale degrees as 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Because just like with a major scale, with scale degree is all we're saying is there's 5 of them. So surely we'd have scale degree 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So why do we have this labeled as 5 and 6? We have these labeled as 5 and 6 so that you can think about major pentatonic scales in relation to the major scales. So we're skipping scale degree 4. As you can see right here, we're skipping scale degree 4. So instead of trying to memorize a whole new thing of, the scale degree numbers and all that, just think about major pentatonic scales directly relating to the major scale, skipping scale degree 4, skipping scale degree 7. It's going to be the easiest way to remember it and to think about it. So a C major pentatonic scale would be C to D to E, skip 4, go to 5, G to A, and then we'd skip 7, come back to C. A G major pentatonic scale, think about a G major scale. We go G, A, B, 1, 2, 3. We're going to skip 4, we're going to skip C, we're going to go straight to 5, which is D, 6 is E, we're going to skip 7, which is F sharp. So G, A, B, D, E. For a D major pentatonic scale, we're going to go D, E, F sharp. That's 1, 2, 3. We're going to skip 4, which is G, go straight to 5, which is A, 6 is B, skip 7, which is C sharp, go straight back to D. For a B flat major pentatonic, it's going to be just like a B flat major scale. We're going to B flat, C, D, 1, 2, 3, skip 4, which is E flat, go straight to 5, which is F, 6 is G, skip 7, which is A, and go straight back to B flat. For an F major pentatonic, we go 1, 2, 3, F, G, A, we skip 4, which is B flat, go to 5, which is C, 6 is D, skip 7, which is E. You're going to get to explore all these keys in your workbook, have a ton of fun there, and then I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn all about the minor pentatonic scale, which is a 5-note or pentatonic scale, just like the major. Now, just like the major pentatonic scale, the minor pentatonic has a scale degree formula of whole steps and minor thirds. It begins and ends on the same pitch class 1 octave apart, can begin on any of the notes of the musical alphabet. It's made from a natural minor scale, that scale degree 2 and flat 6, and is used in, honestly, every modern genre. Whole step plus a half step equals an interval of a minor third. We're going to see this bracket right here. So let's take a look at an A minor pentatonic scale and relate it to the A natural minor scale. So we go A, we skip 2, which is B, go straight to C. D is 4, E is 5, we skip F, which would be flat 6. We go to G, which is 7, back to A, which is 1. In the next lesson, we're going to do a deep dive into all the possible minor pentatonic scales you can use with the new key signatures you've learned about. So in the same way we thought about the major pentatonic scales as being related directly to the major scales, we're going to think about the minor pentatonic scales as being related directly to the natural minor scales. And this is to make your life a whole lot easier so you don't have to think about a brand new type of scale. You relate it directly to the natural minor scale that you already know, and then just remove scale degree 2 and scale degree flat 6. So let's break this down. A to C, we're skipping B. Okay, that's good. C to D, D to E, E to G, we're skipping F. And we go back to A. So skipping scale degree 2, skipping scale degree flat 6. For the E minor pentatonic, E, we skip F sharp, which is 2, we go to G, then A, B, then we skip C, which would be scale degree 6, and then we go straight to D. For B, we skip scale degree 2, which would be C sharp, so we go B to D. To E to F sharp, we skip scale degree flat 6, which would be G, go straight to A, and then we go back to B. For G minor pentatonic, this is just like the G natural minor scale you just learned about without scale degree 2, without scale degree 6. So we go G, we skip A, we go straight to B flat, to C, to D, skip E flat, go to F. D, skip E, go to F, G, A, skip B flat, go to C. So the same relationship that exists between the major scales and the natural minor scales, which is also that relationship we see played out in the key signature, which is the relative major and the relative minor, that same relationship also exists with these pentatonic scales, because these pentatonic scales are just taking notes from both the major and the natural minor scales. So those relationships stay the same. So for example, all the notes of an A minor pentatonic scale, these are all the same notes as a C major pentatonic scale, just starting on A. So let's prove that out. So a C major pentatonic scale is C, D, E, G, A. We start on scale degree 6, which is A. We go A, then we start from 1. C, D, E, G. Let's prove it out with one more. Let's prove it out with a new one. Let's look at our F major pentatonic scale. So we have F, G, A, C, D. D is scale degree 6. So what are we going to do? We're going to start on scale degree 6, which is D, and then just say all the same notes as an F major pentatonic scale, F, G, A, C. There you go. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to learn all about one of my favorite scales, the harmonic minor scale. Now, the harmonic minor scale is a 7-note heptatonic scale, but it is unlike any heptatonic scale you have seen up to this point. So it has all the same notes, spelled exactly the same as the natural minor scale until scale degree 7. Scale degree 7 is raised by 1/2 step to create the interval of a major 7th from the tonic of the scale. This also changes the scale degree name to leading tone, because just like we have a raised scale degree 7 where it's a 1/2 step away from the tonic in a major scale, we call that a leading tone. It's going to be the same here. What gives the scale its unique sound is the augmented second. It's 3/2 steps, but the way it's spelled is not a minor third. It's spelled as an augmented second between scale degree flat 6 and raised or natural 7. The harmonic minor is the only scale so far that can have both flats and sharps in the same scale. So definitely listen to these examples as throughout the whole book. But real quick, here's a G harmonic minor scale. Oh, so cool. And so what makes this sound so cool is this raised 7th here, where we have this whole and 1/2 step relationship between scale degree 6 and scale degree 7. So let's break that down, and then we can compare the harmonic minor to the natural minor scale. So scale degree 1 to scale degree 2. This is all acting exactly like a natural minor scale. Same to scale degree 3. We have whole, half, whole, half, just like a natural minor scale. Here's where things change. It's not whole, it's whole plus half, half. So how this plays out is we have an E flat here, which is scale degree 6. By the way, this is on bass clef here, just to be clear. And then the next note is F sharp. So if you think about it, we have E flat to E to F sharp. So that right there is 1, 2, 3 half steps, which gets us the interval of an augmented second. So we have E flat all the way up to F sharp. So when we compare a harmonic minor versus a natural minor, the one note that changes is scale degree 7, which means the scale degree names change. The leading tone creates more tension than the subtonic. This extra tension pushes us towards the tonic to resolve in this scale. What I mean by that is this. Here's the G natural minor scale, and I'm going to hang out on the subtonic before resolving. And then I'm going to play the harmonic minor scale, and again I'm going to hang out on the leading tone before resolving to the tonic. And you tell me which one you think holds more tension, the subtonic or the leading tone. So here it is with the subtonic. Yeah, okay. It wants us to go back. You know, it pushes us back a little bit to go back to the tonic. But here, check this out. Where does that want to go? Only one place. So that half step of difference creates a lot more tension, and that tension pushes us much harder to resolve back up to the tonic of G. I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to break down the harmonic minor scale even more. So far you understand that to basically take a natural minor scale and transform it into a harmonic minor scale, all you're doing is raising scale degree 7 up by 1/2 step. Now, there is a second way of breaking the scale down to understand it a little bit further, and that is with our famous pentachords and tetrachords. So we could take a D minor pentachord, and as just a quick reminder, a pentachord is just going to be the first 5 notes, or a group, really, of 5 notes. But in music theory, when we talk about pentachords, normally it's going to be the first 5 notes of a scale. But technically, the word pentachord just means a group of 5 notes. And then a tetrachord technically means a group of 4 notes, but really when we use it in music theory, we're going to be talking about 4 consecutive notes within a scale. So all harmonic tetrachords have a formula of half, whole plus half, half. So let's look at this. This is a harmonic tetrachord. And the reason why we're calling it a harmonic tetrachord is because, well, we had the major tetrachord, and the major tetrachord was whole, whole, half. And you remember, in level 1, we could break a major scale down into 2 halves, go whole, whole, half, and then whole, whole, half, and then there was a whole step connecting the half to the next tetrachord, and that's how we could break down a major scale. Well, we can do something similar here with a harmonic minor scale. We take this, which is a harmonic tetrachord, and so the harmonic tetrachord, no matter where it starts, is always going to be a half step, a whole plus a half step, so really an augmented second, because that's how we're spelling it. We're not spelling it as a minor third, we're spelling it as an augmented second, and then a half step bringing us home. So here we have the D minor pentachord, and then we can slice the top 4 notes up and just think about them as being a harmonic tetrachord, and then we add the minor pentachord plus the harmonic tetrachord together to create a harmonic minor scale. I want to break this down one more time, this time using note names to be a little bit more specific. So we have the D minor pentachord. That's going to be scale degree 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from a D natural minor scale. So here we have D, E, F, G, and A. And then what we have is an A harmonic tetrachord. And the reason why we're calling it an A harmonic tetrachord is only because we're starting on an A. So if we started a harmonic tetrachord on C, we go C to D flat, then we'd jump an augmented second to E sharp, essentially, which is a weird note to say, a very uncommon anharmonic equivalent there, and then we'd bring it back home to F. So here we have an A harmonic tetrachord, so we're going to go A to B flat, half step, spell it as an augmented second to C sharp, and then we have a half step bringing us back home to D, and that creates a D harmonic minor scale, a D minor pentachord combined with an A harmonic tetrachord. This is not a way you have to think about harmonic minor scales, but for many people this is a helpful way of breaking it down. It's also very helpful to just think about harmonic minor scales as a natural minor scale with a raised scale degree 7. So use either that way of thinking about it as being the same exact thing as a natural minor scale, but you're raising scale degree 7, or you can slice it and dice it and think about it this way. Whatever works best for you, whatever is easiest, there's no right way or wrong way between those two. It's just 2 different ways of thinking about it and coming to the same answer. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn about a 4th new type of scale, and that is a real melodic minor scale. No, there aren't a bunch of fake melodic minor scales floating around out there that you can buy outside of the stadium for a cheaper price. That's not quite the way this is working. But the reason it's called a real melodic minor scale is you will see in a minute, because we're going to compare it to a classical melodic minor scale. But first, we're here with a real melodic minor scale, which is another 7-note or heptatonic scale. And just like with the harmonic minor scale, our foundation is going to be to compare this to the natural minor scale and then adjust from there. So this scale does have 2 names. It's called both the real melodic minor scale. It's also sometimes called the jazz melodic minor scale. We're going to use the name real melodic minor. The reason why it has the name of jazz melodic minor scale is this scale is used a lot in jazz. A natural minor scale with both raised scale degree 6 and scale degree 7 by 1/2 is going to give us a real melodic minor scale. So if you think about it, we took a natural minor scale, we raised scale degree 7. That gave us a harmonic minor scale. Now we raise scale degree 6 and we raise scale degree 7. That's going to get us a melodic minor scale. So to keep it with the same keys, we can compare. We've been looking at G minor scales here for both the harmonic minor and now the real melodic minor. We're going to have whole half, whole half, and that's the formula. But here's the thing. I don't think it's going to be very good use of your time to memorize this formula. I think it is going to be a much better use of your time to just remember that you take a natural minor scale and you raise scale degree 6 and scale degree 7. And if you do that, you're going to come up with this formula. So instead of making yourself memorize a whole new formula, just memorize, you raise scale degree 6 and you raise scale degree 7. So this creates a very interesting sounding scale here. Listen to the example, but I'm also going to play here too. Oh, it ends up being very nice at the end. It's sort of like one of those moments in the movies where you have like a big mean biker or something shows up and our hero is threatened, and then it turns out the big old biker's a teddy bear or something like that. It's one of these moments where the scale starts out and you think it's all going to be drama, but then it ends. It ends sounding like a major scale. So if you think about it too, you could also think about the melodic minor scale as being one note different from a major scale. The only note that changes from a G major scale to a G real melodic minor scale is the third. That's it. It's one note different. So the only reason we're calling it a minor scale is because the third is minor. Just like the difference between a major triad and a minor triad, the only difference is scale degree 3. We're seeing here that the only difference between a major scale and a real melodic minor scale is indeed scale degree 3. Now that being said, I think the best way to think about this is to compare it to a natural minor scale. That way you're still thinking about minor scales in minor scale land, and you're not trying to jump back and forth between thinking about a major scale, comparing to a minor scale. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to break down the difference between a natural harmonic and real melodic minor scales, looking at both scale degree numbers and scale degree names. So the difference between all three types of scales really comes down to scale degree 6 and scale degree 7. We can see that in a natural minor scale, natural's on the top, natural minor scale, we have lowered or flat scale degree 6 and scale degree 7. In a harmonic minor scale, we have flat or lowered scale degree 6, but raised, like from the major scale, scale degree 7. And then we can see in melodic minor that scale degree 6 and scale degree 7 are raised just like the major scale, and the only difference is going to be scale degree 3. Here's an interesting point that you should know. Some music theorists call scale degree 6 in the melodic minor scale a raised submediant instead of just a submediant. But here's the thing. When we're in a major scale, we don't call scale degree 6 a raised submediant, we just call it a submediant. Also, when we're in a natural minor scale, we don't call scale degree flat 6 a lowered submediant. So it doesn't really make sense logically. I understand why some music theorists would want to call it a raised submediant because it's significant. It's a big change. Just like the change from a natural minor scale to a harmonic minor scale, where scale degree 7, we're going to call it the leading tone instead of the subtonic, right? But here's the thing. As you're going to learn later on in this course, that scale degree 7 has much more of an impact on music theory in general than that scale degree 6. So, for that reason, among many others, we're just going to call scale degree 6, whether it is raised or lowered, we're always going to call it the submedian. The only scale degree name that we're going to change when we're in minor keys is going to be to call scale degree 7 the leading tone, both in melodic and in harmonic minor scales. I will see you in the next lesson. Just like with major scales, natural minor scales, and harmonic minor scales, we can chop up real melodic minor scales into pentachords and tetrachords to really understand what's going on in the inner workings of these real melodic minor scales. So we could think about it as starting with a minor pentachord, just like the natural minor scale, and just like the harmonic minor scale. All three of these scales start with a minor pentachord. So sure, we can start with a G minor pentachord. We're going to do a G real melodic minor here. So we start with a G minor pentachord, which is going to be G, A, B flat, C, D, and then starting on D, or a D major tetrachord. It's like the first four notes of a D major scale, D, E, F sharp, G. So we can put that together, G, A, B flat, C, D, E, F sharp, G. So this is another way of breaking down and understanding a real melodic minor scale. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn about our last new type of scale here in level 2, and that's a classical melodic minor scale. Now, this is a very unique scale, unlike anything you have ever seen before, because it sounds different on the way up than it does on the way down. So the ascending and descending classical melodic minor scale are two different scales. Let's check it out. So this is used in classical music. You really will not find this anywhere else. The classical melodic minor scale is different, ascending and descending, as we talked about. When it ascends, it's like a real melodic minor scale with raised scale degree 6 and raised scale degree 7. When it descends, it's like a natural minor scale with lowered scale degree 7 and scale degree 6. Now, there are times in classical music when the real melodic minor scale is used for descending, and this is a case of learn the rules and then smash them on the ground like a cheap guitar, which is what we always want to do with music theory. We want to learn the rules, we want to learn how to build the house, we want to learn geometry and physics so we can build a strong foundation, and then have some fun with it. Like, have you ever seen houses that are like all glass or like built in the shape of a guitar? Like, there's really cool things you can do with houses once you understand how to build a frame and how to build a foundation. So it's the same thing here. You learn all these rules in music theory for the foundation, and then you can figure out how to break the rules off of that foundation. Now, the reason why the scale is different ascending and descending is that many hundreds of years ago, people felt that raising scale degree 6 and 7 was a more pleasing, air quotes, way to get back to the tonic of the scale, and that scale degree flat 6 and flat 7 on the way down on the scale really brought home the minor feeling or sound. So, that being said, let's check out this G classical melodic minor. So we can see, sure enough, on the way up, we have scale degree 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, raise 6 and 7, but then on the way down, we go 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, but scale degree 7 and scale degree 6 have been lowered. So you can see, here's scale degree 6, E natural. The next time we see it, it's going to be an E flat. Here's scale degree 7, F sharp. Next time we see it, F natural. And keep in mind that just like with the harmonic minor and the real melodic minor, we're going to be using the natural minor key signature and then using accidentals to change the sound of the notes and the scales within the context of that key signature. I will see you in the next lesson. We are going to unpack the difference between natural harmonic, real melodic, and classical melodic minor. It's all going to come down to scale degree 6 and scale degree 7. So we're going to keep this all in the same key so we can do a one-to-one comparison here. So G natural minor scale, we have G, A, B flat, C, D, E flat, F natural, G. That's the same ascending and descending, and yes, now we need to specify if scales are the same ascending and descending with our new scale, the classical melodic minor. G harmonic minor, we have G, A, B flat, C, D, E flat, F sharp, raised scale degree 7, G, and then it's the same on the way down. With a G real melodic minor scale, we have G, A, B flat, C, D, E natural raised, F sharp raised, and then it's the same on the way down. The G classical melodic minor scale has all the same notes as an ascending real melodic minor scale. So we go G, A, B flat, C, D, E natural, F sharp, G, but then on the way down, it's all the same notes as a G natural minor scale, F, E flat, D, C, B flat, A, G. So what you can see here is we have the same notes here as we do here. Same. Then we have the same notes here as we do here. And that's how the G classical melodic minor scale works. It's the first half of a real melodic minor, and then the second half, the descending scale, using all the notes of a natural minor scale. I will see you in the next lesson. Using the new accidentals and new key signatures that you've learned so far in level 2, we can now create a bunch of natural minor, harmonic minor, and real melodic minor scales. You'll notice that I'm not including classical melodic minor here, and that's because there's going to be a time and a place to use classical melodic minor, and it's not yet. You understand it, you'll recognize it if you see it out in the wild. You can use it 100% if you want to for your compositions. It's very rare to see that outside of writing for classical music, and we're not really going to get into actually writing classical music until level 3 and then level 4. So for that reason, we're going to focus just on these scales that can be used both in pop, classical. You can use them for compositions, you can use them for songwriting, anything you want. So natural minor scales, we have A natural minor, E natural minor, B natural minor, G natural minor, D natural minor. Now for harmonic minor scales, we're going to focus on 2 keys only. That's going to be G harmonic and D harmonic minor. For real melodic minor scales, we're going to focus on the same 2 keys. We're only going to focus on the G real melodic minor and the D real melodic minor, and that's because we're only focusing on the accidentals of F sharp, C sharp, B flat, and E flat for level 2. Take a look at this page, review it, you can always come back to it. So to summarize everything we've learned in Pitch and Notes 8, we learned about pentatonic scales, major and minor pentatonic scales, and how they are relative to each other in the same way that major scales and natural minor scales have that relative relation where they share the same key signature, and the natural minor scale starts on scale degree 6. In harmonic minor scales, you learned all about the augmented second. You also learned about the augmented second that sits between scale degree 6 and then the raised scale degree 7. And the fact that when we raise that scale degree 7, it becomes a leading tone and it's no longer a subtonic. You learn about the difference between harmonic minor and natural minor, and that really comes down to scale degree 7. We also looked at breaking down the harmonic minor into a minor pentachord and then adding in a harmonic tetrachord on top of that minor pentachord. We looked at the real melodic minor scale and how to compare that to the harmonic and the natural minor scale. Essentially, the real melodic minor scale is you raise scale degree 6 and you raise scale degree 7, so it's basically like a major scale, just with a flat 3. The way I recommend thinking about that is like it's a natural minor scale, but you're raising scale degree 6 and scale degree 7. We also looked at the classical melodic minor scale, which is like a real melodic minor scale on the way up, but a natural minor scale on the way down. So some new words you should know: pentatonic, harmonic minor, real melodic minor, and classical melodic minor. I will see you in the next lesson. We're going to talk a little bit about chords versus intervals. Now, we went over this in level 1, but just to remind you, sometimes, some people say that anytime you have 2 notes together at the same time, that this is not technically a chord, that this is an interval. So for example, this. Say, okay, That's an interval A to E, perfect fifth. But here's the thing. In modern music, there are chords that are only 2 notes. Now, just like we called 3-note chords triads, we could kind of call 2 notes dyads, but we're going to have a different name for a particular kind of 2-note chord. And this new type of chord is going to be called a power chord. So power chords are the backbone of rock, punk, metal. They're also used in pop, blues, gospel, hip hop, country, CCM, classic rock, and so many other modern genres. Now there are 2 different types of power chords. There's 2-note power chords and there's 3-note power chords. We're going to explore all that in a little bit. Power chords are written as the pitch class of the root note followed by the number 5. I'll show you an example right here. E5. How about an A5? How about a D5? All right, so those are power chords. Power chords are not major, and they're also not minor. The quality of a power chord is not major, and the quality of the power chord is not minor. 2-note power chords are dyads. 3-note power chords are not triads. Remember, triads must have a root, a third, and a fifth all together at the same time to be a triad. And as you will see, 3-note power chords do not have a third, which is one of the reasons why they're not major and they're not minor. Power chords can have a root note on any note of the full musical alphabet. I recommend going through and listening to this example, but I'll just play a couple examples for you here, just so we're on the same page before you actually have to jump out of this video and into another video. That's a power chord, power chord, power chord, power chord, like this. All right, and just kind of playing around there, but you get the idea. That's a power chord. So to write 2-note power chords is pretty easy. You just write a harmonic perfect fifth. That's it. That's it. So you know how to write a harmonic perfect fifth from all the work you did in level 1, some of the work you did here in level 2. All you need to do is write a harmonic perfect fifth, and you're going to have written a power chord. Now, every once in a while, when you have a key signature, there's going to be certain notes you don't need to adjust, and sometimes when you don't have a key signature, there's going to be notes you need to adjust. For example, see here, this B to this F sharp, we're in bass clef here. So this B to this F sharp right here, we need that F sharp to make that a perfect fifth, because otherwise B to F, that's a tritone or diminished fifth. What we need is that power chord. So like that, and then for example here, B flat to F again would be that perfect fifth. So essentially all you need to do is make sure you write a perfect fifth and you will have a power chord. In the next lesson, we're going to talk about 3-note power chords. I'll see you there. So I actually put example 64 before this lesson to make sure you listen through and understand 3-note power chords. See if you can hear the difference between 3-note and 2-note power chords. It's a subtle thing, but really the only difference is adding in the octave of the root. So we have the perfect fifth, and then we add the perfect octave of the root above the fifth. 3-note power chords can only be written with the interval of a harmonic perfect fifth and a harmonic perfect eighth. That's the only way to write 3-note power chords. And just remember, 3-note power chords are not triads because triads have a root, third, and fifth, whereas 3-note power chords have a root, a fifth, and then another root. So think about it. Let's go for a C power chord. So we have C, G, and then C again. So we have 1, 5, 1, or 8. And that's the power chord, and that's why they're not triads, and that's also why they're not major or minor, because if you think about it, a C major chord, well, a C minor chord, all those have root, third, fifth. Now if we go to power chord, 3-note power chord, it's only roots, fifths together. So to write a 3-note power chord, you're going to write the interval of a harmonic fifth, and then also add the octave on top. And then add accidentals as needed. And then if you're using key signature, use accidentals or not. to make your perfect fifths with your perfect octave. So let's break this down. No key signature. All right. We're in bass clef. So we have an A, an E, and an A. A, E, A. And that's our 3-note power chord. So A is the root, E is the fifth, and then we have A again up here. A, E, A. Let's check this out. Ooh, this one's going pretty high. We have quite a few ledger lines here. So this is actually going to be a G power chord. We have G, D, G. Here we have B, F sharp, B. So in every case, you can think of it just as a perfect fifth and then writing this note again 1 octave higher. Let's look at a B flat power chord. We have B flat, F natural, and then B flat again up top. And we can see the same sort of idea play out here, but with a key signature. So for the B power chord, we don't actually need to write the accidental for the F sharp because that's already taken care of in the key signature. So let's talk about some songs you can listen to hear power chords. Now there's many, many thousands more songs than this list here, but this is a good list to really get into some songs with some power chords. Now, these famous songs are instantly recognizable in part because they use power chords played by the guitar players, sometimes keyboard players too, but mainly guitar players. Now, you'll hear throughout these songs that guitar players will switch between 2-note and 3-note power chords in the same song, even in the same measure, sometimes even in the same beat, playing an 8th note on a 2-note and then an 8th note on a 3-note power chord. And that really is because the guitarists are trying to create different vibes, different feelings, different emotions, different textures by adding and subtracting that octave out of the power chord for a 2-note and then putting it back in for a 3-note power chord just to get different sounds and feelings. So When I Come Around by Green Day is a good one. I Love Rock and Roll by Joan Jett. That is like all power chords. What I've Done, Linkin Park, something a little bit more modern. Symphony of Destruction, Megadeth, a classic, along with Enter Sandman by Metallica. Hit Me With Your Best Shot, Pat Benatar. Rock You Like a Hurricane, that's like all power chords. Eye of the Tiger by Survivor, it's all power chords. And You Really Got Me by the Kinks, boom, 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 boom. Power chords. One of, by the way, you want to talk about some songs that started off power chords, going back to like the 60s with the Kinks doing something like that. And it's like, sure, you can hear a quick little music history lesson. Here we go. So like you could hear bands back in the 60s, like the Beatles, starting to play around with power chords a little bit, right? And the Stones too, sure. But the way that the Beatles and the Stones, the Rolling Stones, were approaching power chords was really blues-based. It was coming from the blues. Whereas the Kinks started to do something with You Really Got Me with power chords, it was like the start of rock. And then you see Led Zeppelin and other bands like that take that idea of rock with those power chords and really run with it. Cool. In the next lesson, we're going to talk about power chord inversions. I will see you there. So if you think about it, a power chord is the interval of a perfect fifth. And as you may remember from inverting simple intervals, when we invert a perfect interval, it stays a perfect interval, and then the distance is going to add up to 9. So when we invert a perfect fifth, it becomes a perfect fourth. Now, what is interesting that sometimes in a modern music context, the perfect fourth can actually be thought of as an inverted power chord, and I think that's actually the right way to think about it. This is because the inverted power chord is used in and around non-inverted power chords that are in root position to give a similar context and feeling. So, I'm actually going to give you an example here. Let's hope my guitar's in tune because I didn't know I was going to be playing. But here we are. So, I'm going to give you a quick example to demonstrate this. Now, there's a classic rock song by the band Deep Purple called Smoke on the Water. Now, in Smoke on the Water by Deep Purple, a lot of people, when they first pick this up and play it, and by the way, this example is going to work for everyone. Just use your ears. This is not just for guitar players. This is literally for everyone. It doesn't matter what instrument you do. If you want to compose, you want to write songs, this example is for you too. Listen and use your ears.
A lot of people, when they play this song, they will play with power chords in root position. They'll play it as a perfect fifth. And if we play it as perfect fifths, it sounds like this. Okay, but here's the thing. And the way it's actually played on the recording is with an inverted power chord. Here we go. 2, 3, 4. So listen to the difference. Here it is without the inverted power chord. Here it is with the inverted power chord. Can you hear how they're related, but they're not quite the same? Here it is one more time. Non-inverted power chord. Inverted power chord. So right there you can hear how that inverted power chord is used to create a similar feeling and a similar idea of using this raw rock power chord with a slightly different texture, a slightly different sound. So anytime a chord is not inverted, like it's in its natural state, we're going to say it is in root position. Because if we think about it, root, third, fifth, we're saying it's in the position where the root is the lowest note. Now you always need to know the root of a chord to determine whether or not the chord is inverted. Now it's easy to spot the root position in 3-note power chords. It's actually more common to see a 2-note power chord inverted than a 3-note power chord inverted. They're out there. I've heard them plenty of times in songs. And this is because if you invert a 3-note power chord, there are going to be 2 fifths and only 1 root, which leaves us with very little context, both visually and harmonically, for where the root is. Let me show you what I mean. So this is the root. That's the root. Now, remember that sound. I'll play it one more time. Remember the sound. Now, keep on remembering that sound. And here it is. Bum, 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 bum. Now we add that to a 3-note power chord. Still root position. Now if we turn this into a 3-note power chord inverted, we only have 1 of the root, but we have 2 of the fifth. That sounds like this. But really the root is bum, 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 bum. And when I sing that root, it gives that context. Because remember, the lowest sound carries the most power. As soon as we take that root away from being the lowest sound, sounds kind of weird. It sounds like you don't quite know which direction is up and which direction is down. So we're going to come back in the next lesson and look even more in depth at these inverted power chords. I'll see you there. So here's an example of a 2-note power chord that's in root position. We have a G power chord, so G to D. We have a B flat power chord because of the key signature, so we have B flat to F. And then we have a C power chord, which is C to G. Now if we invert it, what we're going to do is we're going to take all the lowest notes, just like we did for intervals. We're going to take all these lowest notes and we're going to pop them up above the already existing higher notes, which means now instead of G, D, we have D, G. Instead of B flat F, we have F, B flat. Instead of C, G, we have G, C. Now, as we just talked about, when you take the root out from being the lowest note, you start to lose context of what the lowest note is actually supposed to be and where the root is. The root gets lost in the inversion because then the lowest note becomes the fifth instead of the root. And because our ears always gravitate, just like with the drums, just like with the strongest and weakest beats, our ears always find the lowest note and give that note the most power. That's just how our ears work. It's how our brains work. Whatever's the lowest note, that's what we feel like is going to be the most powerful. A lot of times, when you have power chords that are in inversions, the bass player in the band, or indeed a keyboard or an organ player, in the case of Deep Purple, will actually be playing the root note several octave registers lower. Maybe 1, maybe 2, sometimes even 3. So a lot of times when a chord is in inversion, in a higher sounding instrument, like the guitar, the bass or lower instruments will still play the root. When this happens, we will say and think of the chord as being in root position, because when we hear all the instruments together, the lowest note, being the root, is what is going to stick out to us, even though a lot of other instruments are playing. So, as a guitar player, you might hear, so we're going to take the same idea. So here's our bass note. Bum, bum, bum. You should also listen to example 66. I put some drums in there and stuff. It sounds good. So, bum, bum, bum. That's already starting to lose it a little bit. Now, if we take it one step further and we go, that's getting even higher. Now let's take it one step further. Now right there, it's not at all clear. It's not at all clear where the bass is. But if I go dom 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 dom. Once I sing that root note, everything I'm playing in those higher notes feels like it makes a lot more sense. It gets context from that lowest note. So 2 songs for you to listen to that, be warned, are a little heavy, are Smoke on the Water and Seek and Destroy by Metallica. And listening to these 2 songs, you're going to hear the higher instruments, in this case the guitar, the higher notes compared to the bass guitar. Those guitars are going to be playing power chords in inversion, where they're not going to have the root note as the lowest note, but the bass, sure enough, is going to have the lowest note being the root, which then you hear everything together, and it's like a soup where all the ingredients come together, and it almost doesn't matter which instrument is playing what. It only matters that one instrument, out of all the instruments that are playing, is in fact playing the root, and that's what your ear hears and understands the chord to be, because there's that lowest note in there. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn about 2 new types of triads. You're going to learn about diminished and augmented triads, and these are 2 new types of quality of triads. So we have major triads, which is the quality is major. We have minor triads, the quality is minor. Now let's talk about diminished triads, where the quality is diminished. So a diminished triad is actually made of scale degree 1, 3, and then flat 5 of a natural minor scale. So let's say we took scale degree 1, 3, and 5, but then we're actually going to lower 5 by 1/2 of a step. So there's an interval of a minor third between the root and the third. There's an interval of a minor third between the third and the fifth, and that's because that fifth is flattened down by 1/2 step, which means that between the root and the fifth is an interval of a diminished fifth. And the way you write the chord symbol is we write a little degree sign. So for example, this diminished triad starts on a B note. So we write the chord symbol is going to be the letter of the root, B, and then we write that little degree sign right there. Now for an augmented triad is if you take 1, 3, and 5 from a major scale, but you raise 5 up by 1/2 step to create an augmented fifth. You remember that interval we learned about right at the end of our level 2 of intervals? Well, here's where we're going to start using it. And that's in this type of triad, this quality of triad. So there's a major third from the root to the third. There's a major third from the third to the fifth, and because there's 2 major thirds stacked on top of each other, that creates the interval of an augmented fourth between the root and the fifth. So I think what's interesting to look at is for diminished triads, you can see we have 2 minor thirds stacked on top of each other, and for augmented triads, we have 2 major thirds stacked on top of each other. And because for diminished triads, we have 2 minor thirds stacked on top of each other, it creates a diminished fifth from the root to the fifth. And because there's 2 major thirds and augmented, it creates an augmented fifth between the root and the fifth. Now to write an augmented triad chord symbol, you're just going to write a plus. Just a plus sign. So let's say we have a C augmented triad, C plus.
You have an A augmented triad, A plus. There you go. So that plus means we're raising the fifth up by 1/2 step. Make sure you check out example 67, and I will see you in the next lesson. To write diminished and augmented triads, you're going to start the same as writing major and minor triads. You're going to write your first note on your root, and then you're going to build a snowman from there. So the first thing to do is set yourself up with a staff, treble clef, bass clef, perhaps a grand staff. Write your chord symbol above the staff so you know where you're going. That's like your North Star. It's your guide of where you're going to head to. And then you create your snowman and add any accidentals that are needed. So you can see here, you have an A diminished. So we start off, again, we're in bass clef. We start off by writing an A note. And then we write A, C, E. We create a snowman, just stacking those note heads on top of each other, adding a stem. And then because for a diminished triad, the fifth needs to be lowered down by 1/2 step, writing that accidental right there to bring the fifth down by 1/2 step. Here's an example on lines. So an F sharp diminished. So we have F sharp. We're going to write that on line number 4. Again, because we're in bass clef here. And then build a snowman. We're just going to stack note heads on each line. Line, line, line. Stacking note heads. And that's going to get us thirds between each one. And then we just need to figure out and define to make sure we have a minor third between each note head here, and that there's also a diminished fifth between the root and the fifth. So sure enough, from F sharp to A is a minor third, from A to C is a minor third, and from F sharp to C is a diminished fifth. To write diminished triads with the key signature, you're always going to start on scale degree 7 of the major scale, or scale degree 2 of the natural minor scale, but there's an easy one way to think about it. In every key signature, there's going to be one diminished triad. So for example, in the key of D major, C sharp is going to be the diminished triad. So you go ahead on scale degree 7 of D, or in the case of the relative minor, B minor, this would be scale degree 2. You remember that trick we used to figure out the key signatures? Well, here we're going to use this same trick for which scale degrees and which notes we can actually write diminished triads on. So sure enough, in the key of D major, we can write a C sharp diminished. In the key of F major, well, what's scale degree 7 of an F major scale? It's an E. We can write a diminished triad on an E with the F major key signature. And because, you see here, normally we'd need to write a flat because we need there to be a diminished fifth between the root and the fifth. We don't need to write this flat because the flat's already in the key signature. In the next lesson, we're going to break down how to write augmented triads. I'll see you there. All right, let's talk about augmented triads. Now, we're only going to work on writing 2 augmented triads here in level 2. And that's going to be a B flat augmented and an F augmented. And you will see why in a little bit, because there is no key signature that we're ever going to use that's going to give us all the notes of an augmented triad. Whereas with the diminished triad, we could see that in every key signature, there's going to be one diminished triad. There's never an augmented triad in a key signature. We're always going to have to use some kind of accidental to get the triad to be spelled correctly. So just like with other triads, we start with our root note, we start with our chord symbol, and then we build a snowman, and then we add accidentals from there. So you can see here that we have a B flat augmented. So we start with a B flat and the chord symbol above the staff, and then we add, so from B flat to D, that's going to be a major third. And then from D to F sharp, that's also a major third. And those 2 major thirds on top of each other mean that from the root to the fifth is the interval of an augmented fifth. Let's look at an F augmented. So we have an F, we write our chord symbol, and we have our starting note of an F. We build a snowman, and then we add our accidentals. So from F to A, that's a major third. Very good. From A to C sharp, that's a major third. And then we can double check that by saying, okay, from F to C sharp is what? It's an augmented fifth. Now, when you're writing with a key signature, you still need to do the same thing because you're still going to need to add some kind of accidental, at least for the fifth. So you can see here that we're in the key of F major, right? 1 flat. The key is F major. But we're going to write an F augmented in the key of F major. So we start on an F, we build a snowman, but because there's no accidental in the key signature that is going to change the fifth, we need to write an accidental on the fifth to make it an augmented fifth between root and the fifth. Here we have the key signature for B flat major. Wouldn't you know? Chord symbol, B flat plus. There is no F sharp in this key signature, which means we're going to need to add the F sharp here with an accidental to correctly spell an augmented triad. So in summary, to write diminished and augmented triads, you're going to follow the same process as writing major and minor triads. You start on the root note, you build a snowman, whether you're on lines, spaces, whether you're on ledger lines below or above the staff, it's the same thing. You start on the root note, you build a snowman, all the notes are a third apart. If there's no key signature, you're going to need to add in accidentals for diminished triads. If there is a key signature and you're writing a diminished triad that starts on scale degree 7 of the major key associated with that key signature, no need for accidentals. And anytime you write an augmented triad in any key, you're always going to use accidentals. Always, always, always. There's never a key signature that is going to give you all the notes for an augmented triad. I will see you in the next lesson. Let's talk about a brand new thing called arpeggios. So an arpeggio is a chord that is broken into individual pitches which are sounded one at a time. So for example, this is an F triad. This is an F arpeggio. All the notes of the F chord played separately. It's not quite a scale because we're really taking a root third and fifth and when we're just breaking those root third and fifth up into individual notes. The plural for arpeggio is arpeggios, but you could also say arpeggi if you want to be super correct and Italian about it, like we talked before, spaghetti, spaghettos. Arpeggi would be multiple instead of arpeggios. So you can think about arpeggios like chords when we analyze them. So sometimes we'll see arpeggios, we'll see broken chords in measures, and we're going to think about those with Roman numerals. Even though they are separate notes, we can summarize those separate notes together and basically assume a chord. So arpeggios can move in ascending, descending, and even change the order that they're in. So we can take these three notes on this F major triad, and we can go low to high, high to low, and then we can change the order up. It's still an arpeggio. Now you can actually write arpeggios with any note value. You can write them with an eighth note, a quarter note, a half note, or a whole note. So to write arpeggios, you can write the root third and fifth of a chord one note after the next. And you can do this ascending or descending. And then as an optional thing, instead of just writing root third, fifth, you can also add the octave in here as well. So here we have root, third, fifth, and then we have root again. And you can do that descending as well. You can go, here's root, fifth, third, and then you can add root, fifth, third, root again on the bottom. So this is a fun way to break chords up. So in your compositions, instead of just having solid triads being the chords, you can now break those triads up into notes in various ways. And we're actually going to explore 2 more ways of breaking chords up in the next 2 lessons. I'll see you there. So here's another way of breaking chords up. This is called Alberti bass. Now Alberti bass, it's just a very particular pattern
of an arpeggio. So Alberti bass is an arpeggio. It's just a very particular pattern. And this style of arpeggio was made popular by Domenico Alberti, well, between 1710 and 1740. The order of the notes are root, fifth, third, fifth. And I highly recommend listening to example 68 because it gives you a great idea. And you've definitely heard this pattern before when you've heard classical music. And as soon as you hear it, you're going to go, oh. There you go. You've heard that before if you've heard classical music, and that's called Alberti bass, and it's a style, it's a type of arpeggio, an arpeggiation, if you will, of a chord. So you can see here that sure enough, we're saying that this is a C chord here. Even though there's no triad written here, but because we have root, fifth, third, fifth, root, fifth, third, fifth, what we're doing is we're taking all this and we're summarizing it. We're saying, okay, what happens if we take all these notes and stack them on top of each other? What do we get? We get a C major triad. Same thing here. We're saying, okay, what happens if we take all these notes and we stack them on top of each other? Oh, we get a D minor triad. Okay, what happens if we take all these notes, or we take this note and this note, because this note's repeated here, and then they're all repeated again. So really we have three notes, 1, 2, 3. What happens when we stack all these on top of each other is we get a G major triad. So that's really what I mean by we can take these arpeggios and think of them as being triads. It's because we have all the notes of the triad, they're just spaced out, they're just broken up. But really, we summarize all of those notes together and think of them as a triad. In the next lesson, we're going to break chords even further. I'm excited to see you there. We're going to break triads even further here. So a broken chord is any chord where one or more notes is displaced from the chord. So if we have a triad and we take one note and we move it further down, if we have two notes from the triad, we move it further down in a measure, that's going to be a broken chord. So arpeggios are technically a form of broken chord because we're taking the notes of the chord and we're displacing them, we're moving them away from each other. Alberti bass is another type of broken chord. So to identify broken chords, you're going to look over several beats or measures of music. And if you see a group of notes that look like, if we were to summarize them together, would be a root, third, and fifth, you can ask yourself this question. Do all of these notes in these beats measure or measures belong to the same chord? If the answer is yes, it's a broken chord. If the answer is no, look for smaller groups or larger groups of notes to see if you can spot the broken chord. So let's go through example 70 and understand how each triad is being broken up. So here we have a C major triad. So we have C, G, E, G, C, and then we have E, G. So all the notes here, not once do we see an actual triad, but all the notes, if we were to summarize them together, make the notes of the triad. Therefore, it's a broken chord. Therefore, we can summarize this entire measure as being a C triad. Here, for the D minor triad, we have D, A, F, A, D, A, F, A. So even though it's broken up, even though nowhere in this measure do we have a complete triad, we even have some rests. That's all good. We're going to summarize because all the notes here, we have D, F, A. There's only D, Fs, and As. And if we were to stack up a D, an F, and an A together, what does that make? That makes a D minor triad. Let's look at this G measure here. So sure enough, we have a G, we have B and a D, and then we have another B, and then a G. So even though this is broken up, even though there's no triad, because all these notes here just make a major triad, we're just going to write a G over the measure. Same thing here. These are all, I know, you see, you look at this measure, you kind of going, whoa, there's a lot of notes there. But here's the thing. All of the notes in this entire measure are from a C triad. Look, we have E, G, E, G, 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 C, G, G, C, G. Those are all notes from a C major triad. Now, my tip for you for figuring this out is to do exactly what I did here, and it's to look at all the notes in each measure and actually write them out, actually write the letter names out. You can go through, okay, so look, there's only E's,
G's, and C's. What triad can be made with these G's and C's? If we go G, E, C, is that a triad? No, because from G to E is a sixth. From E to C is also a sixth, some kind of sixth. That's not a thing. How about if we go, well, let's go through all the combinations. How about we do E, G, C. Okay, from E to G is some kind of third, but from G to C is some kind of fourth. So that's not going to be it. Now if we do C, E, G, sure enough we can see from C to E is some kind of third. From E to G is some kind of third. This is a broken C triad. So that's my tip for you, is that whenever you see a measure and you think there may be a broken chord in there, actually write the letter names out so you can rearrange them and then figure out what chord is actually being played or implied within the measure. So when it comes time to write broken chords, there's no right or wrong way to break a chord. All you have to do is break it. And that's where your creativity can come in. You can break a chord however you want. You can write an arpeggio or Birdie brace, or break the chord up like you see here, where there's groups, like you see each one of, like there's groups of two. But all together, when we summarize this measure, it creates a C major triad. So that's another thing you can do in your compositions. If you have a line that's your melody line, maybe with lyrics on it, underneath, you can break chords up. I mean, like really break them up. Go to town on breaking your chords up and have tons of fun. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about inverting triads. So you've already learned about how to invert intervals. You take the lowest note and you pop it up, same pitch class, different octave register, higher than the previous note. Now, you're going to see that chord inversions work the same exact way as interval inversion. The lowest note of the chord becomes the highest note of the chord. So in triad inversions, a lower note of the triad is moved up one octave register higher at the same pitch class. This means that the middle note of the chord now becomes the lowest note of the chord, and the lowest note of the chord now becomes the highest note of the chord. Now, because there's 3 notes in every triad, we're going to have different names for the different inversions. So when we have the root note on the bottom, it's called root position, just like with power chords. When we take the root note and we put it above the 5th, this is called first inversion. So first inversion, we have the 3rd as the lowest note. We have the 5th as the middle note, and then we have the root as the highest note. Second inversion is when we take the 3rd and we put it above the root. So the lowest note is the 5th. The next note is the root, and the highest note is the 3rd. And you can see we have some color coding going on here. The roots are always going to be orange, and the thirds are always going to be green. So you can track the orange note here. The C becomes a C up here. So we go from C4 up here to C5. We take this E here. This is E4. We move it all the way up here, and it becomes E5. Same pitch class, 1 octave register higher. Now that's for major triads. We can see minor triads work exactly the same way. Here's a D minor triad. We take the D, D4. We pop it up above the A to D5. This is now a first inversion D minor triad. If we take what is now the lowest note in first inversion, which is going to be an F4, and we pop it up above that D5 for an F5, now we have 5th, root, 3rd. And 5th, root, 3rd is going to be second inversion. Diminished triads work exactly the same way. You have root position. You take what is right here. This is a B3. We pop it up here. It becomes a B4. You take this D4. You pop it up here. It becomes a D5. You can see there's still the same pitch class notes. We still have some kind of B, some kind of D, some kind of F. We're just in a different order here. We have an F, a B, and a D, and some different octave registers for the B and the D.
Augmented triads work exactly the same way. You take the root, pop it up an octave register. Take the third, pop it up an octave register. Root, third, it all works exactly the same. So in summary, with triads, we have 3 different ways a triad can be. It can be in root position. This is when it's spelled root third fifth. It can be in first inversion. This is when it is spelled third fifth root. And it can be in second inversion when it is spelled fifth root third. I will see you in the next lesson. Now, when it comes time to identify and write broken chords, you're going to have triads that are going to be inverted, which means it's going to be a little tricky to pick out and find the chords, because all 3 notes of the triad are not necessarily stacked in order with the root being the lowest note. So in general, you're going to look for the lowest note in a group of notes and then assume inversion based off that lowest note. So for example, in this group of notes right here, we can see that the chord symbol is C major. And sure enough, we have a second inversion C major triad here. We have G, C, E. Now, the lowest note over here in this half of the measure, if we're dividing this measure in half, the lowest note here is C. Then we have E and G. Here, even though we have FA, FA in this half of the measure, the lowest note is a D, to create a D minor. And then you see we drop down, the lowest note is an A. That's kind of like second inversion. Now, I'm not going to spend too long here because we have a whole system for identifying and labeling triads that are in inversion that we're going to talk about in the coming lessons. So this example here and this lesson right here is more just to serve as an eye opener. You don't need to think about, oh, one half of the measure does, one half of the measure doesn't. Oh, this triad might be inverted. No. Just understand that this lesson here and this example here was just to open your eyes to the possibilities of what it means to identify and write chords once we start putting them in inversion. That's all this is. This is just an example. You don't need to take anything away from this other than just understanding that things can start to look a little wild like this. And that right there, we can summarize that entire measure as a C major triad. I'll see you in the next lesson. So in this lesson, you're going to learn how to identify triads. We're going to start off by identifying triads when they're stacked on top of each other nice and neat because, well, that's the easiest way to identify them. So the way to identify triads that are in inversion is because there's going to be an interval of a fourth created when we pop the root note up above the fifth. Let me show you. So in root position, it's always going to look like a snowman, right? Because whenever we're writing triads, we always just build a snowman. Now what happens is once we pop this root note up an octave register, it actually creates the interval of a perfect fourth between the fifth and the root. Because right now we're spelled third, fifth, root. Right now we're spelled third, fifth, root. We're in first inversion. So between fifth and root, between G and C, is an interval of a perfect fourth. And sure enough, you can see that right here, there's some kind of third because these are on lines, but then we don't have this note on a line anymore. It's not a snowman anymore. It's a headless snowman. You know, that the head's like floating around up here. So because we have this space in here, see this space right here? Whenever we see that space, we know the triad is inverted. And when we have 2 notes on the bottom, we know we're in first inversion. And when we have 2 notes on the top of the separation, we know we're in second inversion because that third comes up above the root. And then we still have this space of a perfect fourth between the fifth and the root. Now, this plays out for all qualities of triads. So for major, minor, augmented, and diminished triad, this rule remains the same. Root position, snowman. First inversion, the snowman's head is floating up above the fifth. Second inversion, the snowman's having a bad day. Not quite sure what's happening to the snowman, but we have that gap here. So first inversion, there's 2 notes on the bottom. Second inversion, there's 2 notes on the top, and then there's this gap. Now looking at diminished triads, it no longer is a perfect fourth, but it is still some kind of fourth, so the rule still applies that in first inversion, there's the two notes on the bottom. Second inversion, there's the two notes on the top. The difference being that in the spelling of the fourth in a diminished triad, it becomes an augmented fourth. But that's honestly a little less important than just thinking about, because look, there's two ways you can think about spelling triads in inversions. You can step back and you can say, okay, I'm just going to think about the root third and fifth being the root third and fifth, and then I'm going to pop them up octave registers, right? And in my opinion, that's the easiest, most simple way to think about it. That way you know what the triad is, and you're saying, okay, we're just going to pop those notes up above to create these inversions, these different colors, these different aspects, these qualities of the chord. Now, the second way you can think about it is you can think about it in terms of intervals. So you can say to yourself, okay, root position is some kind of third to some kind of third. First inversion is some kind of third to some kind of fourth. And second inversion is some kind of fourth to some kind of third. But just to bring this lesson home, we have an augmented fourth. So here we have a B diminished triad. So we have B, D, F. Now we take the B and we pop it up one octave register, same pitch class. Now from the F to the B, that creates an interval of an augmented fourth. And still that augmented fourth remains as we bring the third up an octave register above the root. Now what's interesting is from a diminished triad going into inversion, we have an augmented fourth, but in an augmented triad, we actually have a diminished fourth. Just like when we were inverting, and we saw all inverted augmented intervals became diminished, and all augmented diminished intervals, and all inverted diminished intervals became augmented. The same rule is playing out here. So we still have the same idea. The triad in root position looks like a snowman. When it's in first inversion, we have space with two notes on the bottom. When we have second inversion, it's space with two notes on the top. The only difference here is in the actual spelling of the interval. From F sharp to B flat, for example, is a diminished fourth. And then that diminished fourth stays here, even as we take the third and pop it up one octave register. So to summarize, to identify triads that are in inversion, you're always going to look for these groups of two notes with a space and one note, two notes with a space and one note, two notes, space, one note, two notes, space, one note. And that's the easiest way to quickly figure out, oh, this triad is in inversion. And then afterwards you can go in and actually look at the notes, think about the whole, the half steps, think about the intervals. But this is the fastest way to quickly say, oh, we're in inversion. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to be introduced to a new system used for identifying and labeling triads that are in an inverted state. So a triad that either has the third as the lowest note or the fifth as the lowest note of the triad. This is called figured bass. So figured bass are notations placed below notes or next to Roman numerals to show that chords are in inversion. So we're going to use figured bass to communicate the inversion of a chord with small numbers that represent the intervals between notes of the chord. They look something like this down here. Now here's the thing. This figured bass was really used in written music until about the 1830s, at which point it fell out of style and honestly has not been used since. So we're not going to use it in the same way that they used it back in the 1830s and before. We're actually going to use it in a way where we can analyze both classical and modern music using these small figured bass numbers, and it's going to help us a lot. Now, originally, figured bass was used in something called basso continuo parts for performers to know what inversion of chord to play over the root note that was shown in the music. So this is an actual real piece of music. This is from the Four Seasons, or Le Quattro Stagioni, as it was originally written by Antonio Vivaldi. This is from Spring, one of the most famous ones everyone knows. Diggy dum bum bum to ba, shiggy bum gong gong to ba, shiggy dum bucky dum gong 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 gong. You've probably heard that waiting on the phone to talk to a customer service representative for something at some point, or maybe on hold with your bank or something. You've heard that piece of music at some point in your life because it is everywhere. So, basso continuo parts are played by a keyboard instrument, a guitar, a lute, a harp, or a low-sounding instrument like a cello or a double bass. So the performer only sees one note, and then there's numbers written under that note. The performer is going to know which chord in which inversion to play above that note. So let's say we handed this to a keyboard player. They would see literally just this one line of music. They wouldn't see the triads written above like this. They wouldn't see the triads written. They would just see these notes down here, and from these notes know which triad and which inversion to play. So this has been your introduction to figured bass. In the next lesson, you're going to learn actually how figured bass works, and then where and how to use it. I'll see you there. So how to identify and write figured bass? So figured bass is all about the intervals that are created between the different notes when notes are in inversions. Now, here's the thing. The way they used figured bass in like the 17 and 1800s was you would actually specify, like if there was an augmented interval, like we saw with the diminished triads. When we put those in inversion, we create an augmented fourth, where you'd specify, oh, there's an augmented fourth. We're not going to do any of that. We're just going to say there's some kind of, it's going to be the some kind of interval. There's some kind of third, some kind of sixth, some kind of fourth, some kind of sixth. So keep in mind, we're not specifying the quality of the intervals with these numbers. We're just saying there is some kind of. So in root position, let's check out this root position triad. This is a C. So from the lowest note to the middle note, there is a third. So from C to E is a third. From the lowest note to the highest note is a fifth. From C to G is a fifth. So the figured bass would be 3, 5 for third and fifth. Now here's the thing. In practical application, you are never, ever, ever going to actually write this, but you see in older music, it shows up. So now you know it, so when you're actually looking at some older music, you can use it to understand the music, but you're never actually going to use this in anything we do together in terms of analysis. And you'll see why in a little bit. So in first inversion, right, we take the lowest note and we pop it up one octave register. So from the lowest note now, which is the third, to the fifth, that creates an interval of a third. And from the lowest note, which is the third, to the root, that creates an interval of a sixth. So when triads are in first inversion, you write 6, 3. It is actually much more common to shorten it to just 6. And the way you will see me writing it, and the way you're also going to write it for your homework and everything else we talk about, is to just use a 6. That's it, not 6, 3. Now when a triad is in second inversion, from the fifth to the root, we have that fourth. Remember that space that we just talked about? We have that fourth. And then from the fifth to the third is a sixth. So when you have a triad in second inversion, you're going to write 6, 4. So let's actually look at some examples of figured bass on the grand staff. So here's the interesting thing. Chords in figured bass can actually be spread out over multiple instruments or lines of music. Just like with strong and weak beats, the lowest note written has the most power and will define and show which inversion the chord is in. So here we go. We have here a C major triad in first inversion. This is a C. You can see here the lowest note is an E, so E, G, C. And then sure enough, down here, the lowest note, because we're in grand staff, remember all these notes are lower sounding, so all these notes are going to hold way more power down here. The lowest note down here is also an E, which means the figured bass is going to be 6, because we're in first inversion. Now, because the lowest note carries so much weight and power, that means that if the chord in the treble clef changes, but the note in the bass clef stays the same, or if the chords in the treble clef stay the same, but the note in the bass clef changes, whatever's happening in the bass clef is going to be what defines the actual figured bass and what defines the inversion. So check this out. Here we have C triad in first inversion. We have E, G, C. The lowest note, however, though, that we have down here is a C, which means even though up here it's in first inversion, because we have this low note here, this is actually in root position because the lowest note is always the most important and carries the most weight. Now you can see we leave, this is exactly the same as this. We both have E, G, C, E, G, C, E, G, C. Now the only thing that's changing between these is that the lowest note is moving up to an E. So because the lowest note is now an E, this triad is now in first inversion. Even though up here it's been in first inversion the whole time, the lowest note is what's actually going to dictate the inversion. Now you can check this out. We have now C triad still in first inversion up here, but we've moved the lowest note down here to G, which means it's actually now in second inversion because the lowest note carries the most weight. So even though up here it's in first inversion, because we have this G down here and G is the fifth of C, that means we're going to think of this chord as being in second inversion. Now you can see, as our final example, that we leave this G down here, we change the triad up here, but it doesn't matter what happens up here. What only matters is this lowest note right here, and because this G remains the same, this triad up here has no power over the inversion. The only thing that has power over the inversion is the lowest note of the chord. Now chords can actually be broken up so you don't have a triad in the top. You can have two notes in the treble clef, two notes in the bass clef. You still are going to look for the lowest note to show you what inversion the chord is in. You can see here, this is all C chords. So we have, sure enough, C, E, G, C. These are all notes of a C major triad. We have now E, C, E, G, because E is the lowest note, first inversion. G, C, E, G, C, because G is the lowest note, second inversion. G, E, C, E, G, so many different combinations of just these three notes, right? Because the lowest note is G, that defines the inversion of the triad. Now, identifying chords over multiple staves can be difficult at first. You now have patience, you're going to keep on working. You do a couple exercises here in level 2, and then we're going to get a lot deeper into this in level 3, because the reality is when composers write music, and when anyone writes music, very rarely are all the notes in every single measure from the chord, so you need to be able to know the rules to identify which notes are actual chord tones and belong to the chord, and which notes don't. I'll see you in the next lesson where we discuss a more modern way of displaying chords and inversions. See you there. In this lesson, you're going to learn a very modern way of writing chord symbols that show triads that are in inversions, and these are called slash chords. So the notation is not named after the super awesome rock guitarist Slash, though he is pretty cool. This is separate from the rock guitarist Slash, I repeat. So we have the chord symbol. This shows us the triad and the triad quality. Because, right, if it was C minor, we'd have C minus. If it was C diminished, we'd have C diminished. If C augmented, we have C plus. So the first letter, and then any symbols after that, shows us the triad quality. The second letter after the slash, so here's the slash, this second letter here, shows us what the lowest note of the chord actually is. So what's cool about this is when you use this type of notation, you don't need to think first inversion, second inversion, root inversion. You just write what the triad is and then write the lowest note below. So it's used to show inversion. It's also used to show when we have chords where notes that are not actually from the triad are in the bass, but we'll get to that later. So the note below and to the right of the slash is like the lowest note of the chord. And the order of the chord tones above that lowest note has no impact on the notation, just like we saw with the figured bass. You could do whatever you want up here. It's the lowest note of whatever chord is being played that is actually going to carry the weight and define the chord symbol in terms of this lowest note to the right of the slash. So you can see here, triad
but E is the lowest note, so it's a C triad over E. Here's a C triad, and the lowest note is a C. Here's a C triad, lowest note is an E. In both these C triads, the lowest note is a G. So it doesn't matter what's happening up here. Lowest note is a G, lowest note is a G. We write a C over G. And even if we split the chords up over, two notes in the treble clef, two notes in the bass clef, whatever, the lowest note always rules the day. So to write slash chord symbols, you figure out the inversion of the chord on the staff or the staves. You write the chord symbol for the triad, followed by a slash, followed by the lowest note. Now you will find slash chords in lead sheets. I will see you in the next lesson. If you're finding this video helpful, I have tons of courses like this in my community for gamers who want to create their own music. If you want our help to create music, to build a professional portfolio on Spotify, YouTube Music, and Apple Music, or you want help composing your first original soundtrack, or you just want to make music for fun, click the link in the video description and apply for our Gamer Music Creator Guild now. There are tons of compositions and songs we've already helped gamers just like you create and release professionally. No previous musical experience is required. You can be a total beginner and you do not need to buy any extra gear. We give you everything you need from day one if you are accepted into our program. Click the link in the video description and apply for the Gamer Music Creator Guild now. In this lesson, we're going to revisit major scales harmonized to the fifth with a twist. Because as you may recall in level 1, we had the major scale harmonized to the fifth formula of major, minor, minor, major, major, minor, and then we left 7 blank. What we're going to learn right now is what on earth happens on scale degree 7. And sure enough, guess what? It's a diminished triad. So to write a diminished triad Roman numeral, you're going to write a lowercase Roman numeral, and then just like the chord symbol, you're just going to add this little degree sign, like 10 degrees outside, or heat the oven to 340 degrees, right here. Add this little degree sign, this little circle, right next to the lowercase Roman numeral. So the lowercase Roman numeral, that lowercase is showing us we have a minor third in the triad, and then this 0 right here is showing us that the fifth is also brought down by 1/2 step to create that diminished triad. So what happens is our full quality is major, minor, minor, major, major, minor, diminished. That's our full triad quality formula for a harmonized major scale to the fifth. Now what you can do is in your book, and also here, pause the screen if you need to, go through and think about all these scales harmonized to the fifth. You're also going to be dealing with these in your workbook, which is really good practice to start to see all the chords that are together. Now, a point that I did not drive home enough in level 1, and I'm going to drive home to you here, is that once you harmonize a scale, you can start writing songs very easily with all the chords that are in the harmonized scale. So you take a G major scale, you harmonize it, you have G, A minor, B minor, C major, D major, E minor, F sharp diminished. You can use those chords and then write a melody over them using all the notes from a G major scale, and everything's going to kind of work together because it's all from the same group of notes. The same goes for any key. That being said, I will see you in the next lesson where we're going to look at an updated version of the natural minor scale harmonized to the fifth. I'll see you there. Now, if we just added a diminished triad to scale degree 7 of a harmonized major scale to the fifth, if a natural minor scale has all the same notes as a major scale, what on earth is going to happen? Well, maybe you guessed it. On scale degree 2, we're going to have that diminished triad show up as well, because the natural minor scale is basically the major scale starting on scale degree 6, which means scale degree 7 becomes scale degree 2 for a natural minor scale. Scale degree 1 of a major scale becomes scale degree 3 of a natural minor scale. And so the natural minor triad quality formula becomes minor, diminished, major, minor, minor, major, major. And just like with the major scales, we can take any of these natural minor scales that we know now, harmonize them to the fifth, all the way from scale degree 1 through scale degree flat 7, and this is how you understand all the chords that can be generated from the major scale when we harmonize it to the fifth. And just like with the major scale, if you want to write music, you can pick a line. Just pick, for example, the B minor line. You say, okay, we're going to use all the chords in the B minor harmonized scale, and we're going to use all the notes from the B natural minor scale for the melody, and you stick those two together, and that's how you can start to make compositions that actually make sense and sound like they make sense. Now, there's obviously many hundreds of ways of making compositions that, and I quote, make sense. This is a great way to get started. I will see you in the next. So you know what happens when we harmonize a major scale to the fifth. You know what happens when we harmonize a natural minor scale to the fifth, but what happens when we harmonize a harmonic minor scale to the fifth? Let's jump in and explore. So just like a natural minor scale, but because we change that one note, scale degree 7, to be the leading tone instead of the subtonic, that changes the quality of 3 chords throughout this harmonized scale. So the triad on scale degree 3 becomes augmented. This is because scale degree 7, so let's think about we're in the key of G, so scale degree 7 is going to be F sharp. F sharp is the fifth of B flat. So because we're raising all the Fs to be F sharps, this actually becomes an augmented triad instead of, if we look at the natural minor, on 3 is just a major triad because this F up here is not sharp, it's natural. So because we change all the F sharps to be sharp, that's going to change the quality of the chords because it changes the notes in the chords. The next chord that is changed is the triad on scale degree 5. This triad now becomes major, and this is because the F sharp, or the 7th of a G harmonic minor scale, is going to be the 3rd of the scale. So it actually raises it from being an F natural to an F sharp, which means it turns it from being a minor third to a major third, which changes the chord quality to major. As you can see in the natural minor scale, scale degree 5 is minor, but because we're changing this one note in here, we're changing the 3rd, the chord quality becomes major. The last chord that is changed is the triad that is built on scale degree 7. Scale degree 7 becomes diminished just like a major scale, and this is because we are raising the 7th in a harmonic minor scale up from a subtonic to be a leading tone. So we're bringing it up from being an F natural to an F sharp. And as you can see in a G natural minor scale, when we harmonize scale degree 7, it becomes a major triad, but because we're raising up that F note to be an F sharp, that actually means that instead of there being a major third between F natural and A, there is now a minor third between F sharp and A because we're actually closing that distance between F and A. So what we end up with a harmonized harmonic minor scale is the triad quality formula of minor, diminished, augmented, minor, major, major, diminished. Make sure you listen to 76 again after this because wow, what a wild triad quality formula. And if you want to talk about taking your compositions to a new level in terms of the sound and making sounds you don't hear a lot, not a lot of people know how to harmonize a harmonic minor scale. So if you create compositions using a harmonized harmonic minor scale, you are sure to stand out from the crowd. That being said, it's not any better or worse than finding new and interesting ways of using a harmonized major or natural minor scale. I will see you in the next lesson. The next scale for us to harmonize to the 5th is the real melodic minor scale. Now, we change two notes from the natural minor scale. In the melodic minor scale, we raise scale degree 6 and we raise scale degree 7. And that's going to change quite a few of the triad qualities throughout this entire harmonized scale. So, scale degree 2, the triad on scale degree 2 becomes minor, and this is because the raised scale degree 6th is actually the 5th of the chord. So normally, in a harmonized G, because we're still just in the key of G, so we can compare and contrast the natural minor to the harmonic minor to the melodic minor. If we harmonize a G natural minor scale, we're going to have an E flat on scale degree 6. But because we do not have an E flat, the real melodic minor, that raises this E flat up to an E natural, which means this triad quality is no longer diminished, it becomes minor. The triad on scale degree flat 3 is augmented. This is because the 7th is the 5th of the chord. This is the same reason the triad on scale degree 3 in the harmonic minor was also augmented. The triad on scale degree 4 is minor because 6 is the 3rd of the chord. Now the triad on scale degree 4 is actually going to be major, not minor, and this is because the 3rd of the triad is scale degree 6, E. So we think about it, we're in the key of G, so G, A, B, C, D, E, some kind of E. Scale degree 6 is an E, and because it's not an E flat, we're raising scale degree 6 up. That means instead of there being a minor third and then a major third, we're actually reversing that, and the intervals are a major third, then a minor third, which means this is going to be a major triad. So that's different from all the other harmonized minor scales we've seen so far. That's actually related to the major scale, because if you think about it, scale degree 4 in a major scale is also major when we harmonize it to the 5th, as is scale degree 5, which we see here as well. And the reason scale degree 5 is major is because 7 is the 3rd of the chord. Scale degree 7 is the 3rd of the chord, and because we're raising scale degree 7 up, that takes it out from being a minor to a major triad. The triad on scale degree 6 is diminished because 6 is the root of the chord. Let's understand why. So normally, in a G natural minor scale, E would be flat. When E is flat, we have E flat to G, G to B flat. From E flat to G is a major third. From G to B flat is a minor third. That would give us, normally, a major triad. Now, because we're bringing E up by 1/2 step, that means we have a minor third here on the bottom, and we also have a minor third on the top. That also creates a diminished 5th between the root and 5th of the chord, which means we get a diminished triad. Lastly but not leastly, just like with the harmonic minor, on scale degree 7 we have a diminished triad because scale degree 7 is the root of the chord, and instead of being, well, major of an F, A, and C, because normally F, A, C, we wouldn't have this F sharp, so F, A, C, that's going to be major third, minor third, which would give us a major triad. Because we're raising F up by 1/2 step, that changes the major third to be a minor third, and then there's still a minor third between A and C, and then between F sharp and C is a diminished 5th, so that gets us a diminished triad. So all told, the triad quality formula for the G real melodic minor scale harmonized to the 5th is going to be minor, minor, augmented, major, major, diminished, diminished. Wild and wacky, but it creates some wonderful sounds, which I hope you enjoyed before this lesson in example 77, and I also hope you enjoy after this lesson. Go back and listen to 77 again. This is one of the most incredible scales harmonized to the 5th in terms of how different it sounds from most of the things you've probably heard your entire life. Now, one quick note is we're going to focus primarily on the real melodic minor, not the classical melodic minor. As long as you know how the classical melodic minor works, that it's like a real harmonic minor on the way up, and it's like a natural minor scale on the way down, you are good to go. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn all about what happens when we harmonize scales to the 5th, but we do it in inversion. We use inverted triads to harmonize the scales. Now, the reason why this is important is because, number one, you are not always going to see triads in root position. A lot of the time you will see triads in inversion. Number two, when you write music, you will not always want to use triads in root position. You're going to want to use triads in inversion. So just like inverting a static chord, all scales can be harmonized with the chords in first and second inversions. You add the figured bass next to the Roman numerals to show the inversions. That looks like this. Now I did put the full figured bass here of 6 and 3, but remember you can just have 6, and that is fine. So here we have a C major scale harmonized to the 5th, but in first inversion. How can we tell it's in first inversion? Because that gap between the bottom two notes and the top note, this shows us we have some kind of fourth here. And as we know, when we put our triads in first inversion, there's always going to be that gap of the fourth between the 5th and the root. Sort of like the snowman whose head is floating up and away. And so what happens is the triad quality formula stays exactly the same. We still have major, minor, minor, major, major, minor, diminished, but all the chords are inversion. We can see the same thing when we go into second inversion. We know it's second inversion because there's some kind of fourth down here. We have the group of two notes up here. The triad quality formula stays the same. Major, minor, minor, major, major, minor, diminished. Let's take a look at the natural minor scale. Harmonized to the 5th, but in first inversion. Sure enough, we still have minor, diminished, major, minor, minor, major, major. The triad quality formula stays exactly the same. We're just changing the order of the notes. We're putting all the roots up one octave to create first inversion. Then what we're doing here is the root and third are both up one octave register to create the same scale harmonized to the 5th, but in second inversion. Let's take a peek at the harmonic minor. Just like the major and the natural minor scales, the harmonic minor quality formula stays exactly the same of minor, diminished, augmented, minor, major, major, diminished. So it doesn't matter how you slice it in terms of inversion, the quality of the chords you're going to get when you harmonize the scale stay exactly the same. Harmonic minor scale in second inversion remains minor, diminished, augmented, minor, major, major, diminished. Let's take a look at the real melodic minor, harmonized to the first inversion. Sure enough, the triad quality formula stays the same. Minor, minor, augmented, major, major, diminished, diminished. See the same thing over here. When we harmonize the real melodic minor to the 5th and put it in second inversion, we have minor, minor, augmented, major, major, diminished, diminished. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn all about a thing called seventh chords. Seventh chords are 4-note chords created with particular intervals. Not all 4-note chords are seventh chords, just like not all 3-note chords were triads. For example, we saw that the 3-note power chord was not a triad, but it still had 3 notes. There's a quick reminder, chord tones are the notes that are in a chord. Chord tones have names just like scale degrees, but chord tones are not scale degrees, but we can understand them with scale degrees. So we have the root, just like in triads, we have the root of the chord. All other notes are related to the root. We have the third. This is related to scale degree 3 or flat 3. We have the 5th, which is related to scale degree 5, but as we learned in the last chapter, you can have diminished 5ths and augmented 5ths. In your 5ths, you can put a flat or a sharp in front of that 5. And then we have a new chord tone, which is the 7th, which is related to both the subtonic and leading tone. So a scale degree flat 7 or a scale degree natural 7. So let's take a look at the chord tones for a C major 7 chord. So we have a root, third, fifth, and seventh, all from a C major scale. And we stack the root, the third, the fifth, and the seventh all on top of each other. And that gets us a major 7 chord. There you go, just like that. And so instead of just having there be a triad, we're adding in one extra note to have the 7th in there. Now we can do a similar thing with a minor scale. So let's take an A minor 7. We have root, which would be A, the third, which would be C, the fifth, which would be E, the 7th, which is going to be G. And we stack 1, 3, 5, and 7, all from the A natural minor scale, together to create an A minor 7. Just like that. So to summarize here, when we're looking at 7th chords, we're going to be thinking about 7th chords in terms of a scale. We're going to think about the root as scale degree 1, the third as scale degree 3, the fifth as scale degree 5. Just like we did for triads, we're just adding in one more note here, and that is the 7th. We're saying, okay, what's the 7th? What's scale degree 7 from that scale? And then let's add that into the chord for even more flavor, even more harmonic context, even more sonic flavors. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you are going to learn about 4 different types of 7th chord qualities. So we have 4 triad qualities, right? We have minor, we have major, we have diminished and augmented. Now we're going to see is we have 4 different types of quality of 7th chords. So we have a major 7 chord. We're going to say chord names as blank major 7. So let's say the chord starts on a B, we'd say B major 7. Let's say the chord starts on an A, we say A major 7. Let's say the chord starts on an F sharp major 7. A major 7 chord is built from scale degree 1, 3, and 7 of a major scale. It starts off like a major triad, like with scale degrees 1, 3, and 5, with a major third from scale degree 1, or the root, to the third, and then a minor third from the third to the fifth, right? All this creates a major triad. This is you've seen this before in level 1, you've seen this before in this book as well. And what we're doing is we're adding in scale degree 7 from the C major scale here up top. And what that means is between scale degree 5 and scale degree 7, there's going to be the interval of a major third. Between scale degree 1 and scale degree 5 is going to be a perfect fifth, and between scale degree 1 and scale degree 7, there's going to be the interval of a major 7th, which is why we call it C major 7. The most common way to write C major 7, don't worry, we're going to break all this stuff down separately. I'm just giving you a high-level overview here. The way to write C major 7 is you're going to write C, and then you write a little delta or a little triangle next to the actual chord symbol. So let's say the chord starts on F sharp. We'd write F sharp, triangle. Pretty easy. F sharp triangle for major 7. Let's talk about our next quality, which is going to be a minor 7th chord. So the quality of the chord is minor 7. We're going to say chord names as blank minor 7. So B flat minor 7, C minor 7, D minor 7, E flat minor 7, A sharp minor 7. A minor 7 chord is made from scale degrees 1, flat 3, 5, and flat 7 of a natural minor scale. It starts off just like a minor triad, with a minor third from the root to the third and a major third from the third to the fifth, and a perfect fifth from the root to the fifth. Here's where it changes. We add in scale degree flat 7 to become the 7th of the chord, and there's going to be a minor 7, the interval of a minor 7th from the root up to the 7th. The most common way of writing the chord symbol is going to be the root of the chord and then minor 7. So we could have B flat minor 7. And you see how the minor 7 is like a little smaller than the actual root note of the chord and do C minor 7, F sharp minor 7, like that. The next quality for us to talk about is a dominant 7 chord. The quality of this chord is dominant. So we would say the chord name as blank 7. And I know that seems weird because we have 4 7th chords, but this one is a little special because we're just going to call it 7. So we have perhaps a G7 chord, or a C7 chord, or an A7 chord, or a B flat 7 chord, or a D sharp 7 chord. Yeah? So you just add the 7. You will also hear people say blank dominant for this same quality. It's like there's 2 different names for the same quality of chord. You'll also hear people say an A dominant, or a B flat dominant, or a C dominant. Either way is correct. It's a little bit more hip, a little cooler to just say 7 instead of saying dominant. Now here's the interesting thing about this 7th chord. It's a mix of notes from the major scale and the minor scale. So we can think about this as starting off as a major triad with a major third from root to third and a minor third from third to fifth and a perfect fifth from root to fifth, right? Major triad. Here's the thing. Instead of having a major 7 like we had for the major 7 7th chord up here, we're actually going to lower the 7th by 1/2 step and make it a minor 7. So we have a major triad plus a minor 7. So it's like we're taking the minor 7th from the minor chord, but the major triad from the major 7th chord, and we're combining them together to create a dominant 7 chord. And that sounds something like this. There you go. Dominant 7 chord. To write a dominant 7th chord, all you need to do is write the root of the chord followed by a small number 7. So that would look like this. A7, B flat 7, F7, C sharp 7. We're always going to make that 7 a little bit smaller. Our last quality of chord for us to look at in this lesson is a half diminished 7th chord. Now you're going to say the names of this note as blank half diminished. So A half diminished, B half diminished, F sharp half diminished, C sharp half diminished. Now it starts off like a diminished triad. So we have a minor third from root to third, a minor third from third to fifth, and a diminished fifth from root to fifth, just like a diminished triad. But this is what we're going to do. We're going to add a minor 7th from the root to the 7th on top of it to create a half diminished 7th chord. Now to write half diminished, you will see half diminished written in 2 ways out in the real world. We're going to make it easy on ourselves here. We're only ever going to write half diminished one way, which is going to be this right here. So we write B diminished, and then we say, yeah, you know what, it's only half. Half diminished. We can say, okay, we have an A diminished, nah, it's only half diminished. So we write a little line through that diminished symbol to show that it's only half diminished. Now you will also see out in the real world, you will see this and you will see this. This is because half diminished has another name, and that's minor 7 flat 5, because if you think about it, so right now we have a B half diminished here. If we were to make this F an F sharp, we essentially would have a minor 7 chord. We'd have a B minor 7 chord because we'd have a major third here, so we'd actually have a perfect fifth, but because we're lowering this fifth down by 1/2 step to be F natural, it becomes a minor 7 flat 5. So it's like we take a minor 7 chord and then we lower it the fifth down by 1/2 step to get a minor 7 flat 5. Let's explore that right here. So here we have a D minor 7. The fifth of D is going to be A. So if we put an A flat here, that means this is a minor third. That means this is a major third. That means this is a diminished fifth. So it's like we're taking a minor 7 7th chord, we're just lowering the fifth, and that's why people call it a minor 7 flat 5. But let's not call it minor 7 flat 5. Let's call it half diminished and save us all some time and just write a 0, a little degree sign with a line through it. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about classical 7th chord symbols. This type of chord symbol shows up in 2 places only. Number 1, in classical music theory in a college or university and standardized tests like the Music Theory AP and SAT. These symbols are not used in common practice. You will not see these symbols out in the real world, but you should know what they are. So if you ever see them, if you're like hanging out on YouTube, having fun, watching some music theory breakdown of something which you're going to be able to understand now that you've done this music theory stuff, and you see someone using these chord symbols, you're like, oh, okay, they're using classical chord symbols, but I understand what they mean to say. So in classical 7th chord symbols, we're going to start with the triad quality and then the 7th quality and then write a 7 just to make sure everyone knows we're really talking about a 7. So for example, a major 7th chord, the triad, is major. The 7th is a major 7, so it's capital M, 7. Let's prove that out. If we look back here, sure enough, the triad is a major triad. The 7th is a major 7th. So M7 is for a major 7th chord. So you might have an A, MM7, or a F sharp, MM7. For minor 7th, the triad quality is minor. The 7th quality is minor, so we get lowercase m, lowercase m7. So we might have an A minor minor 7 or a B minor minor 7. That would be a minor 7th chord. Let's prove that out. Sure enough, if we look at our minor 7th, we have a minor triad with a minor 7. That gets us lowercase m, minor 7th. Next, we have a dominant 7th, where we have a major triad, and then we have a minor 7th. Major triad, minor 7th, which means uppercase M, lowercase m, 7. So you might have an A, capital M, lowercase m, 7. Let's prove that out. Sure enough, we have a major triad here coupled with a minor 7. So because we have the major triad and then the minor 7th, uppercase M, lowercase m, 7. Now, lastly but not leastly, for half diminished, the triad quality is diminished. The 7th quality is minor. And so without any real explanation as to why, they're going to use the pop jazz symbol for half diminished 7 and then redundantly write the 7. Redundant means it's already implied. It doesn't need to be there because this symbol here already means half diminished 7. It's like you're saying half diminished 7, 7 when you add this extra 7 here. This means half diminished 7. Let's prove this out. Sure enough, we have a diminished triad down here plus a minor 7 for the 7th. So that's what gets us those classical 7th chord symbols. Again, you may never see this for the rest of your life, but this 4 minutes in this lesson has prepared you. Should you ever see this, you're going to understand what's going on and you won't feel lost. All right, I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about practical chord symbols that we can use to express 7th chord qualities for classical and modern music both at the same time without having to switch between systems. We have one system, one way of comprehensively understanding and analyzing all of modern music and also classical music. So whenever we write major 7 chords, we're always going to write the root note of the chord followed by a triangle. Minor 7, root note of the chord, -7. Now you can see that all of these qualities are actually smaller than the root note of the chord symbol. And you can see dominant 7. There you go. All we need to do is write a 7. That's pretty easy. Half diminished, you write that degree sign with a slash through it to show it's half diminished. And then minor 7 flat 5, you will see this out in the wild, but we will never use it because why would we want 2 different ways of saying the same thing? This is what we're going to use. You may see this out in the real world, but you're going to know what it means. Now the X minor 7 flat 5, what we just talked about, this way of labeling half diminished chords is relatively common in older jazz lead sheets. Half diminished and minor 7 flat 5 are both enharmonic and grammatically correct ways of expressing the same chord, but like I mentioned before, we're just going to use half diminished. So these are your new chord quality symbols for you to memorize. Memorize these four. This is important. You're going to use this so much throughout your musical journey, both in analysis, if you want to write music, everything. We're going to be using these four chord quality symbols. The delta for the major 7, the minus 7 for the minor 7, just the plain 7 for the 7 or the dominant 7 chord, as the case may be, and then the degree with the slash through it for the half diminished. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn how to write 7th chords using accidentals. So just like with triads, when we wanted to build a snowman, you're going to continue on with the snowman because in every 7th chord, the 7th is always some kind of third away from the 5th. Some kind of third, some kind of third, some kind of third away from the 5th. And because of that relationship, that means if you started your root note on a line, your 7th is also going to be on a line. If you start your root note on a space, your 7th is also going to be on a space. So all you need to do is build a snowman, and then perhaps it's an alien snowman. It has an extra head. I'm not sure. You write an extra 4th note head on top. And again, start on a line. The 4th note for the 7th is also going to be on the line. You start on a space. The 7th is also going to be in a space. And after you have these 4 notes stacked up, either all on lines or all on spaces, then you can go in and add accidentals to create the correct thirds between each one of the chord tones to create the quality of chord you want. So, for example, here we have a B flat to a D to an F to an A. That creates a B flat major 7 7th chord, which we would do like that. B flat major 7. Now here on the spaces, once we add in the accidentals, ooh, this is interesting. So we're going to have an F sharp, an A, a C, and an E. That creates an F sharp half diminished 7th chord. Now to write 7th chords with a key signature is actually pretty easy. And you are going to learn the order in the 7th chord quality formula a little bit later. But for now, we're just talking about how to write them in isolation. So you write a treble clef, a bass clef, or a grand staff, add in the key signature, and then again, you're going to stack 4 notes on top of each other. If your root note is on a line, all the notes are on the line. If your root note is on a space, all the notes are in spaces. And because you have this key signature here, the key signature is automatically going to change the notes. So you will get whatever triad quality is going to be expressed through that key when you use a key signature. Don't worry about that too much now. We're going to talk about the 7th chord quality formula in a couple of lessons. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about breaking up 7th chords to turn them into arpeggios. So we can take any quality of 7th chord and turn it into an arpeggio. So we're going to see major 7, minor 7, 7, and half diminished, all broken up into arpeggios. So we can take the major 7 chord, break it up 1 note at a time. We take the minor 7 chord, break it up 1 note at a time. We take a dominant 7 or just a 7 chord, the C7, break it up 1 note at a time. We take the E half diminished and break it up 1 note at a time. So to write 7th chord arpeggios, you're going to write root, 3rd, 5th, and 7th, 1 note after the next from lowest to highest. As an optional, you can add the root in as a 5th note above. So you can see we have root, 3rd, 5th, 7, root. Root, 3rd, 5th, 7, root. Root, 7th, 5th, 3rd, root. Root, 7th, 5th, 3rd, root. Going up and down. You can write arpeggios with any note value. You can change note values during the arpeggio. Like, they don't have to all be eighth notes. They don't have to all be quarter notes. Once you're in the land of breaking chords up, break them. Doesn't really matter how you break them. Just break them up. Do something interesting. Do something fun. Do something that makes your heart happy when you are breaking chords. I will see you in the next lesson. Broken 7th chords. Let's break these even more than just with the arpeggio. So just like with triads, we can break 7th chords up in any way we want to. There's no right way to break a 7th chord. There's no wrong way to break a 7th chord. You just break the thing. Now, to identify broken 7th chords is tricky. We're going to start now with some basic exercises, but we're going to take this totally to the next level in level 3 when we really learn to identify melodies and chords together at the same time. So what you're going to do for right now is look over several beats, measure or measures of music. If you spot a pattern where you think you see a 7th chord, ask yourself this question. Do all the notes in these beats, measure or measures, belong to the same chord? If the answer is yes, it's a broken chord. If the answer is no, look for smaller groups or look for larger groups to see if you can spot a broken chord. And look out for the 7th of a chord being present to tell you the difference between a broken 7th chord and a broken triad, because that's going to be the one thing that changes from a triad to a 7th chord. The reason why we're not writing just D minor for D minor triad is because we have this C note here. We have this C note here. We're in bass clef. And because the C is the 7th of the D, that gets us a D minor 7. Same thing here with this C major 7. Why are we not just writing a C triad? And it's because we have a B here and a B here, which gets us a C major 7 because it's the 7th of the chord. Same thing here. Why are we not just writing a G triad? It's because we have an F here, and F is the 7th of G. Again, C major 7 because we have all these B notes here coming in to create a C major 7 7th chord instead of just a C triad. You're going to learn even more about 7th chords with 7th chord inversions, how to identify, write them, and all that in Theory 3. We have a lot more to get to in Theory 2 alone, so we're going to keep on trucking here and jump straight into harmonizing major and minor scales to the 7th, and I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn everything you need to know to be able to harmonize major scales to the 7th. So let's talk about Roman numerals for 7th chords. So the Roman numerals represent chord qualities and the scale degree that that chord is built from when we harmonize the scale. Uppercase Roman numerals show that we have a major triad. Lowercase Roman numerals show that we have a minor triad. After the Roman numeral, we're going to add elements from chord symbols for 7th chords. Just like triads, these Roman numerals can apply to any key when we harmonize to the 7th, right? Because we use an uppercase Roman numeral 1 to show the triad built off of scale degree 1 in C major, G major, D major, B flat major, and F major. We don't say, oh, it's a different key, so we need to change Roman numerals. No. So you can use these Roman numerals for any key. As a quick reminder, Roman numerals is abbreviated as RN. Now, before we really jump into doing this, I want to point one more thing out to you, and that's classical Roman numeral music theory. So in purely classical analysis, the quality of the 7th chord is not specified unless it's half diminished. In purely classical theory, you will see 1-7, 2-7, 3-7, 4-7, 5-7, 6-7, or 7 half diminished 7. But here's the thing, when you just add a 7 after all those, doesn't it kind of look like that's the way we write dominant 7 chords? We write a 7 after it. Doesn't it look like all these chords are dominant? Basically, the idea is that we want to not use this system because it's very confusing and not at all conducive to analyzing both classical and modern music. So we're going to use this system just like we had for our chord symbols. We had our 4 chord symbols that we were memorizing. For 7th chords, we're going to do the same thing here, but with the Roman numerals. So for major 7, we're going to write the Roman numeral followed by the triangle to show major 7. For minor 7, we're going to write the Roman numeral plus the minus 7. For dominant 7, we just write a 7. And for half diminished, we just write the degree sign with the line through it to show that it is half diminished instead of diminished, like it would be if it was just a triad. I will see you in the next lesson. Let's talk about 7th chord quality formula. So what happens is when we harmonize a major scale to the 7th, we get the following chords. We get major 7th chords on scale degrees 1 and 4. We get minor 7 chords on scale degrees 2, 3, and 6. We only get one dominant chord, and that's going to be on scale degree 5. Interesting, isn't it, that if you think about the scale degree names, scale degree 5 is the dominant, and here we have a dominant 7. Ooh, interesting connection there. We also only get one half diminished 7th chord, and that is starting on scale degree 7. So if we bring this all together, our 7th chord quality formula for a harmonized major scale to the 7th is going to be major 7, minor 7, minor 7, major 7, dominant, minor 7, half diminished. As a quick example, let's look at the B flat major scale harmonized to the 7th with Roman numerals. So we can see on scale degree 1, the quality is major 7. So the Roman numeral is going to be 1 with this delta or this little triangle here, and the chord symbol is B flat major 7. On scale degree 2, when we stack this up, so we have a C, we're just using notes from a B flat major scale. We have C, E flat, G, B flat. That gets us a minor 7, 7th chord. So the chord quality, sure enough, is minor 7. Here's the Roman numeral. Here's the chord symbol. D, F, A, C. That gets us a D minor 7. 7th chord Roman numeral, 7th chord quality. E flat major 7. You get E flat, G, B flat, D. Roman numeral, chord symbol. On the 5th, we have F, A, C, E flat. That gets us an F7 or an F dominant. That's going to be our Roman numeral. For 6, we have G, B flat, D, F. That gets us A minor 7. For scale degree 6, there you go. Half diminished. We have A, C, E flat, G, A half diminished. And that is how you harmonize a major scale to the 7th. And the next lesson we'll talk about how you actually write a harmonized major scale to the 7th. I'll see you there. In this lesson, you're going to understand how to write harmonized major scales to the 7th. So what we're going to do is we're going to follow a very similar process to writing harmonized major scales to the 5th. We're just going to add that one extra note to take us all the way to the 7th, and obviously our chord symbols and also our Roman numerals with those extra symbols are going to change along the way. So the first thing for you to do is to write a staff with a treble clef, bass clef, grand staff, double bar line, a major scale, and then add the Roman numerals. Optional, add the chord symbols above. I highly recommend putting the chord symbols above because what you're trying to do here with the harmonizing of the major scales is really understand these groups of notes together and the chords that they create. And the clearer you can get in your own mind of the connection between the chords and the notes and the chords, the better it's going to be for you both now and in the future in terms of understanding, analyzing, and also writing music. So this is really your step 1 right here. You should have your scale written out. And again, we're not doing this with a key signature. This is with accidentals. So, you start your first note, and then on every line and space of the staff, you write out your scale. You could take this all the way up to the octave. You don't have to. You just take it up to scale degree 7. And then write out your Roman numerals below the staff. And this is your guide. This is to make sure you're doing everything right. This is almost like your teacher having these Roman numerals below the staff, because you know, okay, my first chord has got to be a major 7. Second chord's got to be minor 7, major 7, dominant, minor 7, half diminished. And then optional, but highly, highly, highly recommended, write those chord symbols above the staff. Make sure you give yourself room to write out a 7th chord all the way up. And let's look at step number 2. Step number 2 is going to be you build a snowman on top of the note that's already there. So it's like we have a note here, and then you build a snowman with 3. So just make sure that you stack your scale with 4 notes each. Like I said, make sure you leave plenty of room, because you can see here, this is already getting pretty close to that top note, which is a B. Last thing to do is to go through and write out the extra courtesy accidentals. So you can see that sure enough, we wrote an F sharp here for this D, but we're going to write it again here. We write a C sharp here for this D. We're going to write the C sharp again here. We're going to write the C sharp again here. We're going to write the C sharp again here. And this again is not technically correct in terms of music, but in terms of your mind and how you're thinking about these chords is very important, because you want to think about C sharp not as being a C natural. You want to think about C sharp as being a C sharp. So adding in that extra sharp there just for yourself, for your own internal clarity. All right, let's talk about in the next lesson how to write a harmonized major scale to the 7th, but using a key signature. To write a harmonized major scale to the 7th with a key signature is actually going to be very, very simple, because that key signature is going to take care of all of the accidental notes for us. So step number 1, just like writing a major scale harmonized to the 7th, you're going to write yourself a major scale. So start on your tonic, and then 1 note on every line or space of the staff, going up to either the 7th or the root if you want to do the root. When we harmonize scales to the 7th or the 5th, writing that extra root, it doesn't really matter. You can do it, whatever makes sense for you. Then, what we're going to do, we're going to write, make sure you get your key signature. You need that key signature. Also make sure, because if we wrote an F clef here, this is no longer a D note. That's an F if we're an F clef. So, make sure you write your clef as well, and you think about what clef you're using. Then, write out your Roman numerals with the 7th chord extra symbols below the staff. That's your guide. Optional, but highly recommended. Write out your chord symbols above the staff. Then all you got to do is write a note on every space. If your notes start on a space, line, if there's a line, to make sure you get 4 notes in a row. If your first note's on a space, all the other notes are in a space. If your note's on a line, all the other notes are on a line. The same goes for ledger lines, line, 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 space, 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 space. And there you go. That's your harmonized scale. In this lesson, we're going to do a little bit of a recap and review of major scales harmonized to the 7th with this fantastic little gridded out thing we have here. So all our major scales so far, we have the scale degrees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we repeat 1 up here, up an octave. Kind of call it 8, but really it's 1 again. We have the triad quality. Major, minor, minor, major, major, minor, diminished. We have the triad Roman numerals. 1, lowercase 2, lowercase 3, 4, 5, lowercase 6, 7 with the diminished little degree sign there. Now, 7th chord quality. Major 7, minor 7, minor 7, major 7, dominant 7, minor 7, half diminished. 7th Roman numerals. And then what you can do is you can say to yourself, okay, what key are we in? D major? All right. That means E, if we harmonize it to the 7th, is going to be minor 7. If we harmonize E to the 5th, it is going to be minor. So this is how you use this table. You can say, okay, we're in the key of D major. we're on scale degree 4. Okay, scale degree 4 of D major, if we harmonize it to the 7th, is going to be major 7. If we harmonize it to the 3rd, it's just going to be major. Harmonized scale degree 6. And this goes for any key. You could do this with F major. Any scale degree 6 here, when you harmonize it to the 7th, it's going to be minor 7. When you harmonize it to 5th, is going to be minor. This is a very useful table for you to look at all the major scales we've learned so far and how everything shakes out, both when we harmonize the major scale to the 5th and when we harmonize the major scale to the 7th. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn what happens when we harmonize a natural minor scale to the 7th. Now, just like we had this relationship of the relative major and minor, which means when we have a major scale, if we start on scale degree 6, we're going to get all the notes of the natural minor scale. As you may recall from level 1, when we harmonize a major scale, we have, well, major, minor, minor, major, major, minor, diminished. And just like we talked about in level 2, when we start on scale degree 6 and we harmonize the natural minor scale, what we get is minor, diminished, major, minor, minor, major, major. This same exact relationship exists here when we harmonize major scales to the 7th. If we were to start on scale degree 6, which is going to be minor 7, scale degree 7 is going to be half diminished, then scale degree 1 is major 7, scale degree 2 is minor 7, scale degree 3 is minor 7, scale degree 4 is major 7, scale degree 5 is dominant 7. We're going to see that same idea played out here. So sure enough, scale degree 6 and major 7 would be minor 7. That's what we got here. Scale degree 7 in major 7 would be half diminished. That's going to be scale degree 2 here. Degree 1 in a major scale would be major 7. Scale degree 3, major 7. So we have the same 7th chord quality formula as with a harmonized major scale to the 7th, but instead we're starting on scale degree 6 essentially because of that relationship between the relative major to the relative minor. So what this means is that the quality formula we end up with for a major scale harmonized to the 7th is minor 7, half diminished, major 7, minor 7, minor 7, major 7, dominant 7. And then we come back to minor 7 on scale degree 1, an octave higher. So it's all exactly the same as the major scale, just with different numbers. So starting from here, it's major scale. So major 7, minor 7, minor 7, major 7, dominant. This is all the same as a major scale. And then we have essentially what would be scale degree 6 from the major scale here, and then scale degree 7 from the major scale here. So essentially, if you can memorize that order from the major scale of major 7, minor 7, minor 7, major 7, dominant, minor 7, half diminished, then you just think about starting on scale degree 6. There you go. You have your entire 7th chord quality formula. You're also going to know the extra symbols you need to add to your 7th chords when you're working with a harmonized natural minor scale to the 7th. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, you're going to learn how to harmonize a natural minor scale to the 7th using accidentals. So step number 1 is you set yourself up with a line of staff. Now you can use a treble clef, bass clef, grand staff, whatever you use. You also need to add a double bar line at the end. You're going to write out your natural minor scale, so you start on your tonic and then write on every line or space of the staff going up for an octave or stopping at scale degree 7 as we do here. Add your Roman numerals with all the extra symbols below the staff. That's your guide. And then optional, but highly recommended, add your chord symbols above the staff. Then, just like the major scale, harmonized to the 7th, you need to write 3 notes above your scale. So you get a total of 1, 2, 3, 4. And again, if you start on a space, they're all going to be in spaces. If you start on a line, they're all going to be on lines. Line, all on lines. Space, all on spaces, because they're all thirds apart from each other. Lastly, but not leastly, you're going to come in and write extra courtesy accidentals. What do I mean by extra courteous? There's an F sharp here. There's also an F sharp here. There's also an F sharp here. But every one of these notes, we're going to give it an accidental. And that's not to make it technically correct. That's for your own mind, so you keep in mind the actual spelling of these chords. Let's talk about how to write a harmonized natural minor scale to the 7th with a key signature. So you're going to write out on your staff line your clef, key signature, double bar line, and you could do this with bass clef, treble clef, you could do this with grand staff. Then write out your scale. So start on your tonic, and then on every line and space of the staff until you get to the 7th or the octave, write out your Roman numerals with their extra symbols, and then bonus, highly recommended, add in the chord symbols up top. Now, because we're using a key signature, the next step is very easy. All you need to do is write notes either on the spaces or the lines, depending on what the root of the chord is starting on. So we start on a space, we write 3 notes in space, we start on a line, 3 notes on lines, and this key signature right here is going to take care of all the accidental work for us and automatically change all those notes. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to summarize all the natural minor scales you've learned so far, again with a very useful table that you can come back to and reference any time you want to use 7th chords in a particular key. Now, this table shows us the scale degree. So all this right here, these are all going to be scale degree 1. When we harmonize scale degree 1 to the 5th, we get a minor. This is going to be the Roman numeral. When you harmonize to the 7th, we get a minor 7. That's the Roman numeral, and you can do that with starting on all of these as your root notes for the chord. When we harmonize scales, scale degree 2, it's going to be all these notes. The triad quality is always going to be diminished. This is going to be our Roman numeral. The 7th chord quality is going to be half diminished. This is going to be our Roman numeral, and the difference is between that degree sign and the degree sign with the slash through it. In all of these notes, so if we're in the key of A minor, B is going to be diminished or half diminished. From the key of E minor, F sharp is going to be, yes, okay. Next up, scale degree 3 of all natural minor scales. The triad quality will be major. The 7th quality will be major 7. Triad will be a 3. Major 7 will be a 3 with a major 7. Scale degree 4 for all natural minor scales is going to be a minor for the triad or a minor 7 for the 7th chord. Scale degree 5 of all natural minor scales, the triad is going to be minor, and if we harmonize it to the 7th, it's going to be minor 7. For all natural minor scales, if we look at scale degree 6, if we harmonize it to the 3rd, we're going to get major. If we harmonize it to the 7th, we're going to get major 7, which means you need to add that little delta to the Roman numeral to show it's major 7. For all natural minor scales, when we harmonize them to the 5th on scale degree 7, we get a major triad, or we get a dominant 7, 7th chord, if we add in the 7th. I will see you in the next lesson. The next step on your journey for analyzing music and also writing music is to understand song form. Song form is the order of different sections within a song. We're going to go over the basic sections now to get a very high-level overview, and then in the coming lessons we're going to jump in and dive into the nitty-gritty. So, an intro is an introduction of a song, and again, I'm going to have tons of examples for you of what an intro sounds like, but we're just going to go through the list here. A verse is where the story of the song is told. Once upon a time, happily ever after. A chorus is the repeated part of a song that happens between verses, typically using the same words each time it repeats. This is usually the most catchy part of the song that everyone remembers. So, you're listening to a song with your friends, and, you're listening to the singer, and then I came in like a wrecking ball.
Right? Everyone knows how to sing that. I mean, perhaps you're not a Miley Cyrus fan, so perhaps not a good example for you. But the idea is there's going to be a part of the song that everyone sings along with because that's the chorus. It's going to be the most memorable part. So a pre-chorus is a part of a song that transitions from a verse into a chorus by increasing the anticipation of the chorus that is about to happen. So it's like a little ramp that speeds us up. And it's like, vroom, it just gets us a little extra momentum, a little extra zhuzh to push us into the chorus and make us really excited to get to the chorus. A post-chorus is like a secondary chorus or a second chorus. It's after the main chorus, and the post-chorus gives a change in energy to either a higher or a lower level of intensity with different, very memorable content. A refrain is a series of words repeated at the end of a verse or a chorus. Now, choruses are a type of refrain, but not all refrains are choruses because sometimes a refrain is literally just 2 words or 3 words or 4 words. It's not a whole section. For any songs that have refrains, I'll be notating those in the coming pages. An instrumental is a brief moment between 2 sections of a song where there's just stuff happening. When there are voices, we could call the same section an interlude. An instrumental or an interlude is really about having a section in a song where there's a break from the action. It's like a pause. It's just a moment before we set up the next thing that's going to happen. A solo in a song is an instrumental that is highlighted by a single instrumental performer, which could be improvised on the spot. So the instrumental performer might be making something up in the moment, or they could have written it out and memorized it beforehand, or some mix of both. Now, sometimes you'll hear multiple solos in the same piece of music. Like if we're listening to jazz, we're going to hear people trading off and taking turns playing solos. A bridge is a section of a song that can help tell the story from the verse. It's usually very different musically from the rest of the song with different notes, chords, rhythms, and instruments. A bridge is a change of pace. It's a new flavor. It's a shift in gears. The last part of a song for us to think about is an outro or a fade out. An outro is the end of a song, sometimes similar to the intro, but often also very different. When the song ends with the volume of the music slowly being reduced to silence over time, this is called a fade out. Sometimes an outro is short. We could call it a coda in reference to the coda repeat mark, and now it can create a small section out of the end of the song. How cool is that we have that little piece of information coming back all the way here in analysis. Now, some of the songs we're going to explore in the coming lessons are so old that no recordings exist from when they were written, so we'll listen to more modern versions of the song. I encourage you to memorize the song structures for the songs that are about to follow in the next lesson, because once you have a foundation to understand several songs throughout history, you're going to be able to very easily identify the sections of the song for almost any song in almost any genre from almost any decade. I'll see you in the next lesson. Now, instead of making you sit with me and listen through each one of these song maps, with me just calling it out, I've provided these for you so you can go through and listen to these songs along with the links for the YouTube and go through and look at these time codes. So these time codes, 00, 15 seconds, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, and listen to the music and watch the timer on YouTube go through the music so you can see what section of the song you're in at any given time. Now, we have examples from traditional songs, songs from the 1930s, even performed by more modern artists, like the Wabash Cannonball was written in the 1930s, but we have a version of Johnny Cash doing it. We do have some refrains, and anytime there's a refrain in the song, I've actually notated that R equals when we're out together dancing cheek to cheek, for example, or This Land Was Made for You and Me, in the case of This Land Is Your Land, by Woody Guthrie. So go through all of these songs, follow along with your book, and this will take a little bit of time to do, but once you go through all of these songs, it's going to become very, very, very clear to you what different sections are doing in songs. And it's so important to understand this. Number one, for analysis. Number two, if you're going to write your own music. This is also going to have implications for analyzing classical music as well. So if you can understand these pop sections, then understanding and analyzing classical music is going to be easy as well. I'll see you in the next lesson. After you've listened through all 20 of these, don't skip any, listen to all 20 of these, go along with these song maps, and it's okay if this takes you a day or two to do. This is really, really, really important learning. It's fine if this takes you a couple days to get through because there's a lot of songs here. It's probably an hour or two of listening to music and following along with the song maps. And then I'll see you in the next lesson where we're going to talk about how to actually analyze and show the different sections of songs when we're working with sheet music. I'll see you there. In this lesson, you're going to learn how to perform a form analysis. Step number one is you're going to use the quick reference table on this page, as well as extra ID tips, along with the song maps on the previous page to figure out which section of a song is which. Here's our quick ID table, which we will break down in a little bit. Whenever you're writing parts of the song, you're going to write the actual full name of the song section with a number when needed above the first measure of that section. So example, here we have intro and verse 1. There's a verse 2. We'd write out verse 2. There's a third verse. We'd write verse 3, and so on. Now here's some extra ID tips. Sometimes double bar lines can show the change of one section to the next in a song. As you can see here, that between the intro and the first verse, there's double bar line. Intro, first verse, double bar line, and then there's another double bar line here. Perhaps something happens after it. You can identify verses by a similar rhyme scheme. Now you're seeing why it's important to understand rhyme scheme, because you're going to be able to tell which parts of verses, because they're going to have a similar rhyme scheme, they're going to have a similar melody and chords, and the lyrics are going to typically tell a story. You're going to identify a chorus by an identical or nearly identical rhyme scheme every time. The chords will also typically be the same. So if we go back and we look at Greensleeves, we can see here's our verse. Our verse is A, B, A, B. Our chorus is A, B, C, D. Our verse, we're back to A, B, A, B, and our chorus, which repeats, is A, B, C, D. You can identify a pre-chorus by different lyrics and melody and chords than the verse. This leads us to the chorus. You can identify a post-chorus by having different melody chords than the chorus with higher energy than the verse. And that leads us to a verse, a bridge, an instrumental section, or a solo out of the chorus. You can identify refrains by repeated phrases at the end of a verse, pre-chorus, chorus, post-chorus, or bridge. And again, it's going to be the same exact words. You can identify instrumentals, interludes by looking for measures of rests for the vocals between verses and choruses that have no lyrics and melody. You can listen to the song. If you hear only instruments playing in this area, for more than a measure, it's probably an interlude or an instrumental. You can identify a solo by looking for measures of rest in the vocal or for the solo instrument to take over the voice melody staff for the duration of the solo. So sometimes what you'll see is, so for example, right here it says, this is a lead sheet song, this is the voice, right here. This is the voice. And then what happens is you can sometimes change and it'll say something like to guitar. And then you'll see the guitar solo written out in notation here. So that's an easy way to tell you're in a solo, but sometimes for lead sheets, there's just going to be rest. Or it'll say instrumental solo. You can identify a bridge by looking for a change in rhyme scheme, a change in lyrics and melody towards the back half of the song. So a bridge typically is not going to be in the first half of the song, it's going to be in the last half of the song. If you see more than one bridge, you're probably looking at a post-chorus. You can identify an outro or fade out when the music or lyrics changes at the very end of a song. And here's a little quick reference thing. So an intro would be typically 1 to 8 or more measures with instruments, vocals, or a mix of both. If there's lyrics, it's going to be introductory content. It's like, ooh, or yeah, or oh, you know, I missed you, baby. Something like that before you actually get into the story, right? So that's little intro stuff. It's always going to be at the beginning of the song. A verse is typically going to be 4, 8, 12, or 16 measures. It's going to have instruments, vocals, or a mix of both, and it tells the story. And you're going to hear that same sections repeated with variations throughout the song, oftentimes with the same rhyme scheme. A pre-chorus is typically only going to be 4 to 8 measures long. It'll have a mix of instruments or vocals, and it'll either be about the story or it's just going to be repetitive. And it usually repeats the same lyrics every time, and the melody builds into the chorus. The chorus is only ever going to be 4 to 16 measures long. It'll have instruments, vocals, or a mix of both. It's going to be very repetitive and it's going to be very memorable. And it's going to repeat the same lyrics and melody every time. A post-chorus is only going to be 4 to 8 measures long, typically. It'll have instruments, vocals, a mix of both, repetition, memorable content. It's going to repeat the same lyrics and the same melody, and leads, the post-chorus always leads into a verse, another chorus, or a bridge. A post-chorus is always going to lead us into another verse, into a bridge, or into an instrumental or a solo. A refrain is 1 to 8 measures long. It's very repetitive, it's very memorable, and is a repeated phrase at the end of a verse, a chorus, and sometimes also a bridge. An instrumental means there's just instruments playing. There's usually no lyrics, and it's happening in between a verse and a chorus and a post-chorus, or a post-chorus and a bridge. There's going to be a moment of time where there's no lyrics, there's no story happening, there's just instruments. That's going to be an instrumental. Interlude is when that happens and there's little like, ooh, yeah, oh baby, like little things like that could be happening in the vocals over an instrumental. That would make it more of an interlude. A solo is going to be 4 to 16 measures, sometimes longer, sometimes much longer, and that's going to feature a solo instrument playing, usually something pretty fancy, sometimes not, but it's always going to feature a solo instrument. A bridge is going to be 8 to 16 measures and uses vocals, instruments, and will usually tell part of the story but be different from everything else you've heard so far in the song. It's always going to be in the back half of the song. An outro or fade out will be 1 to 8 measures or longer. Sometimes fade outs are very long, and it's a very gradual reduction of the volume. So if the dynamics, it's a very, very, very long diminuendo going all the way from whatever dynamic we were at all the way down to 0. And an outro fade out could just have instruments, it could just have voices, or it could have a mix of both. And usually there's something repetitive going on in an outro, and it's always going to be at the end of a song. So do the exercises in your workbook now to actually break down a couple of songs. Make sure you look at your answer key, go back and forth, and I will see you in the next lesson. During these lessons, I'm going to be playing audio examples for you to demonstrate tension to resolution. Now here's the thing, you might not hear tension as being tension, and you might not hear the movement from tension to resolution as being tension and then resolution. That's because these constructs and these ideas of tension and resolution, they're based around our music culture. Now, they do have some grounding in physics. There is some reality in terms of the tension to the resolution, in terms of sound waves and things like that. But really, what we're looking at here is the music culture, the idea of what is dissonant and what is consonant. So if you go through this and you don't feel like the dissonant examples are dissonant and the consonant examples are consonant, if you feel like, well, yes, I hear that you're saying there's a big change here, but I'm not quite hearing it, don't worry. Go back and listen to it some more. Then go through the analysis bonus pack, listen to those songs, and then come back here if it still does not quite make sense to listen to these examples again, because this is a skill you're going to acquire. You're going to get the ability to identify tension
and resolution as you understand the notation of the tension to the notation, the written music of the resolution. And then hand in hand with that, you're going to start to hear examples of tension and resolution, and it'll all come together. But give yourself some time if you don't feel like you get it immediately. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how to label Roman numerals when you're performing a Roman numeral analysis or a harmonic analysis of a piece of music, and the chord symbol shows that there's an inversion, a chord inversion. So let's look here. We have, okay, we're in the key of G minor, supposedly. It's either B flat major or G minor based on the fact that we're starting and ending on a G minor chord. First G minor, then G minor 7. I'm going to go ahead and say it's safe to say we're also starting and ending on a G note, a G4. So yes, based off of that information, I'm going to very quickly say we are indeed in the key of G minor. So I'm going to put G minor. Okay, so the first thing to do, even when you see chords in inversions like this, is you're going to write out the Roman numerals first. Don't worry about the inversions yet, just get the Roman numerals down. So we're in the key of G. So sure, G, we're going to have a 1, F, we're going to have a 7, B flat 3, E flat 6, D minor, it's going to be 5, G minor 7, 1 minor 7. Make sure you watch out for those minor 7 chords, those 7th chords, and add that extra notation in there next to the Roman numeral. And then minor 7 again over here. Okay, so we have a couple chords in inversion. So after you've got all the Roman numerals down, then what you do is you go back in and you add the figured bass. So for example, this F over C, think about it, F, A, C, those are the notes of an F triad. If C is the lowest note, that means it's in second inversion. So you add a 6/4 next to the Roman numeral. B over D, D is the third of B flat over D. D is the third of B flat. You add a little 6 for the figured bass to show that we are in first inversion. Same thing down here for the B flat over F, because F is the 5th, we'd have 6/4 because we are in second inversion. So this is just to let you know that moving forward into the future, whenever you're analyzing a lead sheet or music notation and you find a chord that is in inversion, you're going to show that inversion in your analysis with figured bass next to the Roman numerals. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to dive into harmonic tension, specifically around 5 chords, and you will see why over the coming videos. So when we harmonize a harmonic minor scale to the 5th, it creates a major triad on scale degree 5 instead of a minor triad on scale degree 5, like when we harmonize the natural minor scale to the 5th. Now, many songs in pieces that use only the notes from a natural minor scale also use a major 5. So it's actually very common to find a major triad built off of scale degree 5 in minor pieces of music and songs, both in classical and in modern genres. So in 95% of songs, when we hear a major 5 being taken from, we could think about it being borrowed from the harmonic minor, or we can think about it being borrowed from the major scale. It's really not in the key, and it's really not in the scale, but we're borrowing it for a little bit of time just to add a little extra effect, and we'll see why this little extra effect is so important, and it actually turns out not to be so little. So the difference between a minor 5 and a major 5 chord is all going to come down to the 3rd. So the one note that changes is really going to be scale degree 7. So if we look at a D natural minor scale, we have the notes D, E, F, G, A, B flat, and C. And when we harmonize scale degree 5, we put scale degree as the root. The 3rd is scale degree 7, and the 5th is scale degree 2. So let's break that down. When we create a harmonized triad off of scale degree 5, so this is scale degree 5 right here, right? When we harmonize this, boom, boom, what we're doing is we're taking scale degree 7, putting it in as the 3rd, and scale degree 2 up an octave as the 5th. Now what happens when we harmonize a, for example, D harmonic minor scale is we do the same thing. So 5th is the root. And then we need a 3rd and a 5th. And the 3rd we're going to take from 7 here. And because this is a raised 7, it's not flat, this is going to get us a sharp here, which actually creates an A major triad. So that's the difference. So when there is a major 5 instead of a minor 5 chord, the music is not in the harmonic minor key. That's a mistake a lot of people make, is that you see a minor piece of music, it's in a minor key, let's say the key of D minor, and you see an A major triad in there, and you go, oh wow, okay, this is really cool. We found a major 5 chord in a minor piece. Surely we must be in the key of D harmonic minor. Not so fast. Most likely you're in the key of D minor. Most likely you're using all the notes of a D natural minor scale, and only every once in a while are you borrowing this 5 chord from the harmonic minor. You could also think about it as borrowing it from the major. And just to reiterate, 95% of the time when you see a 5 chord, a major 5 chord in a minor piece of music, it's being borrowed. This means that 5% of the time, or thereabouts, we are actually in the key of the harmonic minor. We're actually using the harmonic minor scale and harmonizing the harmonic minor scale. The dead giveaway of that we're using a harmonic minor scale is if scale degree 3, when we harmonize it, it turns into an augmented triad. Here's the thing. Let's think about this. Scale degree 3, when we harmonize a natural minor scale, that's really scale degree 1 of the relative major. So what happens is if you truly are using a harmonic minor scale throughout the entire piece of music, you will never have, or you could borrow it, but you generally will not have a regular 3 chord built off scale degree 3, which would be a major triad. So that's one of the reasons. It's very rare to see augmented triads used in modern music, and that's how we can tell that we are not in basically using only the harmonic minor scale. I will see you in the next lesson. So why do we want to use a major 5 chord instead of a minor 5 chord? Well, let's explore this idea. It all comes down to leading tone tension. So the leading tone of scale degree 7 brings us back to 1 in a major scale by creating more tension than the subtonic flat 7 to 1 in a natural minor scale. Let's just unpack that sentence right there. Okay, so if I play a C major scale, and I stop there, where does it want to go? Your ear hears, most likely, that it wants to go back to the tonic. Let's listen to that one more time. Where does it want to go? Okay, versus a minor scale, a natural minor scale to be precise. Is there the same urgency to get back to 1? No. There isn't the same urgency. So because there's more tension between scale degree 7, when it's a raised 7, when it's like 7 like the major scale or like the harmonic minor, it makes the arrival back at 1 more significant and a greater release of tension. This is called resolution. So because the major 5, or the triad built off of scale degree 5, uses scale degree 7, raised 7, not flat 7, as the third of the triad, it increases the tension and resolution back to the minor triad on 1 or 1 minor 7 in any minor key. And let's listen to this so you can hear the difference. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to play around in the key of D minor for a little bit. And I'm going to set your ears up so your ears get used to hearing just the D natural minor. And then I'm going to let you know when I'm going to play the major 5, and you're going to hear fundamentally the difference. This time, I'm going to play through the same chords with major fives. Major 5. Major 5. Real quick, back and forth. Here's 1, D minor. Here's minor 5. Back to 1. Back to minor 5. Back to 1. Major 5. Oh, what a difference. So the inner workings of what's happening here is, we can look at this. So minor 5 to 1 is within the triads themselves. We're having this flat 7 note right here. So the third is scale degree flat 7 of D minor, is then resolving up a whole step to become the root of the 1 chord. Now what creates a lot more tension is when we have the raised scale degree 7, right, not a flat, which then creates a major triad. And then this half step from C sharp to D makes all the difference in the world. All the difference in the world. So the difference is, and I'm going to play these in inversion. So here's D minor, here's A minor, D minor, A minor, D minor. Oh, hear that difference right there at the end? So look, I can go back and forth between D minor, A minor, D minor, A minor. Now this time A major, D minor, A major. Oh. And so it just creates so much more tension, that A major does, when you play it around within the key of D minor. We're borrowing that major 5 chord. So we can actually use 5 as well in major keys, because naturally when we harmonize a major scale to the 5th, the chord that we get off of scale degree 5 is indeed a major triad. So what this means is that that leading tone, let's do the key of D major now instead of D minor. So we have D major, A major, back to D major. So I'm going to play around in D major for a minute, and then I'm going to call out the moment when I go to 5. So I'm not going to go to the 5 for a bit, but when I call out the 5, hear and feel how much tension that 5 brings and how that 5 wants to push us back to 1. So that 5 right at the end, it's like the perfect segue. It's like the best slip and slide in the world that brings you right back to the 1. It brings you right back to the harmonized 1. Now, this also works for major 7 chords. It doesn't just have to bring you back to the 1. It'll bring you back to the major 7. Either way. So the inner workings of what's happening here is that the third of the 5 chord is 1/2 step away from the root of the 1 chord. And that half step right there, that creates the tension, that creates the motion, that creates the movement. Now we can see this played out very clearly if we actually invert the 5 chord into first inversion. So here's the 5 chord in first inversion. We're in the key of F major here. And so what we're doing is we're saying, okay, C, F. So let's actually acclimate your ear to F major. So F major. Now we can go F to C to F. I'm just going to play the triads one more time. Now you can really hear it if I put the 5 chord in first inversion. Like there's only one place the 5 really wants to go. Ba, ba. That's what you're hearing right there. It's the E to the F. Ba, ba. So why is tension and resolution so important? So it creates contrast and movement, like the difference between D minor and A minor versus D minor to A major. More tension and bigger resolution makes for more exciting music. And I've put that in quotes because exciting is a very subjective term. But all major keys have a 5 that pushes us back to 1. And borrowing that 5, that major 5 chord, from the major scale or the harmonic minor, brings us movement and contrast into minor keys. Like I was just giving you before with that example of that song somebody I used to know. See, we're just like grooving. It's just like an easy thing. It's like you're driving and there's no hills. It's just easy peasy. We're just kind of like mellow. Now, oh, right there. When you bring in that major, it totally changes things up. So whenever there's a major 5 and the next chord is a minor 1 or a 1 or a 1 minor 7 or 1 major 7, we'll call this movement from the dominant 5 to the tonic or 1. And yes, we're now mixing up scale degree names with chords, but that is okay. We're going to think about the 5 chord as being the dominant. We're going to think about the 1 as being built off of the tonic. So it's tonic, dominant, tension. I will see you in the next lesson. In the last couple of lessons, you've actually learned and seen the difference between when we borrow a major triad that's built off a scale degree 5 from major scales or from the harmonic minor scale and bring that into the natural minor scale or bring that into a minor key. Now, in major and in minor keys, we can actually use 5 and 5/7. We can use the dominant chord, the 4-note dominant 7 chord that is built off of scale degree 5 to create even more tension, to push us back to 1 major or 1 minor, 1 major 7, or indeed 1 minor 7. So let's compare in minor keys what happens when we use 5 versus 5/7. So the main difference is obviously going to be between a triad and a 7th chord. So the triad has, sure enough, 1, 3, and 5. And then the 7th chord has 1, 3, 5, and then we take scale degree 4 of whatever minor scale that's associated with the key, and that's going to become our 7th. So we can also look at major keys, and in major keys it's the same idea. We can have either a major triad built off of 5, or we can add the 7th, that 4th chord tone on top of the 5 to create a dominant 7 chord. In the next lesson, we're going to break down the difference of tension and understand the inner workings and the difference between using a major 5 and a 5-7 chord in minor keys. I'll see you there. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how you can increase tension even more using a dominant 7 chord borrowed from a major key. When we throw that into a minor key, instead of having the minor 5, we're going to have a dominant 7 chord, or a 7th chord, as the 5. So the first layer of tension that is created to create the tension and resolution comes from scale degree 7. So scale degree 7 brings us back to scale degree 1 in a major scale, creating more tension than flat 7 to 1 in a natural minor scale. In other words, whenever we have a leading tone to 1, that half step always creates a lot more tension than the whole step from a subtonic back to the tonic. And that's our first layer of tension. And as you can see here, sure enough, we have leading tone, or scale degree 7, right here, which pushes us back up to the tonic. And that's what's happening right here. This is our leading tone, and it's bringing us back to the tonic. We're in the key of D minor. So C sharp from that A7 chord is the leading tone of D if we were in a D major scale. And that half step creates a lot more tension than the whole step. Now the second layer of tension is what's happening with the subdominant, or scale degree 4 from the key. So let's think about it. We're in the key of D minor, so the scale would be D, E, F, G. So scale degree 4, the subdominant, turns out the subdominant is actually also used as the 7th of the dominant 7 chord. Now what happens is this subdominant, you could also think about it as the 7th, it can resolve to one of two places: up to the 5th or the dominant, or down to the flat 3rd, the 3rd, or the mediant. So this subdominant here can either go up to the 5th or down to the 3rd of the 1 chord. So that's note to note. All right, so we have the leading tone, which is also the 3rd of the dominant 7 chord. So here's the dominant 7 chord. It's also known as an A7. The 3rd of that chord is a C sharp. That C sharp is the leading tone of a D scale. We have the 7th of the A7 chord. That is the subdominant of the D scale. And both these notes create a movement of tension to resolution when we resolve from a dominant 7 chord to minor 1 in this case, even a 1 minor 7. But we're just going to talk about minor 1 for now. Now here's the third layer of tension. The third layer of tension is not looking from note to note, but looking within the dominant 7 chord itself, looking at an interval that's created there, saying, okay, what happens when we take an interval of 2 of the notes of the dominant 7 chord, and then how does that interval resolve when we get to the 1 chord? So we actually have a lot of tension here in this dominant 7 chord, because between C sharp and G is a diminished 5th. So we actually have an interval of diminished 5th between this 3rd and the 7th, which then resolves to a minor 3rd here. Minor 3rd, also known as an imperfect consonance. So we have dissonance resolving to an imperfect consonance. So what this means is that when we take a 5-7 to a 1, there's 3 things that's happening to create tension. The first is that the 3rd of the dominant 7 chord, which is also known as the leading tone of the scale that belongs to the 1. So the 1 is D minor. The leading tone would be C sharp. All right. So we can take that, we can resolve it up to 1. Layer number 2 is we take the 7th of the 7 chord. Now this 7th of the 7 chord is also known as the subdominant of the scale of the 1. So 1 is D, subdominant is going to be 4, D, E, F, G. This subdominant can resolve up to the dominant or down to the median. When we think about the 3rd level, we're going to think of it in terms of an interval. And the interval is a diminished 5th, and in this case, the 7th of the dominant chord, also known as the subdominant of the scale of the 1, is going to be resolving down to the 3rd, also known as the median. And what this does is this creates an interval of a diminished 5th that resolves to a minor 3rd. That sounds like this. One more time. Here's that diminished 5th interval. C sharp to G, D to F. So what you're doing here is you're understanding all the parts of what creates the tension and then how that tension then gets resolved when we go to the 1. I will see you in the next lesson. So why would we use 5/7 or the dominant chord built off of scale degree 5 in major keys? Well, for all the reasons we'd use it in minor keys, and that's the leading tone 7 brings us back to 1. That same tension and resolution moves us forward from 5/7 to 1, or 1/7. The subdominant, scale degree 4, is another layer of tension that pushes us to resolve to the 5, or the 5th of 1, or down to the 3, the 3rd of 1. Now here's the thing, and here's the difference, is that in a major triad, between 4 and 1 is only 1/2 step instead of a whole step. So this is actually a stronger tension than 4 to flat 3 in minor keys. Let's just unpack that. So let's look at this. Here we have the 7th of the dominant 7 chord, which is scale degree 4 in the key of D minor. Now when this resolves down to F, that is one whole step, right? Because G, F sharp or G flat to F, that's a whole step. Whereas when we look at this in a major key, and now we're looking in the key of F major, this B flat here, which is the 7th of the C7 chord, resolves down 1/2 step to the A, which is the 3rd of the F major triad. Now here's the thing. Just like we talked about how when we have that subdominant, that flat 7, it does not carry the same tension as the leading tone resolving to 1. For that same reason, that half step having significantly more tension than a whole step, the half step between scale degree 4 to scale degree 3 in a major scale versus scale degree 4 to scale degree flat 3 in a minor scale, there's a lot more tension to be had in the major scale and in major keys. So if you listen to this, we have F major, C7, F major. And what's happening here is if we go to our 3rd layer of tension where we're talking about the tritone, we have a tritone between the 3rd and the 7th of a C7 dominant 7th chord. Tension, 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 resolution to an imperfect consonance. Tension, 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 resolve to imperfect consonants. So there are essentially 3 reasons, in summary, that we would want to use 5/7 instead of 5, and that's to increase the tension, increase the anticipation, because we're adding in that extra 2 layers of the 4 moving to flat 3 in minor keys, or 4 moving to 3 in major keys, and on top of that, within the dominant 7 chord, there's an extra layer of tension, because within the notes between the 3rd and the 7th, there is an actual diminished 5th tritone, which creates tons of tension. I'll see you in the next lesson. So now let's talk about dominant tonic analysis. So we've discovered there's this very special relationship between a major 5 in a minor 1 or a major 5 in a major 1 triad within their keys. So in minor keys, whenever we're looking for a 5, because we're changing the note from a flat 7 to a raised 7th, you're always going to see an accidental when we have a major 5. So here we can see we have a minor 5 in first inversion, the key being G major. So this is a D minor chord in first inversion. And here you can see we have a D major chord, or D major triad, in first inversion. Number 2, if you're analyzing notation or chord symbols, you're always going to write an uppercase Roman numeral when you have a major 5 being borrowed from either the major scale or the harmonic minor scale. So you can see here, if we're looking at this lead sheet, we have a D minor over F, so that's going to get a lowercase V, lowercase Roman numeral, and then with a 6 because of the inversion. Here we have a D major over F, so that's going to get a capital V because it's a major triad in first inversion. The last thing for you to do when you're analyzing dominant to tonic in minor keys is you're going to add an arrow from 5 to 1. This shows the tension and the resolution of the dominant to the tonic. So that looks like this. You can see that we have 1, minor 4, 5, major 5, D major in the key of G minor being borrowed from the G major scale or the G harmonic minor scale. And then to demonstrate that tension, to show that tension and resolution, we write an arrow like this. In major keys, it works the same way. Now, because naturally when you harmonize a major scale, you don't need accidentals for that major 5 chord built off of scale degree 5, or indeed even the dominant 7 chord built off of scale degree 5. You're not going to look for any accidentals. All you're going to look for are moments where we have a 5 chord followed by a 1 chord. So here we have the 5, here we have the 1. Here we have a 5 short in inversion, here we have the 1. In both cases, you're going to write from your Roman numerals an arrow to show the tension to the resolution. I will see you in the next lesson. Now let's talk about dominant to tonic analysis when we're looking at 5/7 chords or dominant chords. So because the music is borrowing 7 from the harmonic minor scale in minor keys, you will almost always see an accidental when there's a 5/7 chord because we're changing the third. If you are analyzing notation or chord symbols, you're always going to write an uppercase 5 with a 7. The reason why we're writing the 7 is you can see here we have a D7, so we're already specifying here. So we can see that the chord is actually a dominant 7 chord. So just make sure you add that 7 next to your Roman numeral to show the dominant 7 is there. Step number 3 is just like with the 5 triads, the 5/7 chords, anytime you have 5 to 1 between the Roman numerals, you write an arrow to show the tension to the resolution. In major keys, it works the same way. Anytime you have a 5/7 to 1, 5/7 to 1, you get an arrow between the 5/7 and the 1. And this shows and demonstrates that special tension to resolution relationship between 5 and 1. I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, so to do a level 2 analysis on a piece of music, Number one, you're going to determine and label the key. Always, it's the first thing to do. Number two, perform a form analysis. Now, to perform a form analysis, you're probably going to have to look at the lyrics, or if you already know the song, you can make an educated guess. So, for example, we have Jingle Bells here as our example. So, verse 1 is dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Row. Chorus 1. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Verse 2. Day or two ago, I thought I'd take a ride into Miss Fanny Bright was sitting by my side. The horse was leaning lame, misfortune was his lot. He got into a drifting bang, and then we were upside. Oh, chorus 2, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. So, that's how we know the form. You either know it or you look at the lyrics, right? Because Jingle Bells is repeated every time. That's how we know it's the chorus. And then the verses are literally telling us the story. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh, or the fields we go laughing all night. It's telling us the story. The next thing to do is optional. You can perform a scale degree analysis. You do not need to do this at level 2. This is optional. What you do need to do is perform a Roman numeral analysis. You're going to leave chords that are not in the key, except for 5 and 5, alone. So, for example, you can see here in the chorus, you're going to leave this blank. This A7. A7 is not in the key of G major. A7 actually belongs to the key of D major when we harmonize a D major scale to the 7th. So this A7 here is being borrowed from somewhere else, so we're actually going to leave it blank for now. Make sure you add the 7 or the minor 7 for any 7th chords, like in measure 6 here, right? So it's a D7. Make sure you label your Roman numerals with the correct 7th notation. And then you're going to add an arrow from each 5 to 1 throughout the entire piece of music to show the tension to resolution. So, see, o'er the fields we go, 5. Laughing all the way, 1. Ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. 1, 5, 1. Oh, another 5 to 1. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, fun it is to ride a one-horse open. 5, 5, 1. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a 5-horse open 1, 5. 1 or 2 ago, I thought I'd take a ride into Miss Fanny 5 was sitting by my 1. The horse was leaning lank, misfortune was his lot. He got into a 5 and bang, and then we were up 1, 5. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open 5, 5, 1. Bells, jingle all the way. Oh, fun it is to ride in a 5-horse open 1. Now, once you've labeled these 5 to 1s, so many more patterns start to emerge from the music. Like, look at this. We can see, just very broad view, every time we transition from a chorus to a verse or from a verse to a chorus, how are we doing it? We're doing it 5 to 1. See that? Out of verse number 1. From verse into the chorus, how do we transition? With a 5 chord. From chorus 1 to verse 2, how do we transition? With a 5 chord. From verse 2 into the chorus, how do we transition between those sections? You guessed it, a 5 chord. How do we end the song? 5 to 1. How cool is that we're actually able to spot the sections because the chords that are being used. Now on top of that, we can see that there's a pattern within the verses, that there's almost a first half and a second half to each verse, because we're seeing 5, 1, 5, 1. So it's like we have the first half of the verse is up here, Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh, all the fields will go laughing all the way. Then we have the second half of the verse down here. Bells on bell ring, making spirits by what is rising a lane song tonight. Oh, and then right there we can see, all right, in the first half we have 5 to 1. In the second half we have 5 to 1, but then we launch ourselves into the chorus with a second 5 chord. Now even within the chorus, there's almost 2 halves to the chorus. So the first half of the chorus is 8 measures long. The second half of the chorus is 8 measures long. Starting to see a pattern because the first half of the first verse and the second half of the first verse were both 8 measures long. So check this out. At the end of the 8 measures, what do we get? A D7 that pushes us back to 1. At the end of the 8 measures, what do we get? A D7 that pushes us back to 1. Then we get another D7 that launches us into the verse. So what we're seeing here too are these bigger patterns of these 8 measure cycles throughout this entire song for the verse and the chorus that all have a 5 to 1 pinning them down to create that feeling of something moving forward. And this is just a taste of one song. Doing the analysis, you can get such a deeper understanding of how the chords are working and how that tension to resolution is working. Because look, the whole point of using the 5 to 1 chord here is you're creating tension and resolution, and that's what keeps the song moving forward. It's every 8 measures, tension, resolution, tension, resolution. So launch us to the next section of the song, tension, resolution. Throughout the chorus, tension, resolution, tension, resolution. To launch us into verse 2, tension, resolution. Within verse 2, to keep verse 2 moving, tension, resolution, 2 times. To launch us into chorus 2, tension, resolution. Within chorus 2, tension, resolution, multiple times. So you can really start to see that there's these cycles of tension and resolution just between 5 and 1 that are taking place in songs you listen to every day. I'm not saying you listen to Christmas music every day. Maybe you do. But you're going to see that this pattern plays out over so many songs in so many genres. And you can get this feeling of tension and resolution. And that has so many implications. Number one, for understanding the music. Now you understand how it works. You understand how the song keeps going. It's because of those cycles of tension and resolution. Then on top of that, if you ever want to write music, now you have this skeleton key. You have the key that opens the door to like, oh, okay, this is how I keep the song moving. Tension, resolution, tension, resolution. I will see you in the next lesson. Now let's talk about how to use all this awesome music theory to actually write songs and write pieces of music compositions. So first we're going to break down a song, so a song with lyrics, and then we'll break down a composition. So there's no right way to start or finish a song. You can try starting a few different ways and find an order of creation that works for you. You could start a song with a set of lyrics. You could start a song with a melody idea. You could start a song with a chord progression. You could start a song by thinking of the form of the song. And then you could also start with any combination thereof. Just pick something, start, adjust as you go. In this example, I'm going to show you how I like to write songs. Now, this is just the way I do it. This is not the way you have to do it. This is not the way many other people do it. This is the way that I like to do it. I always like to start with lyrics because for me, I always want to talk about something and then I create the music around what I want to talk about. But that's just the way my brain works. Your brain might work differently, so I encourage you to try starting with lyrics, try starting with melody, try starting with chords, try starting with song form. So here's basically an example of my workflow. So I write lyrics, I look at the lyrics, and I create generally the song form from the lyrics. So I look at the lyrics and I figure out where all the pieces are going to go. At this point, you may need to add or remove lyrics. Step 3 is I pick one part of the lyrics that's going to be the chorus, if you want your song to have a chorus. Then I write the rhythm of the lyrics in notation until I have a nice flow of the rhythm. And then I add notes from a scale to the rhythm of the lyrics to create a melody. And whenever you make a melody, just make a melody that makes your heart happy. We're going to discuss in detail how to write melody in level 3. Then you can shape the feeling of your music with performance, dynamic, and articulation marks. Then you add chords from the harmonized scale you use to create the melody. You can pick a chord progression for each section of the song. It can be the same for each section, or it can change. A good rule is to keep all the verse, chorus, and, well, pre-chorus
post-chorus, each one should be the same. So your verse chord progression should generally be the same for every verse. Your chorus progression should generally be the same for every chorus. Same thing for pre-choruses, and same thing for post-choruses. Now you could write the chords and lead sheet style above the staff with notation or on a separate line of staff, just like we did back in level 1. At every step of the way, you can adjust or change anything you don't like or could be better, and then you've written a song. So here's an example. Here's a set of lyrics I wrote back in 2006. I was not but an innocent teenager. And so I wrote this because, well, at the time, I liked this girl. And so I wrote this about the story. We lived a couple miles away from each other, so we would walk to each other's houses. And so I wrote this set of lyrics when I was like, I don't know, maybe 16, about walking with this girl. So here's my lyrics. And again, keep in mind I wrote these when I'm 16, so they're not like Hall of Fame lyrics, but it's good for us to get the job done. So, rain coming down, nothing to do but sit on my bed and think of you. How nice it was to be a teenager with nothing to do than sit on a bed and think of someone. I said, you heard, the road is a river that could wash me away. I used to live on this hill, and the entire road would just turn into a river when it rained. Outside on the street, light flickers on. Alone ahead, a shadow standing. This girl at the time smoked cigarettes, which I do not recommend. And so that was the light flickers on. So look, I'm like telling a story from my life. Whenever you're writing songs, it's always good to tell stories that you've lived, because then you're talking about real experiences. And people are always like, well, how do I be original? How do I express myself in original? It's like, you've lived an original life. That's your original content. No one else has lived your life. No one else has said, seen, or done the things you've said, seen, or done. So write about those, because that's going to be original. Okay, outside on the street, light flickers on, alone ahead, a shadow standing. You know when it's raining, you can't really see. You can just kind of see shadows. Run downstairs and out the door, then the rain begins to pour. Okay, so I run downstairs, I run out the door, rain begins to pour. And then this is where it gets like, you know I was a teenager when I wrote this one. Oh, I know you. You're the crazy girl, the one they all stay away from. I'm so embarrassed I'm sharing this with you, but okay. But I love you, and even just having the concept of love at 16, it's like, okay, buddy. And there's nothing to do. Let's go for a walk in the rain. Okay, a nice angsty teenage chorus there. Verse 2. Cold hands, pine needles, without a word, we walk away. I grew up on the East Coast of the United States, and even sometimes in the summer when it rains, but especially in the fall when it rains, it gets really cold and it just saps the warmth out of you. And there's lots of pine trees, all over the world, but especially in the northeastern United States. If you get these areas of pine trees, like there's pine needles just covering the ground. It's like a carpet of pine needles. Without a word, we walk away. And then again, we're going to get a little angsty here. Soon we find the world is left behind and there's only the two of us. Very teenagery. Here we go back to even more teenage goodness. Oh, I know you. You're the crazy girl, the one they all stay away from, but I love you and there's nothing to do. Let's go for a walk in the rain. Let's go for a walk in the rain. Let's go for a walk in the rain. So here's my notes. So you can see that the chorus is already decided just in the lyric writing, because I was repeating that part because I knew, even yes at 16, because I learned about form very early in my music career, I knew where I wanted the chorus to be. So this also might change because this song really honestly could use a bridge to break things up, because right now it's just like verse, chorus, done. So it really, really could use a bridge to break things up. It could also use an intro. So at this point, the form is verse 1, verse 2, chorus 1, verse 3, chorus 2, outro. And you can see, sure enough, that it's like we have stanza, verse 1, stanza, verse 2, chorus, stanza, verse 3, chorus. And this is a common thing that you'll see in pop songs, is like a double verse up front and a single verse in the middle. That's fairly common. All right, so let's look at step 4. So I made some minor adjustments to the lyrics in the chorus and decided to add a let's walk. And then I also used a DSL coda
to save a lot of space so I could keep this to 2 pages. So otherwise I was going to have to write it on 3 or 4 pages. So you can see here I added a let's walk. So I know you, the crazy girl. Oh my gosh, this is so embarrassing. I can't believe I decided to put this in the book. Okay. I know you're the crazy girl, the one that's away from, but I love you and there's nothing to do. Let's walk. Let's go for a walk in the rain. The reason I added this let's walk here is really rhythmically, it felt better to me. So you can always make decisions that just off of the rhythm feel better. You can see already here, I've got this very clear idea of where I want the song to go just rhythmically. And I think on top of that, just to remember from when we were talking about song form, it's like, okay, verses should be 4, 8 measures long. Choruses should be 8 or 16 measures long. And if you keep your song sections to these groups of 4, 8, or 16, your whole song's going to flow and make a lot of sense without you having to think about a lot of things like phrasing and more complex things we're going to break down in level 3. Okay, so I have the full song written out with rhythm. I also have figured out my repeat that after verse 2, we're going to have a DSL coda, and this DSL coda here is going to pop us back up to the segno here, and then we read through here, then we get to the coda, and that coda is going to pop us down to the bottom of the page, where we have indeed the coda, where we repeat Let's Go Walk in the Rain 3 times. Okay, now, steps 5 through 9. The rhythm stayed the same for the most part. I did add some notes here and there to the ends of words in measure 16. So here you can see I added these notes here. That was just to extend the sound out because I liked having more notes on the end there. In measure 32, so here we go right here. Added some notes there as well. And where else? And in measure 60, let's go find it. Yeah, there we go. The whole world is left behind. And that's just something that, because I was hearing the melody, I just like the sound of adding some notes on there. There's no real rhyme or reason behind that. I did spend a couple years trying to be a pop star, so I've written a lot of songs, recorded a lot of songs. And so I just have a developed habit of crafting melodies in a way where there's some extra notes and things, but you don't need those. So also decided on the key. The key is D major, and I used a D major scale for the melody with a focus on D major pentatonic notes. Now you can listen to the melody along with the chords in the example, and I highly recommend you do that because you're going to be able to hear how the song goes from lyrics all the way through to, well, being a song. I'll see you in the next lesson where we're going to break down a composition. Let's break down how to write a composition, and I will give you an example. So there's no right way to start or finish a composition. You could start with rhythm, you could start with melody, you could start with chords, you could start with form. Any combination of rhythm, melody, chords, or form. What I'm about to show you is just an example of writing a composition. You can write and do this in any order. There's no right way of doing this. So step 1 for this example is going to be to write a rhythmic composition where it's like, oh, it's a cool rhythm, like the rhythm. Number 2 is going to be to add notes from a scale to the rhythmic composition to create a melody. Number 3 is going to be to shape the feeling of the music with performance, dynamic, and articulation marks. Number 4 is going to be to add chords from the harmonized scale that I used to create the melody. For now, we're going to keep the melody and the chords separate. So you can use a chord or a chord progression or as many chords as you want, but you do not have to use a chord progression. You can do whatever you want. And you can use 2 treble clef lines or a grand staff. And then you adjust and change anything you like or think that you could, or that you think could be better. All right, so here's step 1. Here's my rhythmic composition. I picked 3/4 just for a change. I picked the grand staff so we could have some chords that are going to sound lower because all the notes on the bass clef always sound lower than the notes on the treble clef when they're on the staff. Okay, and then I added in the notes from a G real melodic minor. So using only the notes from a G real melodic minor scale, which creates a pretty interesting melody. Then I added in some chords and also a tempo mark. And in addition to that,
the key signature, and a couple other things. So there's also some single notes in the bass clef staff, as you can see here on the last line, and also in the second line. Here you go, we have some single notes here, some single notes here, that's fine. It doesn't always have to be chords. Now I did add slurs here, and you'll hear in the example that these slurs here give a contrast to everything that's happened up to this point, because nothing's slurred up to this point. So it just gives, it's like a different texture. It's like if you're eating a salad, like you have the crunchy croutons, you have the lettuce, maybe you have cheese, maybe you have dressing, maybe there's other vegetables in there. It's just a different texture thing. Now the notes in measure 13 I actually changed from step 2 to help tie and resolve the piece on a G minor. Because if you look here, I just had quarter note, half note. Here I changed to quarter note, dotted quarter note to eighth. So right here at the very end, on this final eighth note, we have a 1 chord for resolution. So what I encourage you to do is to think about composition and writing songs right now just as like getting the dirty water out. Ed Sheeran, who is arguably one of the best pop songwriters of all time, talked about how he spent, I think it was 2 or 3 years, writing 3 to 4 songs a day just to get all the bad songs out. And I think another way of thinking about that is like you need to get the reps in to get good at anything. Anything you want to get better at, you need to do. So if you want to get better at composing, sit down, use a music theory you know, compose. There's no right or wrong answer. Use a music theory you know to write songs if you want to write songs. There's no right or wrong answer. You just need to do it. Like at 16, I was sitting there just writing lyrics out. And it wasn't till now, at the age of 31, almost 100% older later, that I actually went and took those lyrics and put them to music and then harmonized that melody. So don't be afraid to use all the rules you've learned here in this book and in level 1. Don't be afraid to break the rules once you know the rules. Have fun, experiment, and I will see you in the bonus lessons. I'll see you there. Welcome to your Analysis and Understanding Bonus Pack Level 2. Here's how it works. Right under this video, there are 10 PDFs for 10 songs. Download those and either load them into a tablet that you can mark up or print them out. Now, once you've done that, we're going to go one at a time. So the first one we're going to do is called a tisket a tasket. Here's the idea. You are going to do a full analysis as best you can of a tisket a tasket. Then meet me in the next lesson and we'll talk and walk through it from start to end, and you'll see what you got right, what you got wrong, and be able to compare your analysis to the analysis I do. And that way you're going to start to get a very clear understanding of where you're at, what you're not quite understanding, anything you need to go back and review. And on top of that, you're going to get to look at the same analysis twice, which means an even deeper and better understanding, because you're going to not just get one time through it, but 2 times all the way through the analysis. And remember, what's important here is not the song that we are analyzing. What's important is learning and understanding the connections in the music. The song right now is just a vehicle for us to understand those connections. One more word. If you are someone who wants to write music or compose music, pay special attention to all these connections, because what you can do is you can take these connections, put them into your own music, and try them out. I will see you in the first analysis, a tisket, a tasket, coming right up. Make sure you do a tisket, a tasket analysis first, then meet me in that video. I'll see you there. Welcome to your first Understanding and Analysis Pack bonus song, A Tisket, a Tasket. Yes, it is a children's song, but yes, there is a ton we can learn from it. So we're going to go ahead and jump in. As always, the first thing we're going to do is identify the key. So first thing to do is to look at the time signature. Time signature is 2 sharps, okay, which means we're either going to be in the key of D major or B minor. So now we need to determine if we're going to be in the key of D major or B minor. Okay, well, first of all, we're starting and ending on a D chord. That is
a very strong sign that we're going to be in the key of D major. And yeah, we can even see we're ending here on scale degree 1 of D. And there's no B minors here at the end. We do have a B minor here. There's only one. Yeah, there's only one B minor in the whole song. There's tons of Ds. And on top of that, you can see here's an extra layer of bringing in your new level 2 music theory into analysis. You can see we have these A7 to D, A7 to D, A to D. What's that? That's 5-1, 5-1, 5-1. So we can actually use that as an extra hint to understand and know that for sure we're in the key of D because we have so many 5-1s going to D. Highly unlikely we'd be in the key of B minor going tension, resolution onto a D major. So we are in the key of D major, so let's go ahead and label that under the first staff. We're going to write a D and then a little colon. Now we're not going to do a scale degree analysis here, but we are going to follow the order of the book and do a form analysis. So here's what's interesting with kids' songs in these children rhymes. So, a tisket, a tasket, a green and yellow basket, I wrote a letter to my love and on the way I dropped it. I dropped it, yes, on the way I dropped it. I wrote a letter to my love and on the way I dropped it. So, we kind of have a verse chorus, perhaps a verse refrain situation here, but it's not going to be this is not a perfect labeling. So we call this verse 1. Sure enough, we can see we have a double bar line here. And then, I dropped it, just on the way I dropped it. I wrote a letter to my love and on the way I dropped it. Having that thing at the end, yeah, kind of chorusy. We'll call it chorus 1. And then here we have an outro. And how can we tell that this down here is an outro? It's because we can see it's the same idea. So let's follow our form here. So we go, just to be clear in the form, we go a tisket, a tasket, green yellow basket, wrote a little to 11 on the way I dropped it. Dropped it. Then we have a DSL coda down here, which means this pops us back to the sign. And then we go sing it again, basically. Tisket, a tasket, green yellow basket, wrote to my love, and here's the coda. So that jumps us down here. On the way I dropped it. And we don't go to the chorus a second time. So, yeah, we can kind of call this an outro. What you're going to start to see is I'll waffle a little bit in some of these areas because when you're dealing with a children's song, this children's song was invented before the idea of a chorus was invented. So sometimes trying to take these labels and it's like we're trying to squish a song into meeting these labels and these words. But okay, so verse 1, chorus 1, outro. Yeah, we could kind of call this verse 2 because technically it does repeat a little bit, but we don't really go all the way through the second verse and the lyrics don't change, so I'm just going to leave this as verse 1, chorus 1, and outro. Now let's take a look at our Roman numerals because we're not going to do a scale degree analysis, so we're going to go to Roman numerals. All right, so a tisket, D is going to be 1. Tasket, F sharp minor, that's going to be minor 3. B minor 7, ooh, okay, so it's going to be 6. Minor 7. And then back to 3. E minor 2. E minor 7. 2. Minor 7. A 5, A7, 5, 7 to 1. And then we stay on 1, I dropped it, and on the way I dropped it. That's all D. And then we go to measure 14, E minor, wrote a letter, E minor 7, it's going to be 2 minus 7, and 5, 5, 7, I, 1, 5, 7. And then at the very end, we have 5. Oh, an inversion. 5, 6. that Roman numeral. Then we have 1, 6, 4, 2, 1. All right, now let's go ahead and mark all of our dominant to tonic areas, and then we're going to talk about connections. Okay, so here's our first 5-1. 5-1. Here's another 5-1. Now what's interesting here is this DSL coda, essentially what we have, to show you the connection, I'm going to do this in blue, we have this A7 here, which leads us back to the D right here at the segno, which means we are going to treat this like a 5-1. So right here with the 5-7, right under the DSL coda, we're going to write that arrow to show that sure enough this A7 is pushing us back to 1 with a tension, resolution, dominant, tonic movement. And then here in our outro, sure enough, we have this 5-1. Okay, a lot of interesting things going on here. I think what's interesting too is that you can see that the arranger, it was me, decided to keep the momentum moving in the song. Instead of just leaving this as E minor the whole way to here, the arranger decided to put in an E minor 7. And same thing here, instead of just leaving this as A, or starting this as A7 the whole time, the arranger decided to change chords up. Now, the reason you'd see someone do that is to actually keep the momentum moving, to keep the whole song rolling forward. And sometimes what happens is if you sit on one chord, after, you see right here how it's been 1 chord per measure for the entire first line. If we were to go to a 1 chord for 2 measures here, it would feel like the momentum dropped. Now sometimes in songs that's what you want. So people will use that type of technique to change between a verse and a chorus. So if you look at a lot of the phenomenal modern songwriters like Ed Sheeran, Taylor Swift, people like that, you'll see that a lot of times they'll do that technique where either in the verses they'll have 2 chords per measure, or 1 chord per measure, or 1 chord per 2 measures, and then in the chorus you'll change. And maybe there's going to be 2 chords per measure, or 1 chord per measure, or 2 chords per measure in the chorus, but it's going to change from the verse. So thinking off the top of my head, I think You Belong With Me by Taylor Swift. She wears short skirts, I wear t-shirts, she's captain and I'm on the bleachers. So what you can see there is that the verse, it's 1 chord for every 2 measures, but then in the pre-chorus, it's 1 chord per measure, and that actually builds up the anticipation to get back to the chorus. So yes, you can see here that this 2 chord per measure thing right here before we get to the D almost builds the anticipation of this dominant tonic situation here going from the 5 to the 1. Let's see. Okay, one more thing to point out about the just chord to chord before we start looking at the larger groups here is this is a very interesting thing here. So we have A to A over C sharp to D over A to D. What's happening here sounds like this. We have A over C sharp, D over A to D. Pretty interesting. So why this is interesting is because this D over A is almost like extending the dominant over. So I'm going to do this in color. It's like here's our dominant continues, and with this C sharp here, what's interesting is that when you put that dominant chord in first inversion and you have that C sharp or that leading tone from the scale as the lowest note, that actually creates even more movement, even more pressure to resolve to 1. Because I could go so let's get your ear set for D major. Now what happens here is we go to the dominant, right? A, C sharp, which only wants to really lead one place. Well, it could also lead to a 4 chord in second inversion, like this. But the point is we have this bass line. It's like A, C sharp, back home. But what happens is instead of going back home, right here, the D is over the A. So it's like we're going back home. No, we're actually not going back home. Now we're going back home. So, to sing the melody over that, we have on the way I dropped it. One more time. On the way I dropped it. So basically, this D over A, the fact that this A note is in this D chord is almost extending this A chord all the way out here, and then we finally get our resolution in the last measure. Okay, now let's look at some larger groups and some larger patterns here. Okay, what is really cool to see is that every time we go back and forth between a section, we're always changing from 5 to 1. On top of that, we can always see that a section is starting early. So, for example, we have this anacrusis here. A-te. So the T is landing on the downbeat. The where it starts, the song starts, is on the upbeat. And we can see that even here. I dropped it. That's like the end. And then for the I dropped it. So we can see that the entire song is always starting 1/8 note early, all the way from that anacrusis. Now the measure math works out fine. It's just the way the melody is written is always starting 1/8 note early. Now we can see the difference between the sections because we have a 5/1 here, then we have a 5/1, and then we have 5 that launches us back to the beginning. So every 8 measures, so here's 8 measures, here's 8 measures, every 8 measures we're having a 5/1 to propel us into the next section of the song, and indeed in the outro we have this very long extended 5/1. But what you're going to start to see is that these groups of 8 measures, or 4 measures, or 16, or 32, it's always going to be like that. 8, 16, 32, sometimes 4, we're going to get these cycles of these dominant to tonic, dominant to tonic. And that's what keeps the momentum of the song moving forward in a simple way. Now, there's much more nuanced ways of keeping momentum moving forward in a song, but using 5 to 1 is a fantastic way of saying tension, resolution, tension, resolution, tension, resolution, and that's what keeps the song moving and grooving and actually helps us define the sections of the song, because we could even just look at the chord progression and say, okay, 5/1, and then here, 5/1. It's a 2-section song. And we can see that from the chords. I will see you in the next lesson. In this analysis, we're going to be breaking down another classic children's song called Bingo. But just like the last children's song, there's going to be a lot for us to learn here. So we're going to jump in. First thing for us to do is to identify the key. See, there's one flat in the key signature, which means we're either in the key of F major or D minor. Now we need to forget from the key of F major, D minor. Already looking at the entire song. Yeah, okay, we have an F, ending on an F, 1 D minor in the whole thing, and then we're ending on an F, scale degree 1/1. We can see that even though this anacrusis has this 5 here, really because it's that pickup, it's not really part of the song. What we're going to do is we're going to treat measure 1 as the place where we're looking for our chord. So even though, yes, technically speaking, C is the first chord of the song, we're going to ignore that because it's in the anacrusis, and we're going to look really at the first chord of our song as being this F right here. So we start and end with an F, and we also start and end literally with scale degree 1, scale degree 5, 7, 5, 6, 7, 1, 1. And anytime you see something like this where it's going 5, 6, 7, 1, that's a real great clue that you're going to be in that key, because it's just walking up the scale, walking you home, essentially mirroring. Right here we have dominant to tonic, right? What this is doing, it's going dominant, the 5, C, to tonic. It's mirroring that tension resolution in the melody. So, based on all that information, we're going to say we're in the key of F major. So, first thing for us to do is to write F with a colon. Okay, now let's talk about form. There was a farmer who had a dog, and Bingo was his name. Oh, that sounds like a story. I'm going to call that verse 1. B-I-N-G-O, 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 and Bingo was his name. Oh, that is a chorus. Now, you're not always going to see a double bar line between verses and choruses. So make sure you keep your eyes peeled for when a song really changes gears. Also, if you know the song, you know that you sing B-I-N-G-O between every verse, which would make it a chorus. All right, now let's do some Roman numerals. There was a farmer who... 4. Okay, but it's a 6/4 because that's in second inversion. Had a dog and... Ooh, interesting. 6, first inversion. Bingo. Whoa. 5, first inversion. Was his 1. Nemo. 1 again. B-I to 4. N-G-O. 5, 7. B-I 1. N-G-O. D minor. 6. B-I 2 minor 7. N-G-O and 5, 7. Bingo was his 1. Okay. Well, we start off with a 5-1. Then, sure enough, we have a 5-1. Any other 5-1s? Yep. Here we go. 5-1. 5-1. So what we're seeing here is every 4 measures we have a 5-1. In the last song, every 8 measures we had a 5-1. Here, every 4 measures we have a 5-1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Well, there's 2, 3, 4. And that's something we can tell the difference between the verse and the chorus there as well, because not only does the melody change, but the chords change as well. Okay, let's start looking at chord-to-chord connections. Okay, this right here is very interesting. Okay, and what's interesting is, let me play this for you. There was a farmer who had a dog. So, because this B flat is in second inversion, the F stays in the bass, it almost feels like we're staying on the F chord, or in the F chord zone, this entire first line. Because that F, it's underpinning everything. It's holding us home. It's bringing us home. Was a farmer who had a dog. Was a farmer who had a dog. Was a farmer who had a dog. See how that last time I just stayed on F the whole way? Look, this is F the whole way. Was a farmer who had a dog. It works. Sounds better when we hit that B flat. Was a farmer who had a dog. Because it agrees with the melody a little bit more. We go to that D note in the melody, and D's the third of B flat. It's literally a chord tone in the melody. So, because we have now the power of inversions at our fingertips, we can create these scenarios and also identify and analyze these scenarios where we have essentially one feeling through this whole thing, and the feeling through this whole thing is F. F is the foundation. Now we actually continue that here, which is really interesting, with this D minor over F, C over E, and that E bringing us 1/2 step back up to F. So let's listen to what that sounds like. Starting from measure 1. There was a farmer who had a dog, and Bingo, Bingo was his name-o. Let's listen to that again, especially that Bingo was his name. That's very interesting. So you have D minor, Bingo. And let's think about that. That D minor over F, that's one note away from actually being an F. Because if you think about it, the notes of a D minor are D, F, and A. The notes of an F are F, A, and C. If we change this D to a C, all of a sudden we're still on F. So creating this D minor over F, it's kind of like that B flat over F. It could just be an F chord there, but instead we're coloring it a little bit. We're bringing in another chord that's almost an F, but not quite an F. And Bingo was his name-o. Now let's talk about that movement there. Was his name-o. What that's doing is that's highlighting, because we have this E in the bass here, that's highlighting that tension from the leading tone, bringing us back to the tonic. That's what that's doing there. C in first inversion. We can play C in root position. Doesn't matter what we do with the triad up top, as long as E is the lowest note. Okay, so before we talk about the chorus, let's kind of summarize. Basically, the idea is almost for this entire verse, we're kind of implying that we're hanging out on an F major chord. Yes, we have a change here. Yes, we have a change here. Yes, we most certainly have a 5 here. But really, if we were to summarize this, we'd almost go tonic, this entire thing, dominant right here, and then back to tonic here. So it's almost like this entire verse is just a tonic, dominant, tonic, tension thing. The entire verse is just one giant tonic, dominant, tonic. Okay, so let's look at the chorus now. Now in the chorus, things change. We're letting go of that tonic and giving chords their actual root notes. So B, I, N, G, O, B, I, N, G, O, B, I, N, G, O. Love that minor 7. And Bingo was his name-o. Now, the contrast here is between going like this. Right? That's all F's, B flat over F, D minor over F. And then the contrast with actually going to the chords and actually playing their root notes and giving them their root notes in that chorus makes a big textural change from the verse. Cool. I will see you in the next lesson. Welcome to our final children's rhyme before we get into some more serious music. So, the bear went over the mountain. First thing for us to do is to identify the key. So let's look at the key signature. No sharps, no flats. First, which means we're either in the key of C major or A minor. Let's see, our first chord is C. Our last chord is C. There is no A minor chord in this entire song. Based off that alone, we can confidently point towards C, and then we can even see that we end, as many nursery rhymes conveniently do, on the tonic of C. So we're going to be in the key of C, so let's write C with a colon. Now let's talk about form. If you're not familiar with the song, I'm going to sing through it one time. The bear went over the mountain, the bear went over the mountain, the bear went over the mountain to see what he could see, and all that he could see, and all that he could see was the other side of the mountain, the other side of the mountain, the other side of the mountain was all that he could see. So, no real verse. No real chorus. We're kind of grooving in an old-fashioned song here where I'm honestly going to say, let's not worry about the form. Every once in a while, we're going to find a very, campfire, old-fashioned song, and it's like, well, the whole thing's kind of a verse. There's kind of a refrain. We could kind of summarize it as in there's two sections, right? There's the bear went over the mountain, the bear went over the mountain, the bear went over the mountain to see what he could see. That's kind of one. That's like section 1. And then we say section 2 is, and all that he could see, and all that he could see. Right there. That's kind of like a bridge. It kind of. And then the other side of the mountain, the other side of the mountain was all that he could see. So, look, we could very loosely say we have like verse, bridge, verse, or verse, chorus, verse. But sometimes it's, don't worry about the form. Just worry about the music. Every once in a while, that's going to be the case. This is going to be one of those times where, we call it an ABA form, kind of like with rhyme schemes, how we would label rhyme schemes. We could say, kind of have this A section, then kind of this B section, then again, kind of this A section. But it's all very loose. So, let's jump straight into our Roman numerals. Man went over the mountain. Now, what's interesting here is, unlike the previous nursery rhyme, we're not putting C in the bass here to create sort of a tonic area over the first 4. But I will control myself and get through the Roman numeral analysis before I start having fun and breaking things down. Okay, next is bear went over the mountain. Okay, here's some fun things. 1/6 to 4 to measure 14. 5 what? 5/7 could 1. And here it is. 1. Here we go. To 4/6 4 back to 1. It's creating that dominant area. Oh, and then again 4/6 4, that F in second inversion to 1. The other side of the 4 with the bass, the root note in the bass, root position, mountain the 5. Other side of the 1, mountain the other 1/6 side of the 4 was 5, that 5/7 could 1. Next thing for us to do is to label our dominant to tonic. Tension resolution, good. Yep. There we go. Measure 15. Measure 31. And measure 39. Now let's talk chord to chord. So everything is actually pretty straightforward. In terms of inversions, we have this 1-4-1 situation up here in the first line. Now, what contrasts that is in our B section, or our section number 2, and all that he could see, and all that he could see. Instead of putting the 4 in the bass, instead of putting the root of the 4 chord in the bass, we're actually going to put the tonic in the bass, which creates a second inversion 4 chord. And all that he could see. So that sounds like this. And all that he could see. So that C's in the bass the whole time. All that he could see. And all that he could see was the other side of the mountain. So again, the arranger, me, was creating a textural change.
between that sort of A section and that B section by basically, again, it's like tonic area. Tonic, 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 tonic. And the reason why we're calling this a tonic area, yes, even though we have the 4 chord here, is because we're underpinning the 4 chord with the root of the tonic, that C note, that C there. Because the F's in second inversion, C is the lowest note. And so we're creating kind of this zone of tonic-ness. And let's see. And then we have one more thing, yes, to look at. In the oh, over the mountain. This right here, so this C over E to F, this creates an interesting situation where we're actually creating almost and you're going to learn a lot more about this in level 3, a secondary dominant to tonic situation where F, if F is 1, C is 5. Now what this means right here, and look especially at the fact that we are in first inversion, this E is the leading tone of F. So this entire chord movement right here actually moves us to a subdominant area. Because we're saying, all right, we're really in the key of C. By the way, if you're wondering why I play every time I tell you in a key, it's to set your ears up so you're used to hearing the key. So, what's interesting is right here, let's take this same C chord, put the third in the bass. Where does that want to lead? Ba-da, up half step. Ba-da 4, so we have your long blonde hair and your eyes are blue. Little David Bowie moment there. But the point is, what David Bowie was doing there was going, I think that was in the melody anyway. It wasn't even the bass. But the point is, we have this C. We put the third of the root. We put the third of the C in the lowest note. And that wants to lead us to the F, to the subdominant. So essentially what we're doing here is saying, okay, this C chord here is no longer acting like a C chord. What it's acting like is it's acting like a 5 chord that's pushing us towards the F, because C is the 5 of F. F, G, A, B, C. C is the 5 of F. So this is almost like a new type of 5 chord that's not really the 5 chord that's pushing us to create this subdominant area here. We can see the same thing plays out down here as well. This C over E pushes us towards the subdominant. So a great way to transition from the tonic to the subdominant is to put the tonic in first inversion, because then the lowest note of the chord is actually going to push us towards the subdominant. That's subdominant. Tonic. Subdominant. And it's that E to F, or that third to fourth, with that half step of tension there, that makes all the difference. I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to your next analysis, which is going to be for the song, Are You Lonesome Tonight? Now, this song was made very famous by Elvis when he sang it, but it was actually written long before Elvis recorded it. First thing for us to do is to determine the key. Okay, so first of all, we have a common major chord progression here in the first 4 bars. We have C, A minor, D minor, G7, which is basically 1, 6, 2, 5, but 5, 7 in this case. So that already is a very strong case. We're going to be in the key of C. We can see here when the melody, and again, we have the melody start kind of like a pickup. Lonesome tonight. And that C right there, there's no A minors in sight until we get to measure 3. And then the very last measure, let's look, the last 2 measures are going to be a C ending on, sure enough, scale degree 1 of C. Based off that, very confident saying we're going to be in the key of C major, because we have no sharps and no flats in the
key signature, which means we're either in C major or A minor. So we're going to write C with 2 colons. Now, next thing for us to look at is form. Okay, so this is definitely an intro up here. And then we have verse 1. Now, I know verse 1 technically is starting right here with the RU, but we're really going to treat verse 1 as starting here, even though the melody starts a beat early. Sweetheart. The chairs in your parlor, empty and bare. Do you get your step? Picture me there. Are you lonesome tonight? Oh, so this is another tricky one because it's this older-fashioned song. I'm going to call this right here the refrain because it's one line. It's tell me, dear, are you lonesome tonight? And this whole thing, yeah, verse. I could call this a bridge, technically. Yeah. But kind of. The problem is it comes back to the melody here. So, if you are analyzing this and you're going, man, I am stuck on the form, there's a reason why. It's because the form, honestly, is not very obvious. Again, we could kind of call this an ABA type of a thing, where we have this one melody idea up here. So we have the CBCB idea from measure 5, CBCB. We can see we return to this CBCB idea here in measure 29, but even here at 29, the whole thing's different. There's a different melody contour. So again, the melody contour is the general shape of the melody. So here we go up, 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 like that. Whereas here we're going down and up. So we can see that it's not a one-to-one. And like some of these older fashioned songs, it's not going to conveniently fit into any type of form because this was before people's ears were used to hearing form. Now, when you hear a song like this, you're like, oh, it's definitely old-fashioned. And part of what helps you identify that it's old-fashioned is because it does not have a distinct pattern of verses and choruses, pre-choruses, post-choruses. All right, let's do some Roman numerals. It's a C, 1, A minor, 6, D minor, 2, G7, 5, 7, RU, 1, 3. And even like the use of these 3 chords, man, it's like you just don't see 3 chords being used that often in modern music. And that's another thing that makes things sound a little old-fashioned, is even just using the 3 chord, as wild as that sounds. 1, sorry, drifted apart. 4, but it's 6/4. We're in second inversion, F over C. 5/7, as your memory stray, bright summer day, kissed you and called you sweet. 1, heart. And C stays as the melody changes. Look, we have a note from outside of the key here, a B flat, parlor seam. Okay, F, 4, do you, A minor, gaze at your doorstep, and 2 to 5/7, me there is your 1, heart filled with 3, shall I 6 back a 2. Oh, and then tell me, dear, the 2 continues here. Interesting. Are you lonesome tonight? If you're going, Dan, if you wrote these arrangements, why are you saying, oh, it's interesting? It's because I wrote these a couple days ago and I forgot about this and it's cool. Now this dominant area, this G7, lasts for a very long time. All this is dominant, all this is dominant, until we come back to 1. So we're going to put our arrow here. This will be quite a long arrow. We'll add our arrow as well in measure 4. G7, there we go, to C, and at the very end. And so what we can see with this 5 to 1 is these 5 ones are actually defining, again, the areas of the song. So, do the chairs, 21, we're going to call this kind of like our B section. And so we have a 5 to 1 right here before we go to the B section. And then in the B section, to lead us back into 29, which is kind of like the A section, what do we have? 5 to 1. You can see that that 5 to 1 dominant, tonic, tension, and resolution is actually being used again to show us the sections of the song. Let's look at some chord to chord things, and then let's zoom out and look at some larger patterns. Okay, here's an interesting thing. Number 1, we have this common major chord progression here to start us off. But then we don't have that common major chord progression throughout the rest of the song. Interesting, intros can be different from everything else that comes after them. So what's interesting to look at is, even in measure 5, the use of this B note here kind of creates a C major 7. So even though the chord doesn't say C major 7, because there's this B note in here, essentially what that is doing is against the C major chord, the that B note, when you hear it all together, sounds like a C major 7. And the C major 7 chord compared to a C major chord has kind of this softer, more, not melancholy, but like airy, breezy, it's like less sure of itself type of a feeling. And then when we follow that up with 3 measures of minor chords, the whole song really gets this somber, sad, like missing feeling. Lonesome tonight, do you miss me tonight? So even though we started on a major chord, it sounds sad as soon as we get to measure 6, measure 7, measure 8, and that's because of those minor chords there. So what's interesting here is to see this F in second inversion here, but here it doesn't quite sound like it's holding the tonic area. It sounds maybe just like I wanted to give you a chord in inversion to keep things interesting and moving. And then sure enough, we have 1, 4, 5, tonic, subdominant, dominant. So in this B section, do the chairs in your parlor seem empty and bare? What's interesting is this B flat right here. Because what's the chord that's happening right here? The chord that's happening right here from a couple measures ago is this C. This C lasts all the way through to here. Now, when we put a B flat in a C instead of a B in a C, what does that create? That creates a C7. So even though we have a C triad, to the chairs on your doorstep, chairs on your parlor, chairs in, I'll get the preposition right. And the chairs in your parlor. So what's happening is that the melody here is creating again that feeling of C being the 5 of F instead of C as being the 1 and F being the 4. We saw this in the last song with that C over E. It's the same idea here. It's that this C is being repurposed to create a new type of dominant to tonic tension within its own song. So typically this C would be 1. But right here, in these 2 measures, in measures 21 and 22, C is no longer acting like 1. C is acting like a 5 to F. Very cool, very interesting. And then we can see here at the end, we close the whole song out with a 5 to 1 dominant tonic tension resolution. I'll see you in the next lesson.
In this lesson, we're going to take a look at the classic Ave Maria by Franz Schubert. Now, we're not going to look at the full song because the full song does do things like modulations, which is when you change keys in the middle of songs and things like that. But we are going to look at the first good chunk of this. Now, first thing for us to do, as always, is to figure out the key that this song is in. Let's look at the key signature, 2 flats. Okay, that means we're either in the key of B flat major or G minor. So let's take a look at the chords. All right, we start with a B flat. Again, measure 9, all B flat, as is 13. And yes, ending on a B flat. Also, starting the first note of the entire piece is going to be a B flat, which is scale degree 1. And then the last note of what we have in this excerpt is also going to be scale degree 1. Now, on top of that, we can do a little level 2 extra chord looking here and understand that we have this cycle or this group of 12 measures here. And then at the beginning of the next group of 12, again, we have a B flat. 12 measures. Something new happens. We have a C minor here, but then that ends us up in B flat. We can also see, again, looking at dominant to tonic, level 2, insights here. We can see, sure enough, that here at the end, we have an F7 going to a B flat, dominant to tonic, as well as here, we have F over C going to B flat. So based off that, sure, there are some G minors in here, but really, we're going to think about this as being in the key of B flat because it starts and ends on a B flat chord. There's a B flat note, scale degree 1, that starts and ends a piece of music. We have a bunch of 5 1s in the key of B flat. We have a bunch of F7s to B flat as opposed to like 5 1s in G minor, which would be D7 to G minor, or minor 5 1 in G minor, which would be D to G minor. We're not seeing those D to G minors. We're not seeing Ds to Gs. We're seeing Fs to B flats. So that's another reason why we would know we are indeed in the key of B flat. So let's start by labeling our key, B flat. Okay. Now we're actually not going to label the form on this one because we just have an excerpt here. We're just going to look at the music. Now the reason why we're not looking at a full song, just the excerpt here, is I really wanted to bring this song to you because it's such a classic. Most everyone has heard it. If you've not heard it in a religious context, you've heard it in a car commercial, you've heard it in movies. This is such an integral song that is woven into the fabric of modern culture. So definitely wanted to bring this to you. So in terms of the form, we have a 12 measure intro here. So we're going to label this as intro. All this right here. This is the intro. And then we have this double bar line here, and we could call this verse 1. All right, let's head into our Roman numeral analysis. So B flat is going to be 1. E flat over B flat is going to be a 4, 6, 4. F over C, that's going to be the 5 chord in second inversion, 6, 4. And then we are back to 1, then 6, then 1, 6, 4, to 5, 7, to 6, to 2, first inversion, 5, 7, 2, 1. Okay, let's label our dominant to tonics. Okay, so here's one right here at the end. And then we have one here in the second line. What's interesting is those are the only dominants to tonics that we're going to see. Not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but I think this is a good thing to talk about here. You can see that this F7 here does not lead to a B flat. Instead, it leads to a G minor. So you'll start to see this, that oftentimes that 5 does not always go to 1. Sometimes it's used to create tension, but then that tension is moved in a different direction. So we're in the key of B flat. So we have this 5 to 1, right? This is 5 to 1. Now if we go 5 to 6, check this out. If you think about it, a G minor is only one note away from a B flat major. Let's think about it. B flat major triad is B flat, D, F. We have a B flat, we have a D, we have an F. A G minor triad is G, B flat, D. One note away. So when we have the tension of a 5-7 going to a 6, it creates a tension resolution, not in the same way as 5 going to 1 does, but it does create a tension and resolution of a sort. Not only is 6 very close to a B flat, but 6 is also the relative of the 1. So if we're in the key of B flat, the relative minor would be G minor. And here we have essentially the relative minor G minor. So it's an interesting moment to see where 5 does not lead us to 1, but 5 leads us still for a tension resolution situation, but to a chord that is not 1. Finally, at the end, we can again see 5 going to 1, this time F7 to B flat. An interesting thing to look at as well here are the choices of inversions. Here, using the second inversion of the 4 chord and the 5 chord here, what this does is this creates a softer, less certain feeling. It's good for an introduction. It's like when you read a story, it's like, once upon a time there was a kingdom. It's like, oh, okay, there was a kingdom. I know where the story is taking place. That's what this intro is doing here. It's saying once upon a time there was a kingdom. It's like, oh, okay, we're in the kingdom of B flat. We're going at about 180 beats per minute. I think I'm starting to get this. So to give you an idea of what these chords sound like, so we have B flat, we have E flat over B flat, which again, that's kind of continuing that tonic area. And then we have F over C, very interesting, back to 1. Now, let me play that again, but without the inversions. Again, without the inversions, no inversions, played a different way. So the time I played through without the inversions, these first 12 measures feel a lot less driving. They feel a lot less imposing. They feel like they're more just sort of setting the scene for everything that is to come instead of telling you what to think. And that's because these chords being in the inversions, taking that root note out of the lowest position, it just softens the chord up in this context. This context, the 4 and the 5 chord are softened by bringing them into inversion. Throughout measures 1 through 6, the lowest note all through here is all B flat. Then we have C to B flat. So basically what we're hearing in the bass is which is like small tension resolution just within the bass notes. This is B flat, C, B flat. Now let's turn our attention to the verse. Again, this B flat over F here, very interesting, setting us up to go to the dominant. This B flat over F right here. Then from the verse we have Ave Maria, and then resolving there to the G minor. What's interesting is this B flat over F. Listen to that again. So that B flat over F is setting us up to go to the dominant. It's also softening the impact of that B flat. It doesn't feel like we're really coming back home at 17. And so what that does is that actually keeps the momentum going, because instead of feeling like we're sort of stopping at 17, it's like, all right, we're back home, we're back at the tonic, we're back safe and sound. It's like, no, not quite. We're using the tonic, but we're using it to propel us towards the dominant, which then propels us towards the submedian. And then looking over here at measure 25, again, very interesting to use this C minor in first inversion. So this would be C minor in root position, but instead, that's C minor over E flat, then going to the F7, beautiful movement. Really what it's doing, if we think about just the bass notes, if we take the chords off, we just think about the bass notes. We're going E flat, which is the bass note here, to F, which is the bass note, to B flat, which is the bass note, lowest note, same thing. So essentially what we have here is 4-5-1 if we just think about the bass notes. And as you may recall from all those major chord progressions, those major common chord progressions from level 1, 1s, 4s, and 5s, they're everywhere. We're going to get a lot more into that in level 3 as well, looking at tonic, dominant, and subdominant areas. Excellent. I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to break down the Battle Hymn of the Republic, also known as Glory, Glory, Hallelujah. First thing for us to do, as always, is to figure out the key. Let's look at our key signature. We have two sharps, F sharp and C sharp. That means we're either going to be in the key of D major or B minor. Now for us to figure out which key we are in. Okay, well, the entire first 4 measures of this song are a D major chord. Okay. Here we have a 5-1 as well. Another A7, 5-1. So we're not seeing any F sharps to B, which would be 5-1 in B. And then, let's see, a whole lot of D again here. And then down in our final measure, we're also ending on a D chord and ending on a D note, scale degree 1. And let's see, when we start, yeah, it's starting at scale degree 5, but based on the fact that we start and end on a D chord, I'm going to be very, very, very confident in saying we are indeed in the key of D major. Now, let's go ahead and label that key. Again, with these older songs, it's very interesting to label the verses and choruses. So mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the faithful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. That's really a verse. That's telling us a story. Verse 1. And then, glory, glory, hallelujah, glory, glory, hallelujah, glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. That's a chorus. That's a chorus if ever I heard it. That's the part everyone. Listen, I did not know the lyrics. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. I'm telling you, I didn't know that until I had to write this. I knew glory, glory, hallelujah because everyone always knows the chorus. So there you go. That's another example of when the chorus and the verse rules play out very well. We kind of have a double chorus here. We have chorus 1, and then we also have chorus 2. This is repeated twice. Let's get clear on how this song plays down because there are some first and second endings. So let's map this out real quick before we go in and do the Roman numerals. So we go through here. All this is one time. Then we get to the second page. This is where things start to happen. So we go through here. First ending. This pops all the way back to here. We go through. We do not
do this the second time, we skip this and go straight to the second ending to be clear on how this first and second ending is going to be functioning on the second page. Okay, let's take a look at Roman numerals. So we have D, which is 1, 1, 6, 1, 6, 4, back to 1, to 4, it's G, 1, 6, 4, to 1, 1, 6 for lightning, 1, 6, 4, to 6, ooh, to 2, that's an inversion, that's second inversion, ooh, to 5 in first inversion, to 1, to 5, 7. To the chorus, starts off just like the verse, 1, 1, 6, 1, 6, 4, to 1. G is 4. Here we have a 1, 6, 4, 2A, 1. Again, this little inversion dance here, 1, 6 to 1, 6, 4. This time going to 6 is, that's an E minor over B, that's 2 in second inversion, 5 first inversion, 1, 5, 7, and then second ending, we have 2, no inversion, 5, 7, to 1. So now we're going to go through and look at all the 5s to 1s. Okay, here's one. Here's another one. Because this A7 here moves us into the chorus. First ending, marching on with a 5-7 to launch us back to the top of the chorus. And then we're going to end with a dominant to tonic. Okay, let's look at chord to chord, and then we'll do larger groups and patterns. Sorry, this first line is fascinating. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is. just a D chord the whole time. So instead of just having a D chord plain and simple going the whole time, we change things up. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. And what's interesting is this D over A, if we think about it, really this A is almost acting like a dominant tonic type tension thing here, where we're creating a mini version of dominant to tonic tension just with the root notes, just taking the lowest note being A and saying, okay, the next root of the next chord is going to be D. So from A to D. Not quite a dominant to tonic. Now we go to the subdominant, or to the 4 to G. And then again, this D over A to D. This is like a very soft version because we have this A. Trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. That D over A, grapes of wrath are stored. The D over A, again, doesn't let us sit. It doesn't let us come home. Home feels like root position built off of the tonic of the key of the scale. It's the D in root position. That feels like home. As soon as we put the A in the bass, grapes of wrath are stored. It doesn't feel like we're quite arriving home. And so even though it's not, again, a dominant to tonic tension, it's using that same idea of bringing that A note into the bass of that D, and that's not letting us arrive, and then we can only arrive in the next measure. We have the same sort of inversion shenanigans going on here in measures 11 and 12. Again, just kind of moving that D major chord forward, except this time going to 6.
And then his truth is marching on. Now it's interesting here. Let's look at the lowest notes. We have B, C sharp, D. That's walking us literally up the scale back home. So E minor over B to A over C sharp, and then finally bring us back home to D. So this idea right here, using the inversions of chords to actually create a scale out of the lowest notes, is something you will see a lot, both in classical and in modern music. So it's like we have a little mini scale created out of the bass notes here that drive us on home, which sounds something like this. Pretty cool, creating little bass lines out of inversions. All right, let's look at the chorus. Okay, so we still have the same idea here of moving this D major chord forward. So we stay in the tonic, but because we're bringing in these inversions, it moves the whole thing forward, and then this D over A acts like a small tension resolution back into this D here. And then we go to the subtonic to G, and again, that same idea. We're not going to quite fall to rest until we get here to the D major. Same idea here as in the verse. And then again, his truth is marching on. We have E minor over B, A over C sharp to D, and we have this B to C sharp to D movement, which actually increases the tension. It increases the anticipation of this leading tone right here, bringing us back to the tonic, creating that little scale there. Now at the very end, we're not using that scale anymore. And why is that? Well, I just wanted to change it up and have something different so it wasn't exactly the same every time. But also, at the end, if we put the roots of the chords into place, so we have E minor, an actual E in the bass, an A7 with an A in the bass, and then to a D, it just feels a little bit more final than that scale walking up thing. That scale walking up thing feels like it's launching us into the next thing, which indeed it is. And having this 2-5-1 at the end with the chords in root position gives a sense of finality, a sense of home, a sense of, indeed, we are done. All right, now let's look at some of these larger patterns. So we can see that every time we have a section change, we're using an A7 or a 5 chord to push us between sections. So right here, we have the end of section 1. We have this double bar line right here. And this A7 pushes us into the chorus. Now once we're in the chorus, we have at the end of the chorus a 5-1, but then this 5-7 pushes us back to repeat the chorus. So every time we're going into the chorus, we're going into the chorus with a 5. That 5, that tension resolution is launching us into the chorus. And again at the end, 5-1 to finish it off. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to walk through Molly Malone, also known as Cockles and Muscles. Now, some background on this song, which is pretty interesting. When ethnomusicologists apparently looked at this melody, they said, hang on, this does not seem to be Irish in origin. Now, an ethnomusicologist is someone whose job is to trace music through culture and what music is associated with which culture. It's a whole field of study. They're kind of like anthropologists, but they just focused on music. And they say that this melody is not necessarily Irish. So a very interesting song where we have clearly Irish lyrics, talk about a clearly Irish subject, but maybe the melody got taken from somewhere else. Anyway, let's jump in and get started with determining the key for our piece of music, which is our first step, as always. So looking at our first chord, we have G, And sure enough, in the first measure, we just have scale degree 1 if we're in the key of G. Because our key signature has 1 sharp, we're either going to be in the key of G major or E minor. And let's look at our final measure is G, and we have 5-1 at the end. See, if we had a B7 to an E minor, that type of a 5-1 at the end, I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe we're in E minor. But the fact that we start and end with a G chord, and we have dominant tonic tension going on between the D7 to the G, and we can see D7, G, D7, G, D7, G. There's tons of dominant tonic tension going on in the key of G. That's just one more layer to confirm we are indeed in the key of G major. Let's write G with a colon. I'm actually going to write that a little lower so that it's going to be in line below the lyrics. There we go. That way, all the Roman numerals I write from here on out are going to be in line with that G with the colon. Oh, looks like we have a common major chord progression too. We have 1, 6, 2, 5. Very interesting. Okay, before we get into chord progressions, let's talk about form. Dublin's fair city, where girls are so pretty. I first set my eyes on sweet Molly and Malone as she wheeled her wheelbarrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. Okay, here's what's interesting. We have both a refrain and a chorus in this song. Let me explain why. So here's the verse. Because here's the story. In Dublin's fair city, where girls are literally telling you the story. First time I was with Molly Malone, she wheeled her about the streets running, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. Now you can see that we have 2 verses worth of lyrics. Sometimes you'll have 2, sometimes even 3, sometimes even 4 lines of lyrics. That's when a verse uses the same melody and chords, but you're just changing the words. We see at the end, there's crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. That's going to be a refrain. So we're actually going to label this right here as a refrain. And then we go into the chorus. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. And then we repeat back to, she was a fishmonger, and sure 'twas no wonder, for so were her father and mother before. And they wheeled their wheelbarrows through streets broad and narrow. Again, refrain, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. Chorus, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive. Second ending, oh. Now in 27, she died of a fever and no one could save her. And that was the end of sweet Molly Malone. Okay, so this is going to be verse 3. Because we're back to telling story. Her ghost wheels her wheelbarrow through streets broad and narrow, crying, here's our refrain. Cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. Chorus 3 would be here. Yes, because indeed, we're going to have chorus 1 and chorus 2 up here. On cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. Technically speaking, because the chorus is only 8 measures long. As we can see from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Each chorus is 8 measures long, so because we have a double chorus here at the end, we're going to say chorus 3 and chorus 4. All right. That is our form. Now, let's attack our Roman numerals. We have 1, 6, 2, 5, 7. Same thing on the next line. 1, 6, 2, 5, 7. Same thing on the next line. 1, 6, 2, 5, 7. Then guess what happens? 1, 6, 2. Now things changing up a little bit here. 5, 7, 1 launch us into the next section with a 5, 7. And then we're back to our live, alive, 6, 2, 5, 7. Same thing here. 1, 6,
2, 5, 7, 1, 5, 7. That'll launch us back into the verse. Second ending, 1, 5, 7. Oh, now something's changing here. She died of a fever, and 2, no one could save her, and ooh, look at that, 7 half diminished. The 7th chord. That's exciting. Very rare to see these outside of jazz. 7 half diminished. And 3, that was the 6 end of suite 2, Molly Malone, 5, 7. And now we're back to our regularly scheduled programming of 1, wheel to rear wheelbarrow through 2, streets brought in, 5, 7, crying, 1, cockles, and 6, muscles, 2, 5, 7, 2, 1, 2, 5, 7. Alive, alive, 6, 2, 5, 7, and continuing this on till the end of the piece. For the most part, 1, 6, 2, 5, 7. 1, 5, 7 will launch us into the last chorus. 1, 6, 2, 5, 7. 1, 6, 2, 5, 7 to 1. All right, next thing for us to do is to label all our dominant tonic areas. Okay, well, here's one. Here's another. Here's another. And another. And another. And another. And another. And then another launching us back. And then another here. And then another one here. And another one here. 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 And one more to finish the story. To be clear, she died is actually not going to be one right there. All right. Now we can clearly see with these 5 ones that not only is it showing us the end of every line of music, but it's also showing us the end of every section. So at the end of every line ends with 5, which launches us into the next line. Ends with 5, launches us into the next line. Ends with 5, pushes us into the next. Ends, pushes. Now in the refrain, you see the refrain ends here with a 5-1, and then we have this anacrusis because we start with this anacrusis up here. We still keep on going one beat ahead, going into the chorus with a 5-7, launching us 5-1. Then within the chorus, 5-1. And then to end the chorus off, we end with a 5-1. And then on the last beat, beat 4, again, it's kind of like continue that anacrusis, that D7, which launches us all the way back up to verse number 2. Now, to go into verse number 3, this D7 does not launch us into a G because there's an E minor there. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And then coming in here at 34 to 35, 38 to 39, and again we have at the end of the refrain a 5-1, and then launching us into the chorus with another 5, and then within the chorus itself, plenty of 5 to 1, an extra 5-1, 5-1. This is to finish the first chorus, and then this new 5 launches us into the second time we're going to go through this chorus. 5-1, 5-1, and then ending with 5-1. See how important 5-1 is? It's everywhere. Everywhere. All types of music from around the world use 5-1 to transition between sections because it's such an incredible vehicle
and an example of the power of tension and resolution. Okay, for the most part, this entire song is built off of a 1-6-2-5. 1-6-2-5. Check. 1-6-2-5. Check. 1-6-2-5. Check. 1-6-2-5. 1, 5 pushes us into 1-6-2-5. 1-6-2-5. 1, 5 pushes us back. Here's where things change. It's going into verse 3. So verse 3, we have completely different chords. We have the same melody. We have the same rhythm. So let's look at the rhythm. We have dotted quarter, eighth quarter, eighth dotted quarter, quarter. And we see up here, it's the same exact rhythm. So we have the same rhythm and the same notes. So look, let's look. G, 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 B, G. Verse 3. Where's verse 3? G, 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 B, G. It's all the same exact notes. It's all the same rhythm. The only thing that's changing here are the chords. Now, when the chords change around with melody, that's called a reharmonization, because you're reharmonizing. You're adding different chords to the melody. Now, in verse 3, we have all these very sad chords, and I wonder why. Well, it's almost as if the arranger was trying to paint a picture of the story with the chords. So we can see the story in the first two verses. In Dublin's fair city, where girls are so pretty, I first set my eyes on sweet Molly Malone as she wheeled her wheelbarrow through streets broad and narrow, crying, cockles and mussels alive, live. Oh, it's like very happy. It's like life, everyday life. Verse 2, her mom and dad also did it. Now, verse 3, she died of a fever, and no one could save her. And that was the end of sweet Molly Malone. How sad is that? That's pretty sad. So, check this out. So I may take some liberties in singing the melody, but I'm going to play the exact chords. In Dublin's fair city, where girls are so pretty, I first set my eyes on sweet Molly Malone. As she wheeled her wheelbarrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. Now let's compare that to verse 3. She died of a fever, and no one could save her, and that was the end of sweet Molly Malone. Oh, so different. She died of a fever, and no one could save her, and that was the end of sweet Molly Malone. Versus, she died of a fever, and no one could save her, and that was the end of sweet Molly Malone. Hear the difference? How much more sad when we go, she died of a fever, and no one could save her, and that was the end of sweet Molly Malone. How much sadder it sounds when we use those minor chords. So, every once in a while, composers, arrangers can do things like that where they literally use sadder chords, which can be those minor chords, and the diminished chord. We have that half diminished chord in there, to really create this feeling of tristesse, of sadness, which inside of this entire song, which is just like so jolly, contrast that with a lot of fun. So that was the little challenge and the extra interesting bit on this lesson of sweet Molly Malone. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to break down the New Year's classic, Auld Lang Syne, which means for old time's sake. It's a traditional Scottish melody with lyrics by Robert Burns. First thing for us to do, as always, is to figure out the key that this piece of music is in. Let's look at the key signature. There are no sharps and there are no flats, which means we're either in the key of C major or A minor. Based on the fact that we start, again, we're not going to pay attention to the anacrusis. We start and end on a C chord with a C note
that right there is just about all we need to know and all we need to see to say for certain that we are in the key of C. On top of that, in the first two measures, we can see we have a 1-6-2-5 common major chord progression being played out. Now, what's interesting here is I think up until now you've only ever seen major chord progressions and minor chord progressions being played out over one measure each. So like the C would have one measure, A minor would have one measure, D minor would have one measure, G would have one measure, but what you're seeing here is the 1-6-2-5 happening twice as fast with 2 chords per measure. Now in terms of form, we kind of have like a verse here, and then we kind of have a chorus. Because if you think about it, everyone gets kind of to this first part, and then everyone knows it. For old Lang Syne. Everyone knows that part. That's the chorus. By the way, just because everyone knows it's not the only qualifier that makes something a chorus, but it's a really good one, which is why I bring it up so often. Okay. Let's have our key. Gives me a key of C major. And we start off with a 5-7. So this 5-7 chord, and you'll see this starting on a 5-7 chord to launch us into the song onto 1. 6, 2, 5-7. Oh, and then an interesting walk up to the 4 chord of 1, 1-6, going to 4. Then we're back to 1, 6, 2, 5-7, 4 in second inversion to 1, 1, 5-7, 1, again walking up to 4, 6, 4, wheel, 1, 6, 2, 5-7, 4 in second inversion to 1. Next thing for us to do is to label our 5s to 1s. So 5-1, 5-1, and that's about it. And so there's only 2 dominant to tonic areas here, and it's not even at the end either. Okay, let's talk chord to chord, and then we'll look at some larger patterns. I think what's interesting right here is we have, again, we've seen this a couple times throughout a couple of these songs, moving this movement right here. So it's C, first inversion, moving us to 4. And we don't need to think about this in terms of C to F. Let's think about this in terms of something that's going to work for all keys and say, okay, we have 1, 1-6, 4. And part of the reason why we use Roman numerals is that we don't get caught up in the key. We can apply this to all music in any key. Then again, we have our 1-6-2-5. This now brings us to a really interesting area here where we have this. So we have a G to a C, and we think that we want to have this dominant diatonic type tension, and we kind of sort of do because this F is over C. So we have sounds like this. One more time. So do you hear that middle chord, that F over C, feels almost just like a bridge to get us to the C? And so it's kind of like a suspension away from the tonic, and then we fall back into the tonic. So the idea behind these 3 chords is indeed a dominant to tonic movement, but that dominant to tonic movement is broken up here, which kind of almost gives us a taste of the tonic, and then we drop into the tonic. We'd see this pattern played out again here at the end.
To resolve it, it does not go directly from 5 to 1, which softens and elongates and spreads out the tension. Another interesting thing to point out is that between the verse and the chorus, there is no G. There is no 5-1. Now, that's only because of the arrangement. Coming out of the verse, we could go, should old acquaintance be forgot, and old Lang Syne for old. See, you could put a G in there. So look, if you wanted to, you could put even a G7 in there. So this time I'm going to play it with the G7. Should old acquaintance be forgot, and old Lang Syne for old. Okay, here it is without the G7. Should old acquaintance be forgot, and old Lang Syne for old Lang Syne, my dear, for old Lang Syne. So, what you can see there is that G7 works there, but doesn't have to be there. And that's something you can think about if you're going to write your own music, where you want to have that dominant present, where you don't want to have it present, where you don't necessarily need to have it present to launch yourself into the next section. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to break down the classic song, The Ash Grove, which is a traditional Welsh melody, along with lyrics by John Oxenford. Now, you can actually look up, there's been many different versions of these lyrics, but these happen to be my personal favorite version of the lyrics to The Ash Grove, so I get to choose. We're going to do this version of the lyrics. So, first thing for us to do, as always, is to figure out the key we're going to be in. So let's look at the key signature. No sharps, no flats. That means we're either going to be in the key of C major or A minor. So let's see. We start with a C. We end with a C. Do we even have any A minors? Yeah, we have like one A minor in measure 15. And you can see we have a bunch of 5-1s in C. We got a bunch of G7, C, G7, C, G7, C, G7, C, G7, C over E, sure, but G7, C. So there's a ton of 5-1s in C. I don't see any 5-1s in A. That's going to clue us in even further that for sure we're in C. We don't even need to take a look at the common notes. We could see it ends on scale degree 1. It ends on a C. And it starts after the 5. It really starts on 1 as well. And then here we just have chord tones in these first two measures. It's basically a, C, E, G, E, C, C. That's root, third, fifth. Third, root, root. So based off all that, we're very confidently going to say we're in the key of C major. Now, what's interesting here is we basically have another case of sort of an A section and a B section. We could kind of call this a verse and maybe a bridge. So we call this verse 1. And then we could kind of call here bridge. And then we come back to here with kind of this verse. But again, to use the terms verse and bridge, because this is a very, very, very old song that's been around for hundreds of years, it's not quite going to fit. So what we're going to do here is we're actually just going to call this the A section. So instead of putting verse here, what we're going to do is we're going to put A, put it in a little square. And then here we're going to put B. And then we're going to put A again here on the last page. And that's going to be our sections. It's a little odd, but that's what's going to work here for this old-fashioned song. So we have the Ash Grove, how graceful, how plainly 'tis speaking, the wind through it playing has language for me. When over its branches the sunlight is breaking, a host of kind faces is gazing at me. The friends of my childhood again are before me, fond memories awaken as freely I roam. With soft whispers laden, its leaves rustle o'er me. The ash grove alone is my home. So, that's the whole song. Let's look at these chords to see how this song is harmonized. Let's start with our Roman numerals. The C is going to be 1, G7, 5, 7. C over E, that's going to be 1, 6, because 1, first inversion. The F is going to be 4. G7, that's going to be 5, 7. And then back to 1. Second ending, we have 1 to 5, 7 to 1 to 6 2 5, 7 1 5, 7. Here's 1, first inversion, 4, 5, 7, and then 2, 1. Okay. Let's label our 5s to 1s. Okay, we have a 5 to 1. We have 5 to 1. 5 to 1. 5. This takes us back to 1, 5 to 1, 5 to 1. Now what's interesting is we can see at the end of the sort of A section of the verse, we have this 5, 1, right? Each time this 5, 1 goes to here the first time, and then the second ending, the second time goes here. Now what's interesting is just like we looked at with old Lang Syne, you don't always need to have another 5 right here to launch us back to this 1 here. So let me play this for you. And let me show you the difference between having a 5 there and not having a 5 there. So, the ash grove, how graceful, how plainly 'tis speaking, the wind through it playing has language for me. When over, so right there on when, oh, you could put a 5 there. Here's it without the 5. When through it playing has language for me. When over its branches. So you see how you don't necessarily need that 5 in there, but you could, if you wanted to, put a 5 in there to launch us back. Okay. The next 5-1 here. In or before me, fond memories awaken as freely I roam. We have this big moment on this 5 here. Big moment on a 5. Where for entire 2 measures, we're just hanging out on the dominant. And all that does is it creates tons of tension, tons of anticipation for us to return to our original musical content, or our A section, kind of like our verse 3, here on 1. Then even here, softly 'tis speaking. Now let's look at some of the chord-to-chord connections besides the 5s to 1s. So this is a 5 to 1, but it is an interesting chord-to-chord connection. So in measures 3 and 4, we can see that we have this G7. All right, so this is hanging out on the dominant. And then we're going to the tonic. But here's the thing, because the tonic is in first inversion, just like in the last couple songs we've seen, when we return from a dominant to a tonic and it's not in root position, it doesn't feel like we've landed home. It doesn't feel like we are really arriving or we're at the end of something. And putting the chord that's built off the tonic in an inversion really creates a space to push us, in this case, to the subdominant here. But it's not just pushing us to the subdominant. This E here is creating a leading tone tension to lead us into that F. and then we go to the G7 back to C. I think an interesting thing to notice too is it's spaced out. Here we have a 1, 6, 2, 5 common major chord progression, but not used in the typical way with C starting first. We have C starting on measure 4 here, then A minor, D minor, G7. Alone is my home. You can even see in the melody, the way the melody is resolving is leading tone, tonic. Fascinating. And again, here we have this same idea of this G7 bringing us to this C chord, this in inversion here in measure 23. It's not allowing us to really arrive home. That E in the bass is actually pushing us forward to the subdominant here, and then we end with dominant, tonic, tension, and resolution. I'll see you in the next lesson. In this next song, we're going to analyze the Caisons Go Rolling Along, which has been repurposed into the unofficial anthem of the United States Army. The Army goes rolling along. But this is back in the day when the original song was written. The Caisons Go Rolling Along, and to give you an idea how long ago this was, for my great uncle's 94th birthday, something like that, he asked that I show up at his birthday and I play this song because he actually used to sing this song in the Army before they changed the lyrics and updated it. So let's jump in and have a ton of fun here because, oh boy, are there some goodies in here. So first thing for us to do before we jump into the goodies is to determine the key, because then we're going to know how to approach all the goodies. So our key signature is no sharps, no flats, which means we're either in the key of C major or A minor. Let's take a look. Okay, so we're ending on a C. Also, there's that C note, that common note, number 1. And sure enough, we're having 5 to 1s, like there's a 5 in measure 8 to 1, 5, 1. Almost every 8 measures, we're having a 5 to 1. Now, what we have here, again, with an old-fashioned song, is kind of a verse, kind of a chorus, really more of an A section and then a B section. So we do have an intro here, that's for sure. Intro. And then just to sing this for you real quick, I do recommend that, as with all these songs, you actually listen to the song before we head into it. Over hill, over dale, we have hit the dusty trail, and those caissons go rolling along. Counter march right about, hear those wagon soldiers shout, while those caissons go rolling along. Then it's hi, hi, he in the field artillery, call off your numbers loud and strong, for where'er you go, you will always know that those caissons are rolling along. Now, there's more to it than just that, but basically, that's the whole song. So we have the verse. Kinda. And then we go, then it's hi, hi, he. That's kind of going to be our chorus. We really just think this as being a B section. This verse being our A section. Okay. Now let's break down our Roman numerals. So we're in the key of C major. We start with a 1. Then we go to a 5 in first inversion. Then we go to a 4 in first inversion, 1 in second inversion, to 4, 1 in first inversion, 5 in second inversion, to 5, 7, and then we go to 1 major 7. 6 minor 7 to 1 in second inversion. Then 5 in first inversion to 1. Oh, don't forget about that 5, 7 there. Then to 1, pattern repeats, 1 major 7, 6 minor 7, 1 in second inversion, 5,
5 in first inversion, 1, no 5. We stay on 1. On he, we go to 1 first inversion, to 4, back to 1, to 6, call off your D, numbers, loud N, strong 5, for where 1, there you, 5 first inversion, to 4 first inversion, to 1, that those 5, 5, 7, to 1, dominant, tonic, dominant, tonic, dominant, tonic, dominant, going to tonic, dominant, tonic. Now there's so many cool things going on here. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's just look at the intro for a second. Oh, so cool. All right, so I'm going to give you a second to just look at the intro and see if you can spot a pattern. Take a moment, look at the intro, see if you can spot the pattern. Okay, here's the pattern. The pattern is the bass notes or the lowest notes of each chord that are being played are actually creating a descending C major scale. So check this out. The first note or the first chord is a C in the intro in measure 1, right? So we have C. Next note, next chord is G over B, B, F over A, C over G, G, F, F, C over E, D, under a G, then G. Oh, that is so cool. All right, so all together, it sounds something like this. How cool is that? And right there, right at the very end, in measure 8, hanging on that G7 really just brings that whole descending scale thing up. Now, notice it's in 2/4. This is a march, and it was actually repurposed by Sousa, who wrote tons and tons and tons of military marches like Stars and Stripes Forever, all these classical American marches written by Sousa. And the tuba would be going oompa, 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 oompa. Now put that again in the context with the chords. So cool. Now this is actually in the song. I'm not making this up. This is actually really part of the actual song. If you go listen to the recording that's before this lesson, it's really there. Let's listen to it one more time because it's just so cool. So that's with alternating the bass and the chords, so you can really hear that descending bass line. How cool is that? All right, but it's not over. There's more descending line goodness awaiting us in verse 1. So let's look at measure 9, 10, 11, and 12. Now here's the thing. There's a descending thing happening here as well. Over hill, over dale, we have a dusty trail, and those Caisons go rolling along. Down a march, right about, hear the wagon soldiers shout. So there's another descending thing here, and this is so typical for this time period and for this type of music to have these descending lines. So look, we have a C to a C major 7. Okay, so right there, C to the B, which is the 7th in a C major 7, to an A in the A minor 7 to the C over G, the G. C, B, A, G. So again, this is descending scale coming down, even in the verse. And then what we see here
in 13 through 16 is more bass line shenanigans going on. So and those caissons go rolling along. So caissons go rolling along. It's walking up the scale back to C. The C, we have the G, then we have the G in first inversion where the B is the lowest note. That's creating and emphasizing the leading tone, part of the tension, from the dominant back to the tonic. Now you can see that in 17 we have the same idea, the descending of C, B, A, G. Caissons go rolling along, same idea, walking from B, emphasizing the leading tone, back up to C. Now, when they say, then it's high, high, he, and it's really what's happening there in the actual recording, you're hearing a C, a D note in the bass of a C. We're going to skip the D and the C because we haven't really walked through all the complexity of adding other notes that are not from a chord into a chord. So we just go, it's high, high, in the field artillery. And so what we're having right here is, because this C is in first inversion, this E is the leading tone of F. That pushes us into the subdominant or the F. Then call off your numbers loud and strong. This is leading us to this big dominant area here. We have 2 measures of the G, and that brings us back to 1. And look, here's what's cool here. Because wherever you go, you will always know. Watch what happens. We have C, B, A. Look at that. Another descending line. Because where you go, you will always know. Da, da, da. So the bass, because we can put these chords in inversions, the lowest note or the bass notes are going C down to B, B down to A, walking down the scale while the chords above them change. Just like that. And then back to C. You'll always know that those caissons go rolling along. So, that is some really fun scale-based things to use in songs. You'll hear this type of thing in songs all the time, where you'll have a descending bass line that just is incorporated into the inversions of the chords. You can have ascending scales using this same idea too. How about we ascend a C major scale, but only using C, F, and G chords. C, F, and G triads. So check this out. C is the root, C is the chord. D is the root, G is the chord. E is the lowest note, C is the chord. F is the lowest note, F is the chord. G is the lowest note, C is the chord. A is the lowest note, F is the chord. B is the lowest note, G is the chord. C is the lowest note, C is the chord. I'll play it a little faster this time without the talking. You can see that we have just a scale going on in those lower notes. But because of which chords we're picking in the top, we're always picking a chord that can go into an inversion to create a bass line in the lowest notes, which is such a cool concept and so much fun to play with. I will see you in the next lesson. Welcome to your Focus, Creation, Creativity bonus module. What we are going to be talking about here are, well, tips and tricks to help you write and compose music. Now, even if your intention is not to write and compose music, you just want to understand or play music, I still recommend you watch these videos because the ideas and the concepts and the ways of thinking around writing and creating music will apply to any area of music. I'll see you in the next lesson. Let's talk about tools, and specifically tools for writing songs, because there's a lot of false concepts and false information floating around out there. If you've ever heard someone say, oh yes, my first song was great, and then I learned how to write songs, and then my next 200 songs were terrible, and I needed to overcome having to learn how to write songs to be able to write good songs again. It's like, okay, kind of. Let's unpack that and understand what actually happened there. So when you learn music theory is like a tool. It's like a hammer or a nail gun or a saw. And if you're going to build a house, you could show up and build a house without any of those tools. And in fact, there were times in history where people did not have hammers and saws and nails and things, and they built houses just fine. Similarly, people who have a rudimentary understanding of music can write good songs, even without a lot of study and a lot of focus. That's true. Now, what happens is if one of those people happens to write a song and that song happens to be successful, and then people ask them, well, how did you do it? Like, did you study many years before writing the song? And that person's like, well, no, I didn't. I just kind of wrote a song. Yeah, that happens. It's true. You don't need to study any music at all to write a song. But studying music helps a lot for writing songs. Not just one song, but writing many songs and writing many compositions too. Now, what happens in the case, if you've ever heard someone who had one really good song or a couple good songs and then they started taking music lessons, like, oh yeah, all of a sudden it got really bad. Well, here's why. What happens is you're at a level here, right? And it's like everything you know, and you're using everything you know to the best of your abilities. And what happens is when you learn a new thing, and this is in anything, but we can talk about it in music. When you learn a new thing in writing a song, like you learn about rhyme schemes, or you learn about, well, perfect versus, additive and subtractive rhymes, all of a sudden, because you're thinking rhyme scheme, because you're thinking additive and subtractive rhyme, your output or the quality of your songwriting takes a dip. And that's because you're learning to integrate this new information into yourself. You're learning to use this new tool. It's like if you were used to building a house just using a saw and you never used a hammer before, and then someone handed you a hammer, it would take you a couple days, a couple hours, maybe even a week or two to really incorporate using that hammer in the most efficient way to save you the most time, in addition to using that saw to build your house. Now, this goes also for learning music. People who improvise, people who read music, everything. As soon as you learn something new, always, for everyone, you take a dip. It always happens. And that's because whenever you're doing anything in music, you're doing multiple things just to do one thing. So for example, to play guitar and read music, it's left hand, right hand, it's counting, it's knowing the names of the notes, it's knowing the rhythmic duration of each note, and then on top of that, it's reading in real time, it's reading ahead and actually playing the notes. So you're doing like 7 or 8 things all at once. And what happens is, as soon as you add in a 9th thing onto that, all those 8 things, because you're already doing 8 things at once, they start to fall. It's like you're spinning a bunch of plates. I'm throwing a million metaphors at you, but it's like you're spinning a bunch of plates, and as soon as a plate starts to fall, it's like, oh my God, all the other plates start to fall, and you've got to go back and keep all the plates spinning. So it is 100% normal that whatever you're doing in music, whenever you learn something new, that you take a dip. That dip is normal. But what happens is, you were here, you take the dip, when you come out of the dip, you're going to be at a whole new level. So that's the process. You're always going to take a dip creatively, but then you're always, after you incorporate those new tools into yourself, you're going to have even more freedom of expression. You're going to have even more options. You're going to have more colors and indeed, as I said, more tools in your tool belt with which to express yourself. So when you start to learn new things, as you've been going through this course, if you've already written songs or if you're writing songs now, it's normal if you take a dip. That is 100% what should be happening. Keep going through the dip, incorporate the new information into yourself. That's going to take you to the next level. Keep on going. More information, you take a dip. You incorporate it, you go to the next level. That is how learning music works. And that's how creativity in music works as well. I'll see you in the next lesson. There is no right or wrong way to start writing music. You just need to start doing it. And as you learn more music theory, and as you know more rules and rules to follow and rules to break in music theory, the level and the clarity and the originality of your writing and your composition will become more and more distinct as you learn more, because then you're going to be able to pick and choose which tools you want to use, and that's going to help further differentiate you from the next person. So, yes, you should start writing songs with everything you know up to now in level 2 music theory, which means you should be using all the keys, or a key that works well for your voice if you're a singer, if you're trying to sing your songs. Major and minor, use all the scales, use the chords from all the scales, and just start creating music. Use lyrics, create lyrics with rhyme schemes, create the stanzas, define your song form. Just go through the process 10, 20, 30 times. You don't need to finish songs. What I do recommend you do is that you set a limit of how long you're going to work on each song, because otherwise your first song, you'll be like, oh, it's never going to be done. In fact, at the end of this lesson, I'll play you one of my first songs I ever wrote, which most certainly is not done, as you will see. It's very half-baked and very basic. So the idea here is that you want to just start writing songs, and maybe don't let yourself spend more than 3 or 4 days on each song. Catalog them, save your song ideas. If you're writing them in a score like Note Flight, save them, catalog them, put the date that you wrote the name of the song, a possible title for the song, and maybe what the song's about, just so you remember when you come back. And that way you're going to have these ideas, and what you end up doing is you end up cataloging, and that's something all music artists usually end up doing, is you get ideas and you save ideas, and then it's like, oh, what was that one idea I had a couple months ago? Then you go back and find it, and then you take a week or two and flesh it out and turn it into a real song. But just get in the habit of putting ideas down. Now, as promised, to make you feel better about the songs you're going to write, here's one of the first songs I ever wrote. I wrote this with Joey Santangelo. Shout out to Joey, who's a drummer I played with for many, many years and a very good friend. Okay, so very basic lyrics, very basic chords. So little time, so far to go. So little time, I'm feeling low. So little time, I'm breathing nowhere. So little time, I'm going nowhere. Now, as you can see from the chord progression, we're going A minor, E minor, C, D7. It's like that D7 kind of wants to launch us to a G, right? But not. We go back to the E minor. I don't know how to talk to you. The words in my head are slipping through. I want you here with me so I can see things more clearly. We go back to the chorus. So little time, so far to go. So little time, I'm feeling low. So little time, I'm breathing nowhere. So little time, I'm going nowhere. So look, I wrote that when I was about, 13, 14. Don't let the fact that I just sang that moderately well either convince you that that was a good song, because I've done that before. I play that song for someone, like, wow, that actually sounds pretty good. I'm like, look, I just sang it well and I played it well on the guitar. Doesn't make it a complex or a good song. So also keep that in mind too, that it's like you might have written a really good song, but you're not that good at playing or singing yet, and that's the reason why it doesn't sound good. Oh, that's powerful. That's really, really powerful. So it's like, don't judge a song by how it sounds when you sing it and when you play it, because it might actually be a lot better than you think it is, because possibly your singing level and your playing level, whatever instrument you're playing, just might not be quite there to really get the whole thing to translate in the way that you're hearing it in your mind's ear and the way your vision has it all planned out for yourself. Oh, hey, the next video I would recommend you watch is right over here. It's how to take everything you've learned in part 1 and part 2 and actually put it to use to create melodies and, well, also chords. But right over there, I'm going to use real examples from real video games and show you how to actually use the music theory. And if you've already watched that video, check out this playlist over here, because it's got a whole bunch of content just geared for you creating music. So go ahead, check out that playlist right there. So this video, if you haven't watched it yet, go here next. If you already watched this video, congratulations. Go check out this playlist right here. Start watching the videos over there. All right, there you go. So here or here, here or here.